Chapter 1 of The Trial by HannahMary Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Trial by HannahMary Young. Chapter 1. Quand on vous dessèche un marais, on ne fait pas votre le grenouille. Madame Emile de Girardin. Richard? That's right. Here's a cup of tea waiting for you. As the almost 30-year-old incumbent of Coxmore, still looking like a young deacon, entered the room with his quiet step and silent greeting to its 4 inmates. Thank you, Ethel. Is Papa gone out? I have not seen him since dinner time. You said he was gone out with Dr. Spencer, Aubrey? Yes, I heard Dr. Spencer's voice. I say, Dick, like 3 notes of consternation, said Aubrey, and off they went. I fancy there's some illness about in the lower pond buildings that Dr. Spencer has been raging so long to get drained. The knell has been ringing for a little child there, added Mary. Scarlatina, I believe. But Richard, burst forth the merry voice of the youngest, you must see our letters from Edinburgh. You have heard then? It was the very thing I came to ask. Oh, yes, there were 5 notes in one cover, said Gertrude. Papa says they are to be laid up in the family archives, and labelled The Infant's Honeymoon. Papa is very happy with his own share, said Ethel. It was signed, Still His Own White Flower, and it had 2 Calton Hill real daisies in it. I don't know when I have seen him more pleased. And Hector's letter, I can say that by heart, continued Gertrude. My dear father, this is only to say that she is the darlint, and for the pleasure of subscribing myself, your loving son, the son as big as all the rest put together. I tell Blanche that he only took her for the pleasure of being my father's son, said Aubrey, in his low, lazy voice. Well, said Mary, even to the last, I do believe he had as soon drive Papa out as walk with Blanche. Flora was quite scandalized at it. I should not imagine that George had often driven my father out, said Aubrey, again looking lazily up from balancing his spoon. Ethel laughed, and even Richard smiled. Then recovering herself, she said, Poor Hector, he never could call himself son to anyone before. He has not been much otherwise here, said Richard. No, said Ethel, it is the peculiar hardship of our weddings to break us up by pairs, and carry off 2 instead of 1. Did you ever see me with so shabby a row of teacups? When shall I have them come in riding double again? The recent wedding was the 3rd in the family, the first after a 5 years' respite. It ensued upon an attachment that had grown up with the young people, so that they had been entirely one with each other, and there had been little of formal demand either of the maiden's affection or her father's consent. But both had been implied from the first. The bridegroom was barely of age, the bride not 17, and Dr. May had owned it was very shocking, and told Richard to say nothing about it. Hector had coaxed and pleaded, pathetically talked of his great empty house at Maplewood, and declared that till he might take Blanche away, he would not leave Stoneborough. He would bring down all sorts of gossip on his courtship. He would worry Ethel, and take care she finished nobody's education. What did Blanche want with more education? She knew enough for him. Couldn't Ethel be satisfied with Aubrey and Gertrude? Or he dared say she might have Mary too, if she was insatiable. If Dr. May was so unnatural as to forbid him to hang about the house, why, he would take rooms at the Swan. In fact, as Dr. May observed, he treated him to a modern red-haired Scotch version of "Make me a willow cabin at your gate," and as he heartily loved Hector, and entirely trusted him, and Blanche's pretty head was a wise and prudent one, what was the use of keeping the poor lad unsettled? So Mrs. Rivers, the eldest sister and the member's wife, had come to arrange matters and help Ethel, and a very brilliant wedding it had been. Blanche was too entirely at home with Hector for flutterings or agitations, and was too peacefully happy for grief at the separation, which completed the destiny that she had always seen before her. She was a picture of a bride, and when she and Hector hung round the doctor, insisting that Edinburgh should be the first place they should visit, and calling forth minute directions for their pilgrimage to the scenes of his youth, promising to come home and tell him all. No wonder he felt himself rather gaining a child than losing one. He was very bright and happy, and no one but Ethel understood how all the time there was a sensation that the present was but a strange dreamy parody of that marriage which had been the theme of earlier hopes. The wedding had taken place shortly after Easter, and immediately after, the Rivers family had departed for London, and Tom May had returned to Cambridge, leaving the home party at the minimum of 4, since, Coxmore parsonage being complete, Richard had become only a daily visitor instead of a constant inhabitant. There he sat, occupying his never idle hands with a net that he kept for such moments, whilst Ethel sat behind her urn, now giving out its last sighs, profiting by the leisure to read the county newspaper, while she continually filled up her cup with tea or milk as occasion served, indifferent to the increasing pallor of the liquid. Mary, a fine young woman, as George Rivers called her, of blooming face and sweet open expression, had begun, at Gertrude's entreaty, a game of French billiards. Gertrude had still her childish sunny face and bright hair, and even at the trying age of 12 was pleasing, chiefly owing to the caressing freedom of manner belonging to an unspoilable pet. Her request to Aubrey to join the sport had been answered with a half-petulant shake of the head, and he flung himself into his father's chair, his long legs hanging over one arm, an attitude that those who had ever been under Mrs. May's discipline thought impossible in the drawing-room. But Aubrey was a rival pet, and with the family characteristics of aquiline features, dark grey eyes, and beautiful teeth, had an air of fragility and easy languor that showed his exercise of the immunities of ill health. He had been Ethel's pupil till Tom's last year at Eton, when he was sent thither and had taken a good place. But his brother's vigilant and tender care could not save him from an attack on the chest that settled his public school education for ever, to his severe mortification, just when Tom's shower of honours was displaying to him the sweets of emulation and success. Ethel regained her pupil, and put forth her utmost powers for his benefit, causing Tom to examine him at each vacation, with adjurations to let her know the instant he discovered that her task of tuition was getting beyond her. In truth, Tom fraternally held her cheap, and would have enjoyed a triumph over her scholarship. But to this he had not attained, and in spite of his desire to keep his brother in a salutary state of humiliation, candour wrung from him the admission that, even in verses, Aubrey did as well as other fellows of his standing. Conceit was not Aubrey's fault. His father was more guarded than in the case of his elder sons, and the home atmosphere was not such as to give a boy the sense of superiority, especially when diligently kept down by his brother. Even the half-year at Eton had not produced superciliousness, though it had given Eton polish to the home-bred manners. It had made sisters valuable, and awakened a desire for masculine companionship. He did not rebel against his sister's rule. She was nearly a mother to him, and had always been the most active president of his studies and pursuits, and he was perfectly obedient and dutiful to her, only asserting his equality in imitation of Harry and Tom by a little of the good-humoured raillery and teasing that treated Ethel as the family butt, while she was really the family authority. "All gone, Ethel?" he said, with a lazy smile, as Ethel mechanically, with her eyes on the newspaper, tried all her vessels round, and found cream-jug, milk-jug, teapot, and urn exhausted. "Will you have in the river next?" "What a shame!" said Ethel, awakening and laughing. "Those are the tea-maker's snares." "Do send it away, then," said Aubrey. "The urn oppresses the atmosphere." "Very well. I'll make a fresh brew when papa comes home, and perhaps you'll have some then. You did not half finish tonight." Aubrey yawned, and after some speculation about their father's absence, Gertrude went to bed, and Aubrey, calling himself tired, stood up, stretched every limb portentously, and said he should go off too. Ethel looked at him anxiously, felt his hand, and asked if he were sure he had not a cold coming on. "You are always thinking of colds," was all the satisfaction she received. What has he been doing?" said Richard. "That is what I was thinking. He was about all yesterday afternoon with Leonard Ward, and perhaps may have done something imprudent in the damp. I never know what to do. I can't bear him to be a coddle, yet he is always catching cold if I let him alone. The question is, whether it is worse for him to run risks, or to be thinking of himself." "He need not be doing that," said Richard. "He may be thinking of your wishes and papa's." "Very pretty of him and you, Richie. But he is not 3 parts of a boy or man who thinks of his womankind's wishes when there is anything spirited before him." "Well, I suppose one may do one's duty without being 3 parts of a boy," said Richard gravely. "I know it is true that some of the most saintly characters have been the more spiritual, because their animal frame was less vigorous. But still it does not content me. No, the higher the power, the better, of course, should the service be. I was only putting you in mind that there is compensation. But I must be off. I am sorry I cannot wait for papa. Let me know what is the matter tomorrow, and how Aubrey is." Richard went, and the sisters took up their employments, Ethel writing to the New Zealand sister-in-law her history of the wedding, Mary copying bits of a New Zealand letter for her brother, the lieutenant in command of a gunboat on the Chinese coast. Those letters, whether from Norman May or his wife, were very delightful. They were so full of a cheerful tone of trustful exertion and resolution, though there had been perhaps more than the natural amount of disappointments. Norman's powers were not thought of the description calculated for regular mission work, and some of the chief aspirations of the young couple had had to be relinquished at the voice of authority without a trial. They had received the charge of persons as much in need of them as unreclaimed savages, but to whom there was less apparent glory in ministering. A widespread district of very colonial colonists, and the charge of a college for their uncultivated sons, was quite as troublesome as the most ardent self-devotion could desire, and the hardships and disagreeables, though severe, made no figure in history. Nay, it required ingenuity to gather their existence from Meta's bright letters, although, from Mrs. Arnott's accounts, it was clear that the wife took a quadruple share. Mrs. Rivers had been heard to say that Norman need not have gone so far and sacrificed so much to obtain an underbred English congregation, and even the doctor had sighed, once or twice, at having relinquished his favourite son to what was dull and distasteful. But Ethel could trust that this unmurmuring acceptance of the less striking career might be another step in the discipline of her brother's ardent and ambitious nature. It is a great thing to sacrifice, but a greater to consent not to sacrifice in one's own way. Ethel sat up for her father, and Mary would not go to bed and leave her, so the 2 sisters waited till they heard the latch-key. Ethel ran out, but her father was already on the stairs, and waved her back. "Here is some tea. Are you not coming, papa? It is all here." "Thank you. I'll just go and take off this coat," and he passed on to his room. "I don't like that," said Ethel, returning to the drawing-room where Mary was boiling up the kettle, and kneeling down to make some toast. "Why, what's the matter?" "I have never known him go and change his coat but when some infectious thing has been about. Besides, he did not wait to let me help him off with it." In a few seconds the doctor came down in his dressing-gown, and let himself be put into his easy-chair, his 2 daughters waiting on him with fond assiduity, their eyes questioning his fagged, weary face, but reading their fatigue and concern that made them, rather awestruck, bide their time till it should suit him to speak. Mary was afraid he would wait till she was gone. Dear old Mary, who at 22 never dreamt of regarding herself as on the same footing with her 3 years senior, and had her toast been browner, would have relieved them of her presence at once. However, her father spoke after his first long draught of tea. "Well, how true it is that judgments are upon us while we are marrying and giving in marriage. What is it, papa? Not the scarlatina?" "Scarlatina, indeed!" he said contemptuously. "Scarlet fever in the most aggravated form. 2 deaths in one house, and I am much mistaken if there will not be another before morning." "Who, papa?" asked Mary. "Those wretched Martins in Lower Pond Buildings are the worst. No wonder, living in voluntary filth, but it is all over the street. will be all over the town unless there's some special mercy on the place." "But how has it grown so bad," said Ethel, "without our having even heard of it?" "Why, partly I take shame to myself. This business of Hector and Blanche kept Spencer and me away last dispensary day, and partly it was that young coxcomb, Henry Ward, thought it not worth while to trouble me about a simple epidemic." "Simple epidemic, indeed!" repeated Dr. May, changing his tone from ironical mimicry to hot indignation. "I hope he will be gratified with its simplicity. I wonder how long he would have gone on if it had not laid hold on him." "You don't mean that he has it?" "I do. It will give him a practical lesson in simple epidemics." "And Henry Ward has it?" repeated Mary, looking so much dismayed that her father laughed, saying, "What, Mary thinks when it comes to fevers being so audacious as to lay hold of the doctors, it is time that they should be put a stop to." "He seems to have petted it, and made much of it," said Ethel, "so no wonder. What could have possessed him?" "Just this, Ethel, and it is only human nature after all. This young lad comes down, as Master Tom will do some day, full of his lectures and his hospitals, and is nettled and displeased to find his father content to have Spencer or me called in the instant anything serious is the matter." "But you are a physician, papa," said Mary. "No matter for that. To Mr. Henry I'm an old fogey, and depend upon it, if it were only the giving of a dose of salts, he would like to have the case to himself. These poor creatures were parish patients, and I don't mean that his treatment was amiss. Spencer is right, it was an atmosphere where there was no saving anyone. But if he had not been so delighted with his own way, and I had known what was going on, I'd have got the guardians and the town council and routed out the place. 17 cases, and most of them the worst form. But what was Mr. Ward about? Says I to myself, here's a lesson for me. This man's but a picture of what I shall be, when Master Tom gets the upper hand of me," returned Dr. May. "Poor Ward, who has run to me in all his difficulties these 30 years, didn't like it at all. But Mr. Henry was so confident with his simple epidemic, and had got him in such order that he durst not speak." "And what brought it to light at last?" "Everything at once. First the clerics go to see about the family where the infant died, and report to Spencer. He comes after me, and we start to reconnoitre. Then I am called in to see Shearman's daughter, a very ugly case that, and coming out I meet poor Ward himself, wanting me to see Henry, and there's the other boy sickening too. Then I went down and saw all those cases in the lower ponds, and have been running about the town ever since to try and see what can be done, hunting up nurses whom I can't get, stirring dishes of skim milk, trying to get funerals over tomorrow morning by daybreak. I declare I have hardly a leg to stand on." "Where was Dr. Spencer?" "I've nearly quarrelled with Spencer. Oh, he is in high feather. He will have it that the fever rose up bodily, like Coolborn, out of that unhappy drain he is always worrying about, when it is a regular case of scarlet fever, brought in by a girl at home from service. But he will have it that his theory is proved. Then I meant him to keep clear of it. He has always been liable to malaria and all that sort of thing, and has not strength for an illness. I told him to mind the ordinary practice for me, and what do I find him doing the next thing but operating upon one of the worst throats he could find. I told him he was as bad as young Ward. I hate his irregular practice. I'll tell you what," he said vindictively, as if gratified to have what must obey him. "You shall all go off to Coxmore tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. "You forget that we two have had it," said Mary. "Which of you?" "All down to Blanche." "Never mind for that. I shall have enough to do without a sick house at home. You can perform quarantine with Richard, and then go to Flora if she will have you. Well, what are you dawdling about? Go and pack up." "Papa," said Ethel, who had been abstracted through all the latter part of the conversation, "if you please, we had better not settle my going till tomorrow morning." "Come, Ethel, you have too much sense for panics. Don't take nonsense into your head. The children can't have been in the way of it." "Stay, papa," said Ethel, her serious face arresting the momentary impatience of fatigue and anxiety. "I am afraid Aubrey was a good while choosing fishing tackle at Shearman's yesterday with Leonard Ward, and it may be nothing, but he did seem heavy and out of order tonight. I wish you would look at him as you go up." Dr. May stood still for a few moments, then gave one long gasp, made a few inquiries, and went up to Aubrey's room. The boy was fast asleep, but there was that about him which softened the weary sharpness of his father's manner, and caused him to desire Ethel to look from the window, whence she could see whether the lights were out in Dr. Spencer's house. Yes, they were. Never mind, it will make no real odds, and he has had enough on his hands to-day. The boy will sleep quietly enough tonight, so let us all go to bed. I think I can get a mattress into his room without waking him, if you will help me, Mary, said Ethel. Nonsense, said her father, decidedly. Mary is not to go near him before she takes Gertrude to Coxmore, and you go to your own bed and get a night's rest while you can. You won't stay up, Papa? Why, it is all I can do not to fall asleep on my feet. Good night, children. He does not trust himself to think or to fear, said Ethel. Too much depends on him to let himself be unstrung. But, Ethel, you will not leave dear Aubrey? I shall keep his door open and mine, but Papa is right, and it will not do to waste one's strength. In case I should not see you before you go. Oh, but Ethel, I shall come back. Pray don't tell me to stay away. Richard will have to keep away for Daisy's sake, and you can't do it all alone, nurse Aubrey and attend to Papa. Say that I may come back. Well, Mary, I think you might, said Ethel, after a moment's thought. If it were only Aubrey, I could manage for him, but I am more anxious about Papa. You don't think he is going to have it? Oh, no, said Ethel. He is what he calls himself, a seasoned vessel, but he will be terribly overworked and unhappy, and he must not come home and find no one to talk to or to look cheerful. So, Mary, unless he gives any fresh orders, or Richard thinks it would only make things worse, I shall be very glad of you. Mary had never clung to her so gratefully, nor felt so much honoured. Do you think he will have it badly? She asked timidly. I don't think at all about it, said Ethel, something in her father's manner. If we are to get through all this, Mary, it must not be by riding out on perhapses. Now, let us put Daisy's things together, for she must have as little communication with home as possible. Ethel silently and rapidly moved about, dreading to give an interval for tremblings of heart. 5 years of family prosperity had passed, and there had been that insensible feeling of peace and immunity from care, which is strange to look back upon when 1 hour has drifted from smooth water to turbid currents. There was a sort of awe in seeing the mysterious gates of sorrow again unclosed, yet, darling of her own as Aubrey was, Ethel's first thoughts and fears were primarily for her father. Grief and alarm seemed chiefly to touch her through him, and she found herself praying above all that he might be shielded from suffering, and might be spared a renewal of the pangs that had before wrung his heart. By early morning every one was astir, and Gertrude, bewildered and distressed, yet rather enjoying the fun of staying with Richard, was walking off with Mary. Soon after, Dr. Spencer was standing by the bedside of his old patient, Aubrey, who had always been left to his management. "Ah, I see," he said, with a certain tone of satisfaction. "For once there will be a case properly treated. Now, Ethel, you and I will show what intelligent nursing can do." "I believe you are delighted," growled Aubrey. "So should you be at the valuable precedent you will afford." "I've no notion of being experimented on to prove your theory," said Aubrey, still ready for lazy mischief. For be it known that the roving-tempered Dr. Spencer had been on fire to volunteer to the Crimean hospitals, and had unwillingly sacrificed the project, not to Dr. May's conviction that it would be fatal in his present state of health, but to Ethel's private entreaty that he would not add to her father's distress in the freshness of Margaret's death and the parting with Norman. He had never ceased to mourn over the lost opportunity, and to cast up to his friend the discoveries he might have made, while Dr. May declared that, if by any strange chance he had come back at all, he would have been so rabid on improved nursing and sanatory measures that there would have been no living with him. It must be owned that Dr. May was not very sensible to what his friend called Stoneborough stinks. The place was fairly healthy, and his town councillor's conservatism and hatred of change, as well as the amusement of skirmishing, had always made him the champion of things as they were, and in the present emergency The battle, whether the enemy had travelled by infection, or was the product of the pond building's miasma, was the favourite enlivenment of the disagreeing doctors, in their brief intervals of repose in the stern conflict which they were waging with the fever, a conflict in which they had soon to strive by themselves, for the disease not only seized on young Ward, but on his father, and till medical assistance was sent from London, they had the whole town on their hands, and for nearly a week lived without a night's rest. The care of the sick was a still greater difficulty. Though Aubrey was never in danger, and Dr. Spencer's promise of the effects of intelligent nursing was fully realized, Ethel and Mary were so occupied by him that it was a fearful thing to guess how it must fare with those households where the greater number were laid low, and in want of all the comforts that could do little. The clergy worked to the utmost, and a letter of Mr. Wilmot's obtained the assistance of 2 ladies from a nursing sisterhood, who not only worked incredible wonders with their own hands among the poor, but made efficient nurses of rough girls and stupid old women. Dr. May, who had at first, in his distrust of innovation, been averse to the importation, as likely to have no effect but putting nonsense into girls' heads, and worrying the sick poor, was so entirely conquered that he took off his hat to them across the street, importuned them to drink tea with his daughters, and never came home without dilating on their merits for the few minutes that intervened between his satisfying himself about Aubrey and dropping asleep in his chair. The only counter-demonstration he reserved to himself was that he always called them Miss What-do-you-call-her and those gems of women, instead of Sister Catherine and Sister Frances. End of chapter 1. Recording by HannahMary.
Chapter 2 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 2. Good words are silver, but good deeds are gold. Cecil and Mary. It has been a very good day, Papa. He has enjoyed all his meals, indeed was quite ravenous. He is asleep now, and looks as comfortable as possible, said Ethel, 5 weeks after Aubrey's illness had begun. Thank God for that, and all his mercy to us, Ethel. And the long sigh, the kiss, and dewy eyes would have told her that there had been more to exhaust him than his 12 hours' toil, even had she not partly known what weighed him down. Poor things, said Ethel. Both gone, Ethel. Both. And as he entered the drawing room, he threw himself back in his chair, and gasped with the long-restrained feeling. Both, she exclaimed. You don't mean that Leonard— No, Ethel, his mother. Poor children. Mrs. Ward? I thought she had only been taken ill yesterday evening. She only then gave way, but she never had any constitution. She was done up with nursing. Nothing to fall back on. Sudden collapse and prostration. And that poor girl, called every way at once, fancied her asleep, and took no alarm till I came in this morning and found her pulse all but gone. We have been pouring down stimulants all day, but there was no rousing her, and she was gone the first. And Mr. Ward? Did he know it? I thought so from the way he looked at me, but speech had long been lost, and that throat was dreadful suffering. Well, in their death they were not divided. He shaded his eyes with his hand, and Ethel, leaning against his chair, could not hinder herself from a shudder at the longing those words seemed to convey. He felt her movement, and put his arm round her, saying, No, Ethel, do not think I envy them. I might have done so once. I had not then learned the meaning of the discipline of being without her. No, nor what you could do for me, my child, my children. Ethel's thrill of bliss was so intense that it gave her a sense of selfishness in indulging personal joy at such a moment, and indeed it was true that her father had overlived the first pangs of change and separation, had formed new and congenial habits, saw the future hope before him, and since poor Margaret had been at rest, had been without present anxiety or the sight of decay and disappointment. Her only answer was a mute smoothing of his bowed shoulders as she said, "If I could be of any use or comfort to poor Averill Ward, I could go tonight. Mary is enough for Aubrey." "Not now, my dear. She can't stir from the boy. They are giving him champagne every 10 minutes. She has the nurse, and Spencer is backwards and forwards. I think they will pull him through, but it is a very near touch. Good patient, unselfish boy he is, too." "He always was a very nice boy," said Ethel. "I do hope he will get well. It would be a terrible grief to Aubrey." "Yes, I got Leonard to open his lips today by telling him that Aubrey had sent him the grapes. I think he will get through. I hope he will. He is a good friend for Aubrey. So touching it was this morning to hear him trying to ask pardon for all his faults, poor fellow. Fits of temper and the like." "That is his fault, I believe," said Ethel, "and I always think it a wholesome one, because it is so visible and unjustifiable that people strive against it. And the rest? Was Henry able to see his father or mother?" "No, he can scarcely sit up in bed. It was piteous to see him lying with his door open, listening. He is full of warm, sound feeling, poor fellow. You would like to have heard the fervor with which he begged me to tell his father to have no fears for the younger ones, for it should be the most precious task of his life to do a parent's part by them." "Let me see, he is just of Harry's age," said Ethel, thoughtfully, as if she had not the strongest faith in Harry's power of supplying a parent's place. "Well," said her father, "remember, a medical student is an older man than a lieutenant in the Navy. One sees as much of the interior as the other does of the surface. We must take this young Ward by the hand, and mind he does not lose his father's practice. Burden, that young prig that Spencer got down from London, met me at Gavin's, when I looked in there on my way home, and came the length of Minster Street with me, asking what I thought of an opening for a medical man. Partnership with young Ward, and see, I snubbed him so short that I fancy I left him thinking whether his nose was on or off his face. He was rather premature. I've settled him anyway. I shall do my best to keep the town clear for that lad. There's not much more for him, as things are now, and it will be only looking close after him for a few years, which Spencer and I can very well manage. If he will let you." "There, that's the spitefulness of women. Must you be casting up that little natural spirit of independence against him after the lesson he has had? I tell you, he has been promising me to look on me as a father. Poor old Ward! He was a good friend and fellow worker. I owe a great deal to him." Ethel wondered if he had forgot how much of the unserviceableness of his maimed arm had once been attributed to Mr. Ward's dullness, or how many times he had come home, boiling with annoyance at having been called in too late to remedy the respectable apothecary's half measures. She believed that the son had been much better educated than the father, and after the fearful lesson he had received, thought he might realize Dr. May's hopes and appreciate his kindness. They discussed the relations. Ward came as assistant to old Axworthy, and married his daughter. He had no relations that his son knows of, except the old aunt who left Averill her £2,000. "There are some Axworthys still," said Ethel, "but not very creditable people." "You may say that," said Dr. May emphatically. "There was a scapegrace brother that ran away, and was heard of no more till he turned up, a wealthy man, 10 or 15 years ago, and bought what they call the Ventry Mill, some way on this side of Whitford. He has a business on a large scale. But Ward had as little intercourse with him as possible. A terrible old heathen. And the boy that was expelled for bullying Tom is in the business." "I hate the thought of that," said the doctor. "If he had stayed on, who knows but he might have turned out as well as Ned Anderson. Has not he?" "I'm sure I have no right to say he has not, but he is a flashy slang style of youth, and I hope the young Wards will keep out of his way." "What will become of them? Is there likely to be any provision for them?" "Not much, I should guess. Poor Ward did as we are all tempted to do when money goes through our hands, and spent more freely than I was ever allowed to do. Costly house, garden, greenhouses. He'd better have stuck to old Axworthy's place in Minster Street. Daughter at that grand school, where she cost more than the whole half-dozen of you put together." "She was more worth it," said Ethel. "Her music and drawings are first rate." Harry was frantic about her singing last time he was at home. One evening when Mrs. Anderson abused his good nature and got him to a tea party, I began to be afraid of the consequences. "Pish!" said the doctor. "And really they kept her there to enable her to educate her sister," said Ethel. "The last time I called on poor Mrs. Ward, she told me all about it, apologizing in the pretty way mothers do, saying she was looking forward to Averil's coming home, but that while she profited so much, they felt it due to her to give her every advantage, and did not, I think, with my experience, that it was all so much for the little one's benefit? I assured her, from my personal experience, that ignorance is a terrible thing in governessing one's sisters. Poor thing! And Averil had only come home this very Easter. And with everything to learn, in such a scene as that! The first day, when only the boys were ill, there sat the girl, dabbling with her watercolors, and her petticoats reaching half across the room, looking like a milliner's daughter, and neither she nor her poor mother dreaming of her doing a useful matter. "Who is spiteful now, Papa?" "That's all envy at not having such an accomplished daughter. When she came out in time of need so grandly, and showed all a woman's instinct—" "Woman's nonsense! Instinct is for irrational brutes, and the more you cultivate a woman, the less she has of it, unless you work up her practical common sense too. Someone said she made a wonderful nurse." "Wonderful? Perhaps so, considering her opportunities, and she does better with Spencer than with me. I may have called her to order impatiently, for she is nervous with me, loses her head, and knocks everything down with her petticoats. Then, not a word to anyone, Ethel, but imagine her perfect blindness to her poor mother's state all yesterday, and last night, not even calling Burton to look at her. Why, those 10 hours may have made all the difference." "Poor thing, how is she getting on now?" "Concentrated upon Leonard, too much stunned to admit another idea, no tears, hardly full comprehension. One can't take her away, and she can't bear not to do everything, and yet one can't trust her any more than a child." "As she is," said Ethel, "but as she won't be any longer. And the 2 little ones?" "It breaks one's heart to see them, just able to sit by their nursery fire, murmuring in that weary, resigned, sick child's voice, 'I wish nurse would come. I wish sister would come. I wish mamma would come.' I went up to them the last thing, and told them how it was, and let them cry themselves to sleep. That was the worst business of all. Ethel, are they too big for Mary to dress some dolls for them?" "I will try to find out their taste the first thing tomorrow," said Ethel. "At any rate, we can help them, if not poor Averil." Ethel, however, was detained at home to await Dr. Spencer's visit, and Mary, whose dreams had all night been haunted by the thought of the 2 little nursery prisoners, entreated to go with her father and see what could be done for them. Off they set together, Mary with a basket in her hand, which was replenished at the toy shop in Minster Street, with 2 china face dolls, and a little farther on, parted with a couple of rolls, interspersed with strata of cold beef and butter, to a household of convalescents in the stage for kitchen physic. Passing the school, still taking its enforced holiday, the father and daughter traversed the bridge and entered the growing suburb known as Bankside, where wretched cottages belonging to needy, grasping proprietors formed an uncomfortable contrast to the villa residences interspersed among them. One of these, with a well-kept lawn, daintily adorned with the newest pines and ornamental shrubs, and with sheets of glass glaring in the sun from the gardens at the back, was the house that poor Mr. and Mrs. Ward had bought and beautified, because it was so much better for the children to be out of the town. The tears sprang into Mary's eyes at the veiled windows, and the unfeeling contrast of the spring glow of flowering thorn, lilac, laburnum, and above all, the hard, flashing brightness of the glass. But tears were so unlike Ethel that Mary always was ashamed of them and disposed of them quietly. They rang, but in vain. 2 of the servants were ill, and all in confusion, and after waiting a few moments among the azaleas in the glass porch, Dr. May admitted himself and led the way upstairs with silent footfalls, Mary following with breath held back. A voice from an open door called, "Is that Dr. May?" And he paused to look in and say, "I'll be with you in 1 minute, Henry. How is Leonard?" "No worse, they tell me. I say, Dr. May." "1 moment," and turning back to Mary, he pointed along a dark passage. "Up there, first door to the right. You can't mistake," then disappeared, drawing the door after him. Much discomfited, Mary nevertheless plunged bravely on, concluding, there, to be up a narrow uncarpeted stair, with a nursery wicket at the top, in undoing which, she was relieved of all doubts and scruples by a melancholy little duet from within. "Mary, Mary, we want our breakfast. We want to get up. Mary, Mary, do come. Please come." She was instantly in what might ordinarily have been a light, cheerful room, but which was in all the dreariness of gray cinders, exhausted nightlight, curtained windows, and fragments of the last meal. In each of 2 cane cribs was sitting up a forlorn child, with loose locks of disheveled hair, pale thin cheeks glazed with tears, staring eyes, and mouths rounded with amaze at the apparition. One dropped down and hid under the bedclothes. The other remained transfixed as her visitor advanced, saying, "Well, my dear, you called Mary, and here I am." "Not our own Mary," said the child, distrustfully. "See if I can't be your own Mary." "You can't. You can't give us our breakfast." "Oh, I am so hungry!" from the other crib, and both burst into the feeble sobs of exhaustion. Recovering from fever and still fasting at 9:30. Mary was aghast and promised an instant supply. "Don't go!" and a bird-like little hand seized her on either side. "Mary never came to bed, and nobody has been here all the morning, and we can't bear to be alone." "I was only looking for the bell." "It is of no use. Minna did jump out and ring, but nobody will come." Mary made an ineffectual experiment, and then persuaded the children to let her go by assurances of a speedy return. She sped down, brimming over with pity and indignation, to communicate to her father this cruel neglect, and, as she passed Henry Ward's door, and heard several voices, she ventured on a timid summons of "Papa," but, finding it unheard, she perceived that she must act for herself. Going downstairs, she tried the sitting-room doors, hoping that breakfast might be laid out there, but all were locked, and at last she found her way to the lower regions, guided by voices and eager tones of subdued gossip. There, in the glow of the huge red fire, stood a well-covered table, surrounded by cook, charwoman, and their cavaliers, discussing a pile of hot buttered toast, to which the little kitchen maid was contributing large rounds, toasted at the fire. Mary's eyes absolutely flashed as she said, "The children have had no breakfast." "I beg your pardon, ma'am," and the cook rose, "but it is the nursemaid that takes up the young ladies' meals." Mary did not listen to the rest. She was desperate, and pouncing on the bread with one hand, and the butter with the other, ran away with them to the nursery, set them down, and rushed off for another raid. She found that the commotion she had excited was resulting in the preparation of a tray. "I am sure, ma'am, I am very sorry," said the cook, insisting on carrying the kettle, "but we are in such confusion, and the nursemaid, whose place it is, has been up most of the night with Mr. Leonard, and must have just dropped asleep somewhere, and I was just giving their breakfast to the undertaker's young men, but I'll call her directly, ma'am." "Oh, no, on no account. I am sure she ought to sleep," said Mary. "It was only because I found the little girls quite starving that I came down. I will take care of them now. Don't wake her, pray. Only I hope," and Mary looked beseechingly, "that they will have something good for their dinner. Poor little things." Cook was entirely pacified, and talked about roast chicken, and presently the little sisters were sitting up in their beds, each in her wrapper, being fed by turns with delicately buttered slices, Mary standing between like a mother bird feeding her young, and pleased to find the eyes grow brighter and less hollow, the cheeks less wan, the voices less thin and pippy, and a little laugh breaking out when she mistook Minna for Ella. While tidying the room, she was assailed with entreaties to call their Mary and let them get up. They were so tired of bed. She undertook to be still their Mary, and made them direct her to the housemaid's stores, went down on her knees at the embers, and so dealt with matches, chips, and coal that to her own surprise and pride a fire was evoked. "But," said Ella, "I thought you were a Miss May." "So I am, my dear." "But ladies don't light fires," said Minna, in open-eyed perplexity. "Oh!" exclaimed the younger sister, "you know Henry said he did not think any of the Miss Mays were first-rate, and that our Ave beat them all to nothing." The elder, Minna, began hushing, and it must be confessed that honest Mary was not superior to a certain crimson flush of indignation as she held her head into the grate and thought of Ethel, Flora, and Blanche, criticized by Mr. Henry Ward. Little ungrateful chit! No, it was not a matter of laughing, but of forgiveness, and the assertion of the dignity of usefulness was speedily forgotten in the toilette of the small light skin and bone frames, in the course of which she received sundry compliments. Her hands were so nice and soft. She did not pull their hair like their own Mary. They wished she always dressed them. The trying moment was when they asked if they might kneel at her lap for their prayers. To Mary, the 12 years seemed as nothing since her first prayers after the day of terror and bereavement, and her eyes swam with tears as the younger girl unthinkingly rehearsed her wonted formula, and the elder, clinging to her, whispered gravely, "Please, what shall I say?" With full heart, and voice almost unmanageable, Mary prompted the few simple words that had come to her in that hour of sorrow. She looked up, from stooping to the child's ear, to see her father at the door, gazing at them with face greatly moved. The children greeted him fondly, and he sat down with one on each knee, and caressed them as he looked them well over, drawing out their narration of the wonderful things she had done, the fingers pointing to designate who she was. His look at her over his spectacles made Mary's heart bound and feel compensated for whatever Mr. Henry Ward might say of her. When the children had finished their story, he beckoned her out of the room, promising them that he would not keep her long. "Well done, Molly," he said, smiling. "It is well to have daughters good for something. You had better stay with them till that poor maid has had her sleep out and can come to them." "I should like to stay with them all day, only that Ethel must want me." "You had better go home by dinner time, that Ethel may get some air. Perhaps I shall want one of you in the evening to be with them at the time of the funeral." "So soon?" "Yes, it must be. Better for all, and Henry is glad it should be so. He is out on the sofa today, but he is terribly cut up." "And Leonard?" "I see some improvement. Burden does not, but I think with Heaven's good mercy we may drag him through. The pulse is rather better. Now I must go. You'll not wait dinner for me." Mary spent the next hour in amusing the children by the fabrication of the doll's wardrobe, and had made them exceedingly fond of her, so that there was a very poor welcome when their own Mary at length appeared, much shocked at the duration of her own slumbers, and greatly obliged to Miss May. The little girls would scarcely let Mary go, though she pacified them by an assurance that she or her sister would come in the evening. "Don't let it be your sister. You come and finish our doll's frocks." And they hung about her, kissing her and trying to extract a promise. After sharing the burthen of depression, it was strange to return home to so different a tone of spirits when she found Aubrey installed in Ethel's room as his parlor, very white and weak, but overflowing with languid fun. There was grief and sympathy for the poor Wards, and anxious inquiries for Leonard, but it was not sorrow brought visibly before him, and after the decorous space of commiseration, the smiles were bright again, and Mary heard how her father had popped in to boast of his daughter being as good as a housemaid, or as Miss What's-her-name, and her foray into the kitchen was more diverting to Aubrey than she was as yet prepared to understand. Running away with the buttered toast from under the nose of a charwoman! Let Harry never talk of taking a Chinese battery after that! Her incapacity of perceiving that the deed was either valiant or ludicrous, entertaining him particularly. It had evidently hit the medium between the sublime and ridiculous. When evening came, Mary thought it Ethel's privilege to go, as the most efficient friend and comforter. But Ethel saw that her sister's soul was with the Wards, and insisted that she should go on as she had begun. "Oh, Ethel, that was only with the little ones. Now you would be of use to poor Averill." "And why should not you, and of more use?" "You know I am only good for small children. But if you tell me—" "You provoking girl," said Ethel. "All I tell you is, that you are 23 years old, and I won't tell you anything, nor assist your unwholesome desire to be second fiddle." "I don't know what you mean, Ethel. Of course you always tell me what to do, and how to do it." Ethel quite laughed now, but gave up the contest, only saying, as she finally smoothed back a little refractory lock on Mary's smooth, open brow, "Very well then, go and do whatever comes to hand at Bankside, my dear. I do really want to stay at home, both on Aubrey's account and because Papa says Dr. Spencer is done up, and that I must catch him and keep him quiet this evening." Mary was satisfied in her obedience, and set off with her father. Just as they reached Bankside, a gig drove up containing the fattest old man she had ever beheld. Her father whispered that it was old Mr. Axworthy, and sent her at once to the nursery, where she was welcomed with a little shriek of delight, each child bounding in her small armchair and pulling her down between them on the floor for convenience of double hugging, after which she was required to go on with the doll dressing. Mary could not bear to do this while the knell was vibrating on her ear, and the 2 coffins being borne across the threshold. So she gathered the orphans within her embrace as she sat on the floor, and endeavored to find out how much they understood of what was passing, and whether they had any of the right thoughts. It was rather disappointing. The little sisters had evidently been well and religiously taught, but they were too childish to dwell on thoughts of awe or grief, and the small minds were chiefly fixed upon the dolls as the one bright spot in the dreary day. Mary yielded and worked and answered their chatter till twilight came on, and the rival Mary came up to put them to bed, an operation in which she gave her assistance, almost questioning if she were not forgotten, but she learned that her father was still in the house, the nurse believed looking at papers in Mr. Henry's room with the other gentlemen. "And you will sit by us while we go to sleep? Oh, don't go away!" The nurse was thankful to her for so doing, and a somewhat graver mood had come over Minna as she laid her head on her pillow, for she asked the difficult question, "Can Mamma see us now?" which Mary could only answer with a tender "Perhaps," and an attempt to direct the child to the thought of the Heavenly Father. And then Minna asked, "Who will take care of us now?" "Oh, will you?" cried Ella, sitting up, and both little maids, holding out their arms, made a proffer of themselves to be her little children. They would be so good if she would let them be. Mary could only fondle and smile it off, and put them in mind that they belonged to their brother and sister. But the answer was, "Ave is not so nice as you. Oh, do let us." "But I can't, my dears. I am Dr. May's child, you know. What could I say to him?" "Oh, but Dr. May wouldn't mind. I know he wouldn't mind. Mamma says there was never any one so fond of little children, and he is such a dear, good old gentleman." Mary had not recognized him as an old gentleman at 58, and did not like it at all. She argued on the impracticability of taking them from their natural protectors, and again tried to lead them upwards, finally betaking herself to the repetition of hymns, which put them to sleep. She had spent some time in sitting between them in the summer darkness, when there was a low tap, and opening the door she saw her father. Indicating that they slept, she followed him out, and a whispered conference took place as he stood below her on the stairs, their heads on a level. "Tired, Mary? I have only just got rid of old Axworthy." "The nurse said you were busy with papers in Henry's room." "Aye, the will. Henry behaves very well, and is full of right feeling. Poor fellow!" "What becomes of those dear little girls? They want to make themselves a present to me and say they know you would like it." "So I should, the darlings! Well, as things are left, it all goes to Henry, except the 10,000 pounds Ward had insured his life for, which divides between the 5. He undertakes, most properly, to make them a home. Whether in this house or not is another thing. He and Averill will look after them, and he made a most right answer when Mr. Axworthy offered to take Leonard into his office," proceeded the communicative doctor, unable to help pouring himself out, in spite of time and place, as soon as he had a daughter to himself. "Settle nothing now, education not finished, but privately he tells me he believes his mother would as soon have sent Leonard to the hulks as to that old rascal, and the scamp, his grandnephew." Mary's answer to this, as his tones became incautiously emphatic, was a glance round all the attic doors, lest they should have ears. "Now then, do you want to get home?" said the doctor, a little rebuked. "Oh no, not if there is anything I can do. I want to get this girl away from Leonard. He has just come to the stage when it all turns on getting him off to sleep quietly and not disturbing him, and she is too excited and restless to do anything with her. She has startled him twice already, and then gets upset, tired out, poor thing, and will end in being hysterical if she does not get fed and rested, and then we shall be done for. Now I want you to take charge of her. See, here's her room, and I have ordered up some tea for her. You must get her quieted down, make her have a tolerable meal, and when she has worked off her excitement, put her to bed, undressed, mind, and you might lie down by her. If you can't manage her, call me. That's Leonard's door, and I shall be there all night. But don't if you can help it. Can you do this? Or must I get Miss, what do you call her? The elder one, if she can leave the Greens in Randall's Alley?" Well was it that Mary's heart was stout as well as tender, and instead of mentally magnifying the task and diminishing her own capabilities, she simply felt that she had received a command, and merely asked that Ethel should be informed. "I'm going to send up to her." "And shall I give Averill anything to take?" "Mutton chops, if you can." "I meant sal volatile, or anything to put her to sleep." "Nonsense! I hate healthy girls drugging themselves. You don't do that at home, Mary." Mary showed her white teeth in a silent laugh at the improbability there being nothing Ethel more detested than what she rather rudely called nervous quackeries. Her father gave her a kiss of grateful approbation and was gone. There was a light on the table and preparations for tea, and Mary looked round the pretty room, where the ornamental paper, the flowery chintz furniture, the shining brass of the bedstead, the frilled muslin toilet, and etceteras, were more luxurious than what she ever saw, except when visiting with Flora, and so new as to tell a tale of the mother's fond preparation for the return of the daughter from school. In a few moments she heard her father saying, in a voice as if speaking to a sick child, "Yes, I promise you, my dear. Be good, be reasonable, and you shall come back in the morning. No, you can't go there. Henry is going to bed. Here is a friend for you. Now, Mary, don't let me see her till she has slept." Mary took the other hand, and between them they placed her in an armchair, whose shining, fresh, white ground and gay rose pattern contrasted with her heated, rumpled, overwatched appearance, as she sank her head on her hand, not noticing either Mary's presence or the doctor's departure. Mary stood doubtful for a few seconds, full of pity and embarrassment, trying to take in the needs of the case. Averill Ward was naturally a plump, well-looking girl of 18, with clearly cut features, healthy, highly colored complexion, and large, bright hazel eyes, much darker than her profuse and glossy hair, which was always dressed in the newest and most stylish fashion, which, as well as the whole air of her dress and person, was, though perfectly ladylike, always regarded by the Stoneborough world as something on the borders of presumption on the part of the entire Ward family. To Mary's surprise, the 5 weeks' terrible visitation and these last fearful 5 days of sleepless exertion and bereavement had not faded the bright red of the cheek, nor were there signs of tears, though the eyes looked bloodshot. Indeed, there was a purple tint about the eyelids and lips, a dried-up appearance, and a heated, oppressed air, as if the faculties were deadened and burnt up, though her hand was cold and trembling. Her hair, still in its elaborate arrangement, hung loose, untidy, untouched. Her collar and sleeves were soiled and tumbled. Her dress, with its inconvenient machinery of inflation, looked wretched from its incongruity and the stains on the huge hanging sleeves. Not a moment could have been given to the care of her own person, since the sole burthen of nursing had so grievously and suddenly descended on her. Mary's first instinct was to pour out some warm water, and bringing it with a sponge to say, "Would not this refresh you?" Averill moved petulantly, but the soft, warm stream was so grateful to her burning brow that she could not resist. She put her head back, and submitted like a child to have her face bathed, saying, "Thank you." Mary then begged to remove her tight, heavy dress, and make her comfortable in her dressing gown. "Oh, I can't. Then I could not go back." "Yes, you could. This is quite a dress. Besides, one can move so much more quietly without crinoline." "I didn't think of that," and she stood up and unfastened her hooks. "Perhaps Dr. May would let me go back now," as a mountain of mohair and scarlet petticoat remained on the floor, unborne by an overgrown steel mousetrap. "Perhaps he will by and by, but he said you must sleep first." "Sleep? I can't sleep. There's no one but me. I couldn't sleep." "Then at least let me try to freshen you up. There, you don't know what good it used to do my sister Blanche for me to brush her hair. I like it." And Mary obtained a dreamy, soothed submission, so that she almost thought she was brushing her victim to sleep in her chair, before the maid came up with the viands that Dr. May had ordered. "I can't eat that," said Averill, with almost disgust. "Take it away." "Please don't," said Mary. "Is that the way you use me, Miss Ward, when I come to drink tea with you?" "Oh, I beg your pardon," was the mechanical answer. Mary, having made the long hair glossy once more into a huge braid and knotted it up, came forth and insisted that they were to be comfortable over their grilled chicken's legs. She was obliged to make her own welcome and entertain her hostess, and strenuously she worked, letting the dry lips imbibe a cup of tea before she attempted the solids. Then, coaxing and commanding, she gained her point, and succeeded in causing a fair amount of provisions to be swallowed, after which Averill seemed more inclined to linger in enjoyment of the liquids, as though the feverish restlessness were giving place to a sense of fatigue and need of repose. "This is all wrong," said she, with a faint bewildered smile, as Mary filled up her cup for her. "I ought to be treating you as guest, Miss May." "Oh, don't call me Miss May. Call me Mary. Think me a sister. You know I have known something of like trouble, only I was younger, and I had my sisters." "I do not seem to have felt anything yet," said Averill, passing her hands over her face. "I seem to be made of stone." "You have done, and that is better than feeling." "Done? And how miserably! Oh, the difference it might have made if I had been a better nurse!" "Papa and Dr. Spencer both say you have been a wonderful nurse, considering—" The last word came out before Mary was aware. "Oh, Dr. May has been so kind and so patient with me, I shall never forget it. Even when I scalded his fingers with bringing him that boiling water, but I always do wrong when he is there, and now he won't let me go back to Leonard." "But, Averill, the best nurse in the world can't hold out forever. People must sleep, and make themselves fit to go on." "Not when there is only one," and she gasped. "All the more reason when there is but one. Perhaps it is because you are tired out that you get nervous and agitated. You will be quite different after a rest." "Are you sure?" whispered Averill, with her eyes rounded. "Are you sure that is all the reason?" "What do you mean?" said Mary. Averill drew in her breath and squeezed both hands tight on her chest as she spoke very low. "They sent me away from Mama. They told me Papa wanted me. Then they sent me from him. They said I was better with Leonard. And I said to myself, nothing should make me leave Leonard. It was not Papa, my father, that sent you without telling you," said Mary confidently. "No," said Averill. No, I have heard him say that he would take all risks rather than deceive anybody, said Mary eagerly. I have heard him and Dr. Spencer argue about what they call pious frauds, and he always said they were want of faith. You may trust him. He told me Leonard was in the state when calm sleep was chiefly wanted. I know he would think it cruel not to call you if there were need, and I do not believe there will be need. Something like this was reiterated in different forms, and though April never regularly yielded, yet as they sat on, there came pauses in the conversation, when Mary saw her nodding, and after one or two vibrations in her chair, she looked up with lustreless, glassy eyes. Mary took one of these semi-waking moments, and in the tone of caressing authority that had been already found effectual, said she must sleep in bed, took no notice of the murmur of refusal, but completed the undressing, and fairly deposited her in her bed. Mary's scrupulous conscience was distressed at having thus led to the omission of all evening orisons, but if her own simple-hearted loving supplications at the orphan's bedside could compensate for their absence, she did her utmost. Then, as both the room door and that of the sick chamber had been left open, she stole into the passage where she could see her father, seated at the table, and telegraphed to him a sign of her success. He durst not move, but he smiled and nodded satisfaction, and Mary, after tidying the room and considering with herself, took off her more cumbrous garments, wrapped herself in a cloak, and lay down beside Averill, not expecting to sleep, but passing to thoughts of Harry and of that 23rd Psalm, which they had agreed to say at the same hour every night. By how many hours was Harry beforehand with her? That was a calculation that to Mary was always like the beads of the chaplain of Nordham Castle. Certain it is that after she had seen Harry lighting a fire to broil chickens' legs in a Chinese temple, under the willow-patterned cannonball tree, and heard Henry Ward saying it was not like a lieutenant in the Navy, she found herself replying, "Use before gentility," and in the enunciation of this, her first moral sentiment, discovered that it was broad daylight. What o'clock it was she could not guess. Averill was sound asleep, breathing deeply and regularly, so that it was a pleasure to listen to her, and Mary did not fear wakening her by a shoeless voyage of discovery to the place whence Dr. May was visible. He turned at once, and with his noiseless tread came to her. Asleep still? So is he. All right. Here, waken me the moment he stirs. And rather by sign than word, he took Mary into the sick room, indicated a chair, and laid himself on a sofa, where he was instantaneously sound asleep, before his startled daughter had quite taken everything in. But she had only to glance at his haggard, wearied face, to be glad to be there, so as to afford him even a few moments of vigorous slumber with all his might. In some awe, she looked round, not venturing to stir hand or foot. Her chair was in the full draught of the dewy morning breeze, so chilly that she drew her shawl tightly about her, but she knew that this had been an instance of her father's care, and if she wished to make the slightest move, it was only to secure a fuller view of the patient, from whom she was half cut off by a curtain at the foot of the bed. A sort of dread, however, made Mary gaze at everything round her before she brought her eyes upon him. Her father's watch on the table, indicating 10 minutes to 4, the minster tower in the rising sunlight, nay, the very furniture of the room, and Dr. May's position, before she durst familiarize herself with Leonard's appearance, he whom she had last seen as a sturdy, ruddy, healthful boy, looking able to outweigh 2 of his friend Aubrey. The original disease had long since passed into typhus, and the scarlet eruption was gone, so that she only saw a yellow whiteness that, marked by the blue veins of the bared temples, was to her mind death-like. Mary had not been sheltered from taking part in scenes of suffering. She had seen sickness and death in cottages, as well as in her own home, and she had none of the fanciful alarms, either of novelty or imagination, to startle her in the strange watch that had so suddenly been thrust on her. But what did fill her with a certain apprehension was the new and lofty beauty of expression that sat on that sleeping countenance. A nice boy, rather a handsome lad, a boy of ingenuous face, they had always called Leonard Ward when animated with health and spirits, and the friendship between him and Aubrey had been encouraged, but without thinking of him as more than an ordinary lad of good style. Now, however, to Mary's mind, the broad brow and wasted features in their rest had assumed a calm nobility that was like those of Ethel's favorite champions, those who conquered by suffering and being strong. She looked and listened for the low regular breath, almost doubting at one moment whether it still were drawn, then only reassured by its freedom and absence from effort, that it was not soon to pass away. There was something in that look as if death must set his seal on it, rather than as if it could return to the flush of health, and the struggle and strife of schoolboy life and of manhood. More than an hour had passed, and all within the house was as still as ever, and through the window there only came such sounds as seemed like audible silence, the twittering of birds, the humming of bees, the calls of boys in distant fields, the faraway sound of wagon wheels, when there was a slight move, and Mary, in the tension of all her faculties, had well nigh started, but restrained herself, and as she saw the half-closed fingers stretch, and the head turn, she leant forward and touched her father's hand. Dr. May was on his feet even before those brown eyes of Leonard's had had time to unclose, and as Mary was silently moving to the door, he made a sign to her to wait. She stood behind the curtain. "You are better for your sleep." "Yes, thank you, much better." The doctor signed towards a tray which stood by a spirit lamp on a table in the further corner. Mary silently brought it, and as quietly obeyed the finger that directed her to cordial and spoon, well knowing the need, since that unserviceable right arm always made these operations troublesome to her father. "Have you been here all night, Dr. May?" "Yes, and very glad to see you sleeping so well." "Thank you," and there was something that made Mary's eyes dazzle with tears in the tone of that "thank you." The doctor held out his hand for the spoon she had prepared, and there was another "thank you." Then, "Is Abe there?" "No, I made her go to bed. She is quite well, but she wanted sleep sorely." "Thank you, again," said the boy. Then with a moment's pause, "Dr. May, tell me now." Mary would have fled as breaking treacherously in upon such tidings, but a constraining gesture of her father obliged her to remain and keep the cordial ready for immediate administration. "My dear, I believe you know," said Dr. May, bending over him, and Mary well knew what the face must be saying. "Both?" the faint tones asked. "Recollect the sorrow that they have been spared," said Dr. May, in his lowest, tenderest tones, putting his hand out behind him and signing to Mary for the cordial. She could not have borne it, and the feebleness of those words made Mary eager to put the spoon once more into her father's hands. "That is right, my boy. Think of their being together," and Mary heard tears in her father's voice. "Thank you," again showed that the cordial was swallowed, then a pause, and in a quiet, sad, low tone, "Poor Abe. Your mending is the best thing for her." Then came a long sigh, and then, after a pause, the doctor knelt down and said the Lord's Prayer, the orphan's prayer, as so many have felt it in the hour of bereavement. All was quite still, and both he and Mary knelt on for some short space. Then he arose in guarded stillness, hastily wiped away the tears that were streaming over his face, and holding back the curtain, showed Mary the boy, again sunk into that sweet, refreshing sleep. "That is well over," he said, with a deep sigh of relief, when they had moved to a safe distance. "Poor fellow! He had better become used to the idea while he is too weak to think." "He is better?" asked Mary, repressing her agitation with difficulty. "I believe the danger is over, and you may tell his sister so when she wakes." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 3 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 3. And a heart at leisure from itself, to soothe and sympathize. Miss Waring. Recovery had fairly set in, and better was a universal bulletin, eating and drinking the prevailing remedy. Henry Ward had quickly thrown off his illness. The sense that all depended on him acted as a stimulus to his energies. He was anxious to be up and doing, and in a few days was downstairs, looking over his father's papers and making arrangements. He was eager and confident, declaring that his sisters should never want a home while he lived, and, when he first entered his brother's room, his effusion of affection overwhelmed Leonard in his exceeding weakness, and the thought of which during the rest of the day often brought tears to his eyes. Very grateful to Dr. May, Henry declared himself anxious to abide by his advice, and discussed with him all his plans. There had been no will, but the house and land, of course, were Henry's. The other property gave about £2,000 to each of the family, and Ethel had about as much again from the old aunt, from whom she had taken her peculiar name. The home of all should, of course, still be their present one. Ethel would teach her sisters, and superintend the house, and Leonard continue at the school, where he had a fair chance of obtaining the Randall Scholarship in the course of a year or two. And if not, said Henry, he may still not lose his university education. My father was proud of Leonard, and if he would have sent him there, why should not I? And when Dr. May thought how his own elder sons had insisted on greater advantages of education for their juniors than they had themselves enjoyed, he felt especially fatherly towards the young surgeon. On only one point was he dissatisfied, and that he could not press. He thought the establishment at Bankside too expensive, and counseled Henry to remove into the town, and let the house. But this was rejected on the argument of the uncertainty of finding a tenant, and the inexpediency of appearing less prosperous, and considering that Mr. and Mrs. Ward had themselves made the place, Dr. May thought his proposal hard-hearted. He went about impressing everyone with his confidence in Henry Ward, and fought successfully at the Board of Guardians to have him considered as a continuation of his father, instead of appointing a new Union doctor, and he watched with paternal solicitude that the young man's first return to his practice should be neither too soon for his own health or his patient's fears, giving him no exhortation more earnest, nor more thankfully accepted, than that he was to let no scruple prevent his applying to himself in the slightest difficulty, calling him in to pauper patients, and privately consulting in cases which could not be visited gratis. The patronage of Henry Ward was one of the hobbies that Dr. May specially loved, and he cantered off upon it with vehemence such as he had hardly displayed for years. Aubrey recovered with the tardiness of a weakly constitution, and was long in even arriving at a drive in the brougham, for Dr. May had set up a brougham. As long as Hector Earnscliffe's home was at Stoneborough, driving the doctor had been his privilege, and the old gig had been held together by diligent repairs, but when Maplewood claimed him, and Adams was laid aside by rheumatism, Flora would no longer be silenced, and preached respectability and necessity. Dr. May did not admit the plea, unless Adams were to sit inside and drive out of window, but then he was told of the impropriety of his daughter's going out to dinner in gigs, and the expense of flies. When Flora talked of propriety in that voice, the family might protest and grumble, but were always reduced to obedience, and thus Blanche's wedding had been the occasion of Ethel being put into a hoop, and the doctor into a brougham. He was better off under the tyranny than she was, in spite of the solitude he had bewailed. Young Adams was not the companion his father had been, and was no loss, and he owned that he now got through a great deal of reading, and at times a great deal of sleep, and mourned for nothing but his moon and stars, so romantic a regret that Dr. Spencer advised him not to mention it. After Aubrey's first drives, Dr. Spencer declared that the best way of invigorating him would be to send him for a month to the seaside, while the house could be thoroughly purified before Gertrude's return. Dr. Spencer and Mary would take care of Dr. May, and Ethel had begun to look forward to a tete-a-tete with Aubrey by the sea, which they had neither of them ever seen, when her anticipations were somewhat dashed by her father's exclaiming that it would be the best thing for Leonard Ward to go with them. She said something about his not being well enough to travel so soon. Oh, yes, he will, said Dr. May. He only wants stimulus to get on fast enough. I declare I'll ask Henry about it. I'm just going to meet him at the hospital. And before another word could be said, he let himself out at the back door of the garden, in which they had been meeting Richard, who was now allowed to come thus far, though both for Daisy's sake and his flock's, he had hitherto submitted to a rigorous quarantine, and the entire immunity of Coxmore from the malady was constantly adduced by each doctor as a convincing proof of his own theory. "Well, I do hope that will go off," exclaimed Ethel, as soon as her father was out of hearing. "It will be a terrible upset to all one's peace and comfort with Aubrey." "Indeed, what harm will the poor boy do?" asked Richard. "Make Aubrey into the mere shamefaced, sister-hating, commonplace creature that the collective boy thinks it due to himself to be in society," said Ethel, "and me from an enjoying sister and to an elderly, caretaking, despised spinster, a burden to myself and the boys." "But why, Ethel, can't you enjoy yourself?" "My dear Richard, just imagine turning loose a lot of boys and girls with no keeper to enjoy themselves in some wild sea place. No, no, the only way to give the arrangement any shade of propriety will be to be elderly, infuse as much vinegar as possible into my countenance, wear my spectacles, and walk at a staid pace up and down the parade, while my two sons disport themselves on the rocks." "If you really think it would not be proper," said Richard, rather alarmed, "I could run after my father." "Stuff, Richard. Papa must have his way, and if it is to do the boy good, I can sacrifice a crab. I mean myself, not a crustacean. I am not going to be such a selfish wretch as to make objections." "But if it would not be the correct thing? Or could not you get someone to stay with you?" "I can make it the correct thing. It is only to abstain from the fun I had hoped for. I meant to have been a girl, and now I must be a woman, that's all. And I dare say Aubrey will be the happier for it. Boys always are." "If you don't like it, I wish you would let me speak to Papa." "Richard, have you these 5 years been the safety valve for my murmurs without knowing what they amount to? I thought no one complained unless to get a thing remedied." "Exactly so. That is man, and experience never shows man that woman's growls relieve her soul, and that she dreads nothing more than their being acted on. All I wish is, that this scheme may die a natural death, but I should be miserable and deserve to be so if I raised a finger to hinder it. What, must you go? Rule Daisy's lines if she writes to Maida, please." "I did so. I have been trying to make her write straighter." "Of course you have. I expect I shall find her organ of order grow into a huge bump when she comes home. Oh, when will our poor remnants be once more a united family? And when shall I get into Coxmore School again?" When Dr. May came home, his plan was in full bloom. Henry had gratefully accepted it, and answered for his brother being able to travel by the next Monday, and Dr. May wanted Ethel to walk with him to Bankside and propose it there, talking it over with the sister and making it her own invitation. Ethel saw her fate and complied, her father talking eagerly all the way. "You see, Ethel, it is quite as much for his spirits as his health that I wish it. He is just the age that our Norman was." That was the key to a great deal. Ethel knew that her father had never admitted any of the many excuses for the neglect of Norman's suffering for the 3 months after his mother's death. But though it thrilled her all over, she was not prepared to believe that any one, far less any ward, could be of the same sensitive materials as Norman. To avoid answering, she went more than halfway by saying, "Don't you think I might ask those poor girls to come with him?" "By no manner of means," said the doctor, stopping short. "It is just what I want, to get him away from his sister. She minds nothing else, and if it were not for Mary, I don't know what the little ones would do. And as to Henry, he is very good and patient, but it is the way to prevent him from forming domestic tastes to have no mistress to his house. He will get into mischief, or Mary, if she does not mind what she is about." That must come to an end when Leonard is well and goes back to school. And that won't be till after the holidays. No, some break there must be. When he is gone, Mary can put her into the way of doing things. She is anxious to do right, and we shall see them do very well. But this poor boy, you know he has been always living at home while the others were away. He was very fond of his mother, and the first coming out of his room was more than he could bear. I must have him taken from home till he is well again, and able to turn to other things. And before Ethel's eyes came a vision of poor Mrs. Ward, leaning on her son's arm on Saturday afternoon walks, each looking fond and proud of the other. She felt her own hardness of heart, and warmed to the desire of giving comfort. Bankside was basking in summer sunshine, with small patches of shade round its young shrubs and trees, and a baking heat on the little porch. The maid believed Miss Ward was in the garden. Mr. Leonard had been taken out today, and the doctor moving on, they found themselves in the cool, pretty drawing-room, rather overcrowded with furniture and decoration, fresh and tasteful, but too much of it, and a contrast to the mazed mixture of the shabby and the curious, in the room that was so decidedly for use, and not for show. What arrested the attention was, however, the very sweetest singing Ethel had ever heard. The song was low and sad, but so intensely sweet that Dr. May held up his hand to silence all sound, and stood with unrestrained breath and moistened eyes. Ethel, far less sensitive to music, was nevertheless touched as she had never before been by sound, and the more as she looked through the window and saw in the shade of a walnut tree a sofa, at the foot of which sat Ava Ward in her deep mourning, her back to the window, so that only her young figure and the braids of her fair hair were to be seen, and beyond something prostrate, covered with wrappers. The sweet notes ended, Dr. May drew a deep sigh, wiped his spectacles, and went on. Ethel hung back, not to startle the invalid by the sight of a stranger, but as Ava rose, she saw him raising himself, with a brightening smile on his pale face, to hold out his hand to the doctor. In another minute Ava had come to her, shaken hands, and seated herself where she could best command a view of her brother. "I am glad to see him out of doors," said Ethel. "Henry was bent on it, but I think the air and the glare of everything is too much for him. He is so tired and oppressed." "I am sure he must like your singing," said Ethel. "It is almost the only thing that answers," said Averill, her eyes wistfully turning to the sofa. "He can't read, and doesn't like being read to." "It is very difficult to manage a boy's recovery," said Ethel. "They don't know how to be ill." "It is not that," replied the sister, as if she fancied censure implied, "but his spirits. Every new room he goes into seems to beat him down, and he lies and broods. If he could only talk!" "I know that so well," said Ethel. But to Averill the maid troubles were of old date, involved in the mists of childhood, and Ethel, seeing that her words were not taken as sympathy, continued, "Do not the little girls amuse him?" "Oh, no, they are too much for him, and I am obliged to keep them in the nursery. Poor little things! I don't know what we should do if your sister Mary were not so kind." "Mary is very glad," began Ethel confusedly. Then rushing into her subject, "Next week I am to take Aubrey to the seaside, and we thought if Leonard would join us, the change might be good for him." "Thank you," Averill answered, playing with her heavy jet watch guard. "You are very good, but I am sure he could not move so soon." "Ave," called Leonard at that moment, and Ethel, perceiving that she likewise was to advance, came forth in time to hear. "Oh, Ave, I am to go to the sea next week with Aubrey May and his sister. Won't it?" Then becoming aware of the visitor, he stopped short, threw his feet off the sofa, and stood up to receive her. "I can't let you come if you do like that," she said, shaking his long, thin hand, and he let himself down again, not, however, resuming his recumbent posture, and giving a slight but effective frown to silence his sister's entreaties that he would do so. He sat, leaning back as though exceedingly feeble, scarcely speaking, but his eyes eloquent with eagerness. And very fine eyes they were! Ethel remembered her own weariness, some 12 or 14 years back, of the raptures of her baby-loving sisters about those eyes. and now in the absence of the florid coloring of health, she was the more struck by the beauty of the deep liquid brown, of the blue tinge of the white, and of the lustrous light that resided in them, but far more by their power of expression, sometimes so soft and melancholy, at other moments earnest, pleading, and almost flashing with eagerness. It was a good mouth, too, perhaps a little inclined to sternness of mold about the jaw and chin, but that might have been partly from the absence of all softening roundness, aging the countenance for the time, just as illness had shrunk the usually sturdy figure. "Has Ethel told you of our plan?" asked Dr. May of the sister. "Yes," she hesitated, in evident confusion and distress. "You are all very kind, but we must see what Henry says." "I have spoken to Henry. He answers for our patching Leonard up for next week, and I have great faith in Dr. Neptune." Leonard's looks were as bright as Avril's were disturbed. Thank you very much, but can he possibly be well enough for the journey?" Leonard's eyes said, "I shall." "A week will do great things," said Dr. May, "and it is a very easy journey, only 4 hours railway and a 10 miles drive." Avril's face was full of consternation, and Leonard leant forward with hope dancing in his eyes. "You know the place," continued Dr. May, "Combe Hole, quite fresh and unhackneyed. It is just where Devon and Dorset meet. I am not sure in which county, but there's a fine beach and beautiful country. The Riverses found it out, and have been there every autumn, besides sending their poor little girl and her governess down when London gets too hot. Flora has written to the woman of the lodgings, she always has, and will lend them the maid she sends with little Margaret, so they will be in clover." "Is it not a very long way?" said Avril, thinking how long those 10 yards of lawn had seemed. "Not as things go," said Dr. May. "You want Dr. Spencer to reproach you with being a Stoneborough fungus. There are places in Wales nearer by the map, but without railway privilege, and as to a great gay place, they would all be sick of it." "Do you feel equal to it, as if you should like it, Leonard?" asked his sister in a trembling, would-be grateful voice. "Of all things," was the answer. Ethel thought the poor girl had suffered constraint enough, and that it was time to release the boy from his polite durance, so she rose to take leave, and again Leonard pulled himself upright to shake hands. "Indeed," said Ethel, when Avril had followed them into the drawing-room, "I am sorry for you. It would go very hard with me to make Aubrey over to anyone. But if you do trust him with me, I must come and hear all you wish me to do for him." "I cannot think that he will be able or glad to go when it comes to the point," said Avril, with a shaken tone. Dr. May was nearer than she thought, and spoke peremptorily. "Take care what you are about. You are not to worry him with discussions. If he can go, he will. If not, he will stay at home. But pros and cons are prohibited. Do you hear, Avril?" "Yes, very well." "Papa, you really are very cruel to that poor girl," were Ethel's first words outside. "Am I? I wouldn't be for worlds, Ethel, but somehow she always puts me in a rage. I wish I knew she was not worrying her brother at this moment." No, Avril was on the staircase, struggling, choking with the first tears she had shed. All this fortnight of unceasing vigilance and exertion, her eyes had been dry, for want of time to realize, for want of time to weep, and now she was ashamed that hurt feelings rather than grief had opened the fountain. She could not believe that it was not a cruel act of kindness to carry one so weak as Leonard away from home to the care of a stranger. She apprehended all manner of ill consequences, and then nursing him and regarding his progress as her own work had been the sedative to her grief, which would come on her like an armed man in the dreariness of his absence. Above all, she felt herself ill requited by his manifest eagerness to leave her, who had nursed him so devotedly, her, his own sister, for the stiff, plain Miss May whom he hardly knew. The blow from the favorite companion brother, so passionately watched and tended, seemed to knock her down, and Dr. May, with medical harshness, forbidding her the one last hope of persuading him out of the wild fancy, filled up the measure. Oh, those tears! How they would swell up at each throb of the wounded heart, at each dismal foreboding of the desponding spirit. But she had no time for them. Leonard must not be left alone, with no one to cover him up with his wrappers. The tears were strangled, the eyes indignantly dried. She ran out at the garden door. The sofa was empty. Had Henry come home and helped him in? She hurried on to the window. Leonard was alone in the drawing room, resting breathlessly on an ottoman within the window. "Dear Leonard, why didn't you wait for me?" "I thought I'd try what I could do. You see, I'm much stronger than we thought." And he smiled cheerfully as he helped himself by the furniture to another sofa. "I say, Abe, do just give me the map. The one in Bradshaw will do. I want to find this place." "I don't think there is a Bradshaw," said Ethel reluctantly. "Oh, yes, there is, behind the candlestick on the study chimney-piece." Very well. There were more tears to be gulped down, and perhaps they kept her from finding the book. "Where's the Bradshaw?" "I didn't see it." "I tell you, I know it was there. The left-hand candlestick, close to the letter weight. I'll get it myself." He was heaving himself up when Averill prevented him by hastening to a more real search, which speedily produced the book. Eagerly Leonard unfolded the map, making her steady it for his shaking hand and tracing the black-toothed lines. "There's Bridgeport, 10 miles from there. Can you see the name, Abe?" "No, it is not marked." "Never mind, I see where it is, and I can see it is a capital place, just in that little jag, with famous bathing. I wonder if they will stay long enough for me to learn to swim." "You are a good way from that, as yet," said poor Averill, her heart sinking lower and lower. "Oh, I shall be well at once when I get away from here." "I hope so." "Why, Ave," he cried, now first struck with her tone, "don't you know I shall?" "I don't know," she said, from the soreness of her heart, "but I can't tell how to trust you with strangers." "Strangers? You ungrateful child!" exclaimed Leonard indignantly. "Why, what have they been doing for you all this time?" "I am sure Miss May, at least, never came near us till today." "I'm very glad of it. I'm sick of everything and everybody I have seen." "Everybody?" That was the climax. Averill just held her tongue, but she rushed to her own room and wept bitterly and angrily. Sick of her after all her devotion! Leonard, the being she loved best in the world! And Leonard, distressed and hurt at the reception of his natural expression of the weariness of 7 weeks' sickness and sorrow, felt above all the want of his mother's ever-ready sympathy and soothing, and as if the whole world, here, there, and everywhere, would be an equally dreary waste. His moment of bright anticipation passed into heavy despondency, and turning his head from the light, he dropped asleep with a tear on his cheek. When he awoke it was at the sound of movements in the room, slow and cautious, out of regard to his slumbers, and voices, likewise low, at least one was low, the other that whisper of the inaudibility of which Averill could not be disabused. He lay looking for a few moments through his eyelashes, before exerting himself to move. Averill, her face still showing signs of recent tears, sat in a low chair, a book in her lap, talking to her brother Henry. Henry was of less robust frame than Leonard promised to be, and though on a smaller scale, was more symmetrically made and had more regular features than either his brother or sister, but his eyes were merely quick, lively black beads, without anything of the clear depths possessed by the others. His hair, too, was jet black, whereas theirs was a pale nut brown, and his whiskers, long and curling, so nearly met under his chin as to betray a strong desire that the hirsute movement should extend to the medical profession. Always point device and apparel, the dust on his boot did not prevent its perfect make from being apparent, and the entire sit of his black suit would have enabled a cursory glance to decide that it never came out of the same shop as Dr. May's. "Oh, Henry," were the words that he first heard distinctly. "It will be much better for everyone, himself and you included." "Yes, if nonsense. I tell you he will be quite well enough. See how well I am now, how fast I got on as soon as I took to tonics. Ha, Leonard, old fellow. What, awake? What do you say to this plan of old May's?" It is very kind of him, and I should be very glad if I am well enough. But next week is very soon," said Leonard, waking in the depression in which he had gone to sleep. "Oh, next week! That is as good as next year in a matter like this, as May agreed with me. Here, let us have your pulse. You have let him get low, Averill. A basin of good soup will put more heart into you, and you will feel ready for anything." "I have got on today," said Leonard, briskly raising himself as though the cheerful voice had been cordial in itself. "Of course you have, now that you have something to look forward to, and you will be in excellent hands. The very thing I wanted for you, though I could not see how to manage it. I am going to dress. I shall tell them to send in dinner, and if I am not down, I shall be in the nursery. You won't come in to dinner, Leonard?" "No," said Leonard, with a shudder. "I shall send you in some gravy soup, that you may thank me for. Ave never would order anything but boiled chickens for you, and forgets that other people ever want to eat. There will be a chance of making a housekeeper of her now." "How selfish," thought Averill, "to want to get rid of poor Leonard, that I may attend to his dinners." Yet Henry had spoken in perfect good humor. Henry came down with the little sister in each hand. They were his especial darlings, and with a touch of fatherly fondness he tried to compensate to them for their sequestration from the drawing-room, the consequence of Averill not having established her authority enough to keep their spirits from growing too riotous for Leonard's weakness. Indeed, their chatter was Henry's sole enlivenment, for Averill was constantly making excursions to ask what her patient would eat, and watch its success, and but for his pleasure in the little girls popping about him, he would have had a meal as dull as it was unsettled. As soon as the strawberries were eaten, he walked out through the window, with them clinging to him, and Averill returned to her post. "Some music, Ave," said Leonard, with an instinctive dread of her conversation. She knew her voice was past singing, and began one of her most renowned instrumental pieces, which she could play as mechanically as a musical box. "Not that jingling, airified thing," cried Leonard. "I want something quiet and refreshing. There's an evening hymn that the Mays have." "The Mays know nothing of music," said Averill. "Stay, this is it," and he whistled a few bars. "That old thing? Of course I know that. We had it every Sunday at Brighton." She began it, but her eyes were full of tears, partly because she hated herself for the irritation she had betrayed. She was a sound, good, honest-hearted girl, but among all the good things she had learned at Brighton had not been numbered the art of ruling her own spirit. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 4 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 4. Griefs hidden in the mind like treasures will turn with time to solemn pleasures. On the Monday morning, the two convalescents shook hands in the waiting room at the station, surveying each other rather curiously, while Ethel, trying to conquer her trepidation, gave manifold promises to Averill of care and correspondence. Dr. Spencer acted escort, being far more serviceable on the railway than his untraveled friend, whose lame arm, heedless head, and aptitude for missing trains and mistaking luggage made him a charge rather than an assistant. He was always happiest among his patients at home, and the world was still ill enough to employ him so fully that Ethel hoped to be less missed than usual. Indeed, she believed that her absence would be good in teaching him Mary's full-grown worth, and Mary would be in the full glory of notability in the purification of the house. The change was likewise for Dr. Spencer's good. He had almost broken down in the height of the labor, and still looked older and thinner for it, and after one night at Combe, he was going to refresh himself by one of his discursive tours. He was in high spirits and the pink of courtesy, extremely flattered by the charge of Ethel, and making her the ostensible object of his attention, to the relief of the boys, who were glad to be spared the sense of prominent invalidism. The change was delightful to them. Aubrey was full of life and talk, and sat gazing from the window as if the line from Stoneborough to Whitford presented a succession of novelties. "What's that old place on the river there, with crow-step gables and steep roofs, like a Flemish picture?" "Don't you know?" said Leonard. "It is the Ventry Mill, where my relative lives, that wants to make a dusty miller of me." "No fear of that, old fellow," said Aubrey, regarding him in some dismay. "You've got better things to grind at." "Aye, even if I don't get the Randall next time, I shall be sure of it another." "You'll have it next." "I don't know. Here is a quarter clean gone, and the other fellows will have got before me." "Oh, but most of them have had a spell of fever." "Yes, but they have not had it so thoroughly," said Leonard. "My memory is not properly come back yet, and your father says I must not try it too soon." "That's always his way," said Aubrey. "He would not let Ethel so much as pack up my little Homer." Leonard's quick, furtive glance at Ethel was as if he suspected her of having been barely prevented from torturing him. "Oh, it was not her doing," said Aubrey. "It was I. I thought Tom would find me gone back. And, you know, we must keep up together, Leonard, and be entered at St. John's at the same time." For Aubrey devoutly believed in Tom's college at Cambridge, which had recovered all Dr. May's allegiance. The extra brightness was not of long duration. It was a very hot day, such as exactly suited the salamander nature of Dr. Spencer. But the carriage became like an oven. Aubrey curled himself up in a corner and went to sleep, but Leonard's look of oppressed resignation grieved Ethel, and the blue blinds made him look so livid that she was always fancying him fainting, and then his shyness was dreadful. It was impossible to elicit from him anything but, "No, thank you." He did nearly faint when they left the train, and while Aubrey was eagerly devouring the produce of the refreshment room, had to lie on a bench under Dr. Spencer's charge, for Ethel's approach only brought on a dangerous spasm of politeness. How she should get on with him for a month passed her imagination. There was a fresher breeze when they drove out of the station, up a Dorset ridge of hill, steep, high, terraced and bleak, but it was slow climbing up, and everyone was baked and weary before the summit was gained, and the descent commenced. Even then, Ethel, sitting backwards, could only see height develop above height, all green and scattered with sheep, or here and there an unfenced turnip field, the road stretching behind like a long white ribbon, and now and then descending between steep chalk cuttings and slopes, down which the carriage slowly scooped on its drag, leaving a broad blue flecked trail. Dr. Spencer was asleep, hat off, and the wind lifting his snowy locks, and she wished the others were, but Aubrey lamented on the heat and the length, and Leonard leant back in his corner, past lamentation. Down, down! The cuttings were becoming precipitous cliffs. The drag made dismal groans. Aubrey, after a great slip forward, looking injured, anchored himself, with his feet against the seat, by Ethel, and Dr. Spencer was effectually wakened by an involuntary forward plunge of his opposite neighbor. "Can this be safe?" quoth Ethel. "Should not some of us get out?" "Much you know of hills, you level landers," was the answer, and just then they were met and passed by 4 horses dragging up a stagecoach, after the fashion of a fly on a window pane. A stagecoach! Delightful to the old world eyes of Dr. Spencer, recalling a faint memory to Ethel, and presenting a perfect novelty to Aubrey. Then came a sudden turn upon flat ground, and a short cry of wonder broke from Aubrey. Ethel was sensible of a strange, salt, weedy smell, new to her nostrils, but only saw the white-plastered, grey-roofed houses through which they were driving. But, with another turn, the buildings were only on one side. On the other there was a wondrous sense of openness, vastness, freshness, something level, grey, but dazzling, and before she could look again, the horses stopped, and close to her, under the beetling, weather-stained white cliff, was a low fence, and within it a veranda and a door, where stood Flora's maid, Barbara, in all her respectability. Much wit had been expended by Aubrey on being left to the tender mercy of cruel Barbara Allen, in whom Ethel herself anticipated a tyrant. But at the moment she was invaluable. Every room was ready and inviting, and nothing but the low staircase between Leonard and the white bed, which was the only place fit for him, while for the rest the table was speedily covered with tea and chickens. Abbotstoke eggs, inscribed with yesterday's date, and the red mail-clad prawns, to prove to touch and taste that this was truly seaside. The other senses knew it well. The open window let in the indescribable salt, fresh odor, and the entire view from it was shore and sea. There seemed nothing to hinder the tide from coming up the ridge of shingle and rushing straight into the cottage, and the ear was constantly struck by the regular roll and dash of the waves. Aubrey, though with the appetite of recovery and sea air combined, could not help pausing to listen, and, when his meal was over, leant back in his chair, listened again, and gave a sigh of content. "It is one constant hush-hushaby," he said. "It would make one sleep pleasantly." His companions combined their advice to him so to use it, and in less than half an hour Ethel went to bid him good night, in the whitest of beds and cleanest of tiny chambers, where he looked the picture of sleepy satisfaction when she opened his window and admitted the swell and dash that fascinated his weary senses. "My child is all right," said Ethel, returning to Dr. Spencer. "Can you say the same of yours?" "He must rest himself into the power of sleeping. I must say it was a bold experiment, but it will do very well when he has got over the journey. He was doing no good at home." "I hope he will here." "Depend on it, he will. And now, what are you intending?" "I am thirsting to see those waves near. Would it be against the manners and customs of sea places for me to run down to them so late?" "Sea places have no manners and customs." Ethel tossed on her hat with a feeling of delight and freedom. "Oh, are you coming, Dr. Spencer? I did not mean to drag you out. You had rather rest and smoke." "This is rest," he answered. The next moment the ridge of the shingle was passed, and Ethel's feet were sinking in the depths of pebbles, her cheeks freshened by the breeze, her lips salted by the spray tossed in by the wind from the wave crests. At the edge of the water she stood, as all others stand there, watching the heaving from far away come nearer, nearer, curl over in its pride of green glassy beauty, fall into foam, and draw back, making the pebbles crash their accompanying "sh." The repetition, the peaceful majesty, the blue expanse, the straight horizon, so impressed her spirit as to rivet her eyes and chain her lips, and she receded step by step before the tide, unheeding anything else, not even perceiving her companion's eyes fixed on her, half curiously, half sadly. "Well, Ethel," at last he said. "I never guessed it," she said with a gasp. "No wonder Harry cannot bear to be away from it. Must we leave it?" as he moved back. "Only to smooth ground," said Dr. Spencer. "It is too dark to stay here among the stones and crab pots." The summer twilight was closing in, lights shining in the village under the cliffs, and looking mysterious on distant points of the coast. Stars were shining forth in the pale blue sky, and the young moon shedding a silver rippled beam on the water. "If Papa were but here," said Ethel, awakening from another gaze, and recollecting that she was not making herself agreeable. "So you like the expedition?" The fit answer to that would be, "It is very pretty," as the Cockney said to Coleridge at Lodore. "So I have converted a Stoneborough fungus." "What? To say the sea is glorious?" "A grand conversion." "To find anything superior to Minster Street." "Ah, you are but half reclaimed. You are a living instance that there is no content unless one has begun life as a fungus." She was startled by his change of tone. "True, Ethel. Content might have been won, if there had been resolution to begin without it." "I beg your pardon?" she faltered. "I ought not to have said it. I forgot there was such a cause." "Cause? You know nothing about it." She was silent, distressed, dismayed, fearing that she had spoken wrongly, and had either mistaken or been misunderstood. "Tell me, Ethel," he presently said, "what can you know of what made me a wanderer?" "Only what Papa told me." He was the last person to know." "He told me," said Ethel, hurrying it out in a fright, "that you went away, out of generosity, not to interfere with his happiness." Then she felt as if she had done a shocking thing, and waited anxiously, while Dr. Spencer deliberately made a deep hole in the shingle with a stick. "Well, at last," he said, "I thought that matter was unknown to all men, above all to Dick. It was only after you were gone that he put things together and made it out." "Did she know?" said Dr. Spencer, with a long breath. "I cannot tell," said Ethel. "And how or why did he tell you?" rather hurt. "It was when first you came. I am sure no one else knows it, but he told me because he could not help it. He was so sorry for you." They walked the whole length of the parade, and had turned before Dr. Spencer spoke again, and then he said: "It is strange! My one vision was of walking on the seashore with her, and that just doing so with you should have brought up the whole as fresh as 35 years ago." "I wish I was more like her," said Ethel. No more was wanting to make him launch into the description, dear to a daughter's heart, of her mother in her sweet serious bloom of young womanhood, giving new embellishments to the character already so closely enshrined in his hearer's heart, the more valuable that the stream of treasured recollection flowed on in partial oblivion of the person to whom it was addressed, or, at least, that she was the child of his rival. For, from the portrait of the quiet, bright maiden, he passed to the sufferings that his own reserved nature had undergone from his friend's outspoken enthusiasm. The professor's visible preference for the youth of secure prospects had not so much discouraged as stung him, and in a moment of irritation at the professor's treatment and the exulting hopes of his unconscious friend, he had sworn to himself that the first involuntary token of regard from the young lady towards one or the other should decide him whether to win name and position for her sake, or to carry his slighted passion to the utmost parts of the earth and never again see her face. "Ethel," he said, stopping short, "never threaten Providence. Above all, never keep the threat." Ethel scarcely durst speak, in her anxiety to know what cast the die, though with all Dr. Spencer's charms, she could not but pity the delusion that could have made him hope to be preferred to her father, above all by her mother. Nor could she clearly understand from him what had dispelled his hopes. Something it was that took place at the picnic on Arthur's Seat, of which she had previously heard as a period of untold bliss. That something, still left in vague mystery, had sealed the fate of the two friends. "And so," said Dr. Spencer, "I took the first foreign appointment that offered, and my poor father, who had spent his utmost on me, and had been disappointed in all his sons, was most of all disappointed in me. I held myself bound to abide by my rash vow, loathed tame English life without her, and I left him to neglect in his age." "You could not have known or expected!" exclaimed Ethel. "What right had I to expect anything else? It was only myself that I thought of. I pacified him by talk of traveling and extending my experience, and silenced my conscience by intending to return when ordinary life should have become tolerable to me, a time that never has come. At last, in the height of that pestilential season in India, came a letter, warning me that my brother's widow had got the mastery over my poor father, and was cruelly abusing it, so that only my return could deliver him. It was when hundreds were perishing, and I the only medical man near, when to have left my post would have been both disgraceful and murderous. Then I was laid low myself, and while I was conquering the effects of cholera, came tidings that made it nothing to me whether they or I conquered. This," and he touched one of his white curling locks, "was not done by mere bodily exertion or ailment." "You would have been too late anyway," said Ethel. No, not if I had gone immediately. I might have got him out of that woman's hands and made his life happy for years. There was the sting, but the crime had been long before. You know the rest. I had no health to remain, no heart to come home. And then came vagrancy indeed. I drifted wherever restlessness or impulse took me, till all my working years were over, and till the day when the sight of your father's wedding ring showed me that I should not break my mad word by accepting the only welcome that any creature gave me. And, oh, surely you have been comforted by him? Comforted. Cut to the heart would be truer. One moment I could only look at him as having borne off my treasure to destroy it, but then there rose on me his loving, patient, heartbroken humility and cheerfulness, and I saw such a character, such a course, as showed me how much better he had deserved her, and filled me with shame at having ever less esteemed him. And through all there was the same dear Dick May, that never, since the day we first met at the pump in the school court, had I been able to help loving with all my heart the only being that was glad to see me again. When he begged me to stay and watch over your sister, what could I do but remain while she lived? So he bound you down. Oh, you know how we thank you. No, you can't, nor what you have been to him, and to all of us, through the worst of our sad days. And though it was a sacrifice, I do not think it was bad for you. No, Ethel. When you implored me to give up my Crimean notion, to spare your father pain, I did feel for once that you at least thought me of value to someone. I cannot bear you to speak so, cried Ethel. You to talk of having been no use? No honest man of principle and education can be utterly useless, but when, 3 days ago, I recollected that it was my 60th birthday, I looked back and saw nothing but desultory broken efforts and restless changes. Your father told me, when I thought him unaware of the meaning of his words, that if I had missed many joys, I had missed many sorrows, but I had taken the way to make my one sorrow a greater burden than his many. But you do not grieve for my mother still, said Ethel anxiously. Even his grief is a grave joy to him now, and one is always told that such things, as it was with you, are but a very small part of a man's life. I am not one of the 500 men whom any one of 500 women might have equally pleased, said Dr. Spencer, but it is so far true that the positive pain and envy wore out, and would not have interfered with my afterlife but for my own folly. No, Ethel, it was not the loss of her that embittered and threw away my existence. It was my own rash vow, and its headstrong fulfillment, which has left me no right to your father's peaceful spirit. How little we guessed, said Ethel, so cheerful and ready as you always are. I never trouble others, he said abruptly. Neither man nor woman ever heard a word of all this, and you would not have heard it now, but for that sea, and you have got your mother's voice, and some of her ways, since you have grown older and more sedate. Oh, I am so glad, said Ethel, who had been led to view her likeness to her father as natural, that to her mother as acquired. Those were the last words of the conversation, but Ethel, leaning from her window to listen to the plash of the waves, suspected that the slowly moving meteors she beheld denoted that a cigar was soothing the emotions excited by their dialogue. She mused long over that revelation of the motives of the life that had always been noble and generous, in the midst of much that was eccentric and wayward, and constantly the beat of the waves repeated to her the half-comprehended words, "Never threaten Providence." After superintending Aubrey's first bath, and duly installing the Vice M.D. and her charges, Dr. Spencer departed, and Ethel was launched on an unknown ocean as pilot to an untried crew. She had been told to regard Leonard's bashfulness as a rare grace, that it was very inconvenient to have the boy wretchedly drooping, and owning nothing amiss, apparently unacquainted with any English words except "thank you" and "no thank you." Indeed, she doubted whether the shyness were genuine, for stories were afloat of behavior at Stoneborough parties which savored of audacity, and she vainly consulted Aubrey whether the cause of his discomfiture were her age or her youth, her tutorship or her plain face. Even Aubrey could not elicit any like or dislike, wish or complaint, and shrugging up his shoulders, decided that it was of no use to bother about it. Leonard would come to his senses in time. He was passive when taken out walking, submissive when planted on a three-cornered camp stool that expanded from a gouty walking stick, but seemed so inadequately perched, and made so forlorn a spectacle, that they were forced to put him indoors out of the glare of sea and sky, and hoping that he would condescend to the sofa when Ethel was out of sight. Punctilio broke down the next morning, and in the midst of breakfast he was forced to lie down and allow Ethel to bathe his face with vinegar and water, while she repented of the "make the best of it" letter of the yesterday, and sent Aubrey out on a secret commission of inquiry about medical men in case of need. Aubrey was perfectly well, and in such a state of desultory enjoyment and seaside active idleness that he was quite off her mind, only enlivening her morning of nursing by his exits and entrances to tell of fresh discoveries or incidents wonderful to the inland mind. After dinner, which had driven Leonard to lie on his bed, Aubrey persuaded his sister to come to see his greatest prize, a quaint, old, local naturalist, a seafaring man, with a cottage crammed with pans of live wonders of the deep in water, and shelves of extinct ones, done up in stained pies, not a creature by sea or land, that had haunted Combe for a few million of ages, seemed to have escaped him. Such seaside sojourns as the present are the prime moments for coquetries with the lighter branches of natural science, and the brother and sister had agreed to avail themselves of the geological facilities of their position, the fascinations of Hugh Miller's autobiography having entirely gained them during Aubrey's convalescence. Ethel tore herself away from the discussion of localities with the old man, who was guide as well as philosopher, boatman as well as naturalist, and returned to her patient, whom she found less feverish, though sadly low and languid. "I wish I knew what to do for you," she said, sitting down by him. "What would your sister do for you?" "Nothing," he wearily said. "I mean, a great deal too much." The tone so recalled Norman's dejected hopelessness that she could not help tenderly laying her cold hands on the hot brow and saying, "Yes, I know how little one can do as a sister, and the mockery it is to think that one place can ever be taken." The brown eyes looked at her with moist earnestness that she could hardly bear, but closed with a look of relief and soothing as she held her hand on his forehead. Presently, however, he said, "Don't let me keep you in." "I have been out, thank you. I am so glad to try to do anything for you." "Thank you. What o'clock is it, please?" "Ah, then I ought to take that draught. I forgot it in the morning." He permitted her to fetch it and pour it out, but as she recognized a powerful tonic, she exclaimed, "Is this what you are taking? May it not make you feverish?" "No doubt it does," he said, lying down again. "It was only Henry—" "What, did not my father know of it?" "Of course he does not, as it seems to be poison." "Not exactly that," said Ethel, "but I was surprised, for it was talked of for Aubrey, but they said it wanted watching." "Just like Henry," observed Leonard. "Well," said Ethel, repressing her indignation, "I am glad, at least, to find a possible cause for your bad night. We shall see you refreshed tomorrow, and not wishing yourself at home." "Don't think that I wish that. Home is gone forever." "Home may be gone higher, up to the real home," said Ethel, blushing with the effort at the hint, and coming down to earthier consolations. "But even the fragments will grow into home again here, and you will feel very differently." Leonard did not answer, but after a pause said, "Miss May, is not it a horrid pity girls should go to school?" "I am no judge, Leonard." "You see," said the boy, "after the little girls were born, my mother had no time for Ave, and sent her to Brighton, and there she begged to stay on one half after another, learning all sorts of things, but only coming home for short holidays, like company, for us to wonder at her and show her about, thinking herself ever so much in advance of my poor mother, and now she knows just nothing at all of her. You cannot tell, Leonard, and I am sure she has been devoted to you. If she had stayed at home like you, she might have known how to let one alone. Oh, you can't think what peace it was yesterday. Was it peace? I feared it was desertion. It is much better to be by oneself than always worried, to have them always at me, to get up my spirits when the house is miserable. Ah, said Ethel, I remember your mother rejoicing that she had not to send you from home, and saying you were always so kind and gentle to her. Did she? Cried the boy eagerly. Oh, but she forgot. And he hid his face, the features working with anguish. So pleased and proud she used to look, walking with you on Saturday afternoons. Those Saturdays! They were the only walks she ever would take, but she would always come with me. More followed in the same strain, and Ethel began to gather more distinct impressions of the Ward family. She saw that her present charge was warm and sound-hearted, and that the strength of his affections had been chiefly absorbed by the homely, housewifely mother, comparatively little esteemed by the modernized brother and sister. Of the loss of his father he seemed to think less. It seemed, indeed, rather to reconcile him to that of his mother, by the grief it spared her, and it confirmed Ethel's notion that Mr. Ward, a busy and dull man, paid no great attention to his children between the plaything period and that of full development. The mother was the home, and Averill, though Leonard showed both love for and pride in her, had hitherto been a poor substitute, while as to Henry, there was something in each mention of him which gave Ethel an undefined dread of the future of the young household, and a doubt of the result of her father's kind schemes of patronage. At any rate, this conversation had the happy effect of banishing constraint, and satisfying Ethel that the let-alone system was kindness, not neglect. She was at ease in discussing fossils, though he contributed no word, and she let him sleep or wake as he best liked, whilst Aubrey read to her the cruise of the Betsy. Henry's prescription was sent to invigorate the fishes, when its cessation was found to be followed by the recovery of sleep and appetite, and in the cool of the evening, by a disposition to stroll on the beach, and lie under the lee of a rock upon a railway rug, which Ethel had substituted for the three-legged delusion. There he was left, while his companions went fossil hunting, and stayed so long as to excite their compunction, and quicken their steps when they at length detached themselves from the enticing blue lias. "What has he got there?" cried Aubrey. "Hallo, old fellow! Have you fallen a prey to a black cat?" "Cat!" returned Leonard indignantly. "Don't you see it is the jolliest little dog in the world?" "You call that a dog?" said the other boy with redoubled contempt. "It is just big enough for little Margaret's Noah's Ark." "It really is a beauty," said Ethel. "I have known one of Flora's guests bring a bigger one in her muff." "It is the most sensible little brute," added Leonard. "See? Beg, my man, beg!" And the beauteous little black-coated King Charles erected itself on its hind legs, displaying its rich ruddy tan waistcoat and sleeves, and beseeching with its black diamond eyes for the biscuit, dropped and caught in mid-air. It was the first time Leonard had looked bright. "So you expect us to sanction your private dog stealing?" said Aubrey. "I have been watching for his mistress to come back," said Leonard, "but she must have passed an hour ago, and she does not deserve to have him, for she never looked back for him, and he had run up to me, frisking and making much of me, as if he had found an old friend. Perhaps it will run home when we move." No such thing. It trotted close at Leonard's heels, and entered the house with them. Barbara was consulted, and on Leonard's deposition that the dog's mistress was in deep mourning, opined that she could be no other than the widow of an officer, who during his lingering illness had been often laid upon the beach, and had there played with his little dogs. This one, evidently very young, had probably, in the confusion of its puppy memory, taken the invalid for its lost master. "Stupid little thing," said Aubrey, "just like an undersized lady's toy. It knows its friends. These little things have twice the sense of overgrown dogs as big and as stupid as jackasses." A retort from Leonard was welcome in Ethel's ears, and she quite developed his conversational powers in an argument on the sagacity of all canine varieties. It was too late to send the little animal home, and he fondled and played with it till bedtime, when he lodged it in his own room, and the attachment was so strong that it was with a deep sigh that at breakfast he accepted Aubrey's offer of conveying it home. "There she is!" he exclaimed in the midst, gazing from the window. "And see the perfection of the animal," added Aubrey, pointing to a broad-backed, waddling caricature of the little black fairy. "Restitution must be made, little as she deserves you, you little jewel," said Leonard, picking up the object of his admiration. "I'll take you out." "No, no, I am not so infectious," said Ethel, tying on her hat. "I had better do it." And after Leonard's parting embrace to his favorite, she received it, and quickly overtaking the pensive steps of the lady, arrested her progress with, "I beg your pardon, but I think this is your dog." "Poor little Mab!" as the dog struggled to get to her, and danced gladly round her. "I missed her last night, and was coming to look for her." "She joined one of our party," said Ethel, "and he was not strong enough to follow you. Indeed, he has had scarlet fever, so perhaps it was better not. But he has taken great care of the little dog, and hopes it is not the worse." "Thank you. I wish poor Mab may always meet such kind friends," said the lady, sadly. "She secured her welcome," said Ethel. "We were very grateful to her, for it was the first thing that has seemed to interest him since his illness, and he has just lost both his parents." "Ah, thank you." Ethel wondered at herself for having been so communicative, but the sweet, sad face and look of interest had drawn her words out, and on her return she made such a touching history of the adventure that Leonard listened earnestly, and Aubrey looked subdued. When they went out, Leonard refused to spread his rug in that only bed of pulverized shingle, and Ethel respected his avoidance of it as delicacy to her whose husband had no doubt often occupied that spot. "He is a thorough gentleman," said she, as she walked away with Aubrey. "He might be an Eton fellow," was the significant reply. "I wonder what made him so," said Ethel musingly. "Looking at Tom," returned Aubrey, not in jest. "Even with that advantage, I don't quite see where he learnt that refined consideration." "Pshaw, Ethel! The light of nature would show that to any one but a stupix." Ethel was not sorry that such were Aubrey's views of courtesy, but all thought of that subject was soon lost in the pursuit of ammonites. "I wonder what Leonard will have picked up now?" they speculated as they turned homewards with their weighty baskets. But what was their amazement when Leonard waved his hand, pointing to the little black dog again at his feet. "She is mine!" he exclaimed. "My own! Mrs. Gisborne has given her to me, and she is to be the happiest little mite going." "Given?" "Yes. She came as soon as you were gone, and sat by me, and talked for an hour, but she goes tomorrow to live with an old hag of an aunt." "Really, you seem to have been on confidential terms." "I mean that she must be a nuisance, because she doesn't like dogs, so that Mrs. Gisborne can only take the old one, which she could never part with. So she wanted to give Mab to someone who would be kind to her, and she has come to the right shop. Hasn't she, my little queen?" "I thought she almost wished it this morning," said Ethel, "when she heard how you and Mab had taken to each other, but it is a very choice present. The creature looks to me to be of a very fine sort." "Now, Miss May, how could you know that?" "Why, by her deportment. Don't you know the aristocratic look that all high-bred animals have, even bantams?" Leonard looked as if this were the most convincing proof of Ethel's wisdom, and proceeded. "Well, she is descended from the royal King Charles, that Charles II brought from France, and gave to Mrs. Jane Lane, and they have kept up the breed ever since." "So that Mab will have the longest pedigree in Stoneborough, and we must all respect her," said Ethel, stroking the black head. I am only surprised at Leonard's forgetting his place, said Aubrey. Walking before Her Majesty, indeed. Oh, attendants do come first sometimes. Then it should be backwards. I have a mind to try lying on the beach tomorrow, looking interesting, to see what will descend upon me. A great yellow mongrel, said Ethel, as always befalls imitators in the path of the hero. What, you mean that it was all the work of Leonard's beaux yeux? Leonard gave a sort of growl, intimating that Aubrey was exciting his displeasure, and Ethel was glad to be at home and break off the conversation, but in a few minutes Aubrey knocked at her door, and edging himself in, mysteriously said, Such fun! So it was your beaux yeux, not Leonard's, that made the conquest. I suppose she was touched with what I said of poor Leonard's circumstances and the pleasure the creature gave him. That is as prosy as Mary, Ethel. At any rate, the woman told Leonard yours was the most irresistibly attractive countenance she ever saw, short of beauty, and that's not the best of it, for he is absolutely angry. No wonder, laughed Ethel. No, but it's about the beauty. He can't conceive a face more beautiful than yours. Except the gargoyle on the church tower, said Ethel, gaping into as complete a model of that worthy as flesh and blood could perpetrate. But he means it, persisted Aubrey, fixing his eyes critically on his sister's features, but disturbed by the contortions into which she threw them. Now don't! I never saw any fellow with 100th part of your gift for making faces, he added, between the unwilling paroxysms of mirth at each fresh grimace. But I want to judge of you. And, oh, that solemn one is worse than all. It is like Julius Caesar, if he had ever been photographed. But really, when one comes to think about it, you are not so very ugly after all, and are much better looking than Flora, whom we were taught to believe in. Poor Flora, you were no judge in her blooming days before wear and tear came, and made her like our Scotch grandfather. But Blanche, your own Blanche, Aubrey, she might have extended Leonard's ideas of beauty. Blanche has a pretty little visage of her own, but it's not so well worth looking at as yours, said Aubrey. One has seen to the end of it at once, and it won't light up. Hers is just the May blossom, and yours the orchis. I have read of a woman with an orchidaceous face. Teeth, tongue, lips, eyes, and nose were at once made to serve in hitting off an indescribable likeness to an orchis blossom, which was rapturously applauded, till Ethel, relaxing the strain and permitting herself to laugh triumphantly at her own achievement, said, There, I do pride myself on being of a high order of the grotesque. It is not the grotesque that he means, said Aubrey. He is very cracked indeed. He declares that when you came and sat by him the day before yesterday, you were perfectly lovely. Oh, then I understand, and it is no matter, said Ethel. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 5 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 5. They stwans, they stwans, they stwans, they stwans. Scouring of the White Horse. So, wrote Ethel in her daily letter to her father, mine is at present a maternal mission to Leonard, and it is highly gratifying. I subscribe to all your praise of him, and repent of my ungracious murmurs at his society. You have the virtue, and I have the reward, the usual course of this world, for his revival is a very fresh and pleasant spectacle, burning hot with enthusiasm. Whatever we do, he overdoes, till I recollect how Wilkie said he had never been a Wilkite. 3 days ago, a portentous-looking Ammonite attracted his attention, and whereas he started from the notion that earth was dirt, and stones were stones, the same all over the world, He has since so far outstripped his instructors that as I write this he is drawing a plan of the strata, with the inhabitants dramatically arranged, Aubrey suggesting tragic scenes and uncomplimentary likenesses. His talent for drawing shows that Avril's was worth culture. If our geology alarm Richard, tell him that I think it's safer to get it over young, and to face apparent discrepancies with revelation, rather than leave them to be discovered afterwards, as if they had been timidly kept out of sight. And whether Hugh Miller's theory be right or wrong, his grand fervid language leaves the conviction that undoubted confidence in revelation consists with the clearest and most scientific mind. June 30th. I consider my boys as returned to their normal relations. I descended on them as they were sparring like lion cubs at play. Leonard desisted in confusion at my beholding such savage doings, but cool and easy, not having turned a hair. Aubrey, panting, done up, railing at him as first cousin to Hercules, all as a delicate boast to me of his friend's recovered strength. Aubrey's forte is certainly veneration. His first class of human beings is a large one, though quizzing is his ordinary form of adoration. For instance, he teases Mab and her devoted slave some degrees more than the victim can bear, and then relieves his feelings in my room by asseverations that the friendship with Leonard will be on the May and Spencer pattern. The sea is the elixir of life to both. Leonard looks quite himself again, only more so, and Aubrey has a glow never seen since his full moon visage waned, and not all tan, though we are on the high road to be coffee berries. Aubrey daily entertains me with heroic tales of diving and floating, till I tell them they will become enamored of some lady of honor who lives in the sea, grow fish's tails, and come home no more. And really, as the time wanes, I feel that such a coast is Elysium, above all, the boating. The lazy charm, the fresh purity of air, the sights and sounds, the soft summer wave when one holds one's hand over the tide, the excitement of seaweed catching, and the nonsense we all talk, are so delicious and such new sensations, except the nonsense which loses by your absence, O learned doctor, that I fully perceive how pleasures untried cannot even be conceived. But ere the lotus food has entirely depraved my memory, I give you warning to come and fetch us home, now that the boys are in full repair. Come yourself and be feasted on shrimps and mackerel, and take one sail to the mouth of the bay. I won't say who shall bring you. It would be fun to have Daisy, and Mary ought to have a holiday, but then Richard would take better care of you, and Tom would keep you in the best order. Could you not all come? Only if you don't yourself, I won't promise not to take up with a merman. July 4th. Very well. If this is to make a strong man of Aubrey, tant mieux, and even home and Coxmore yearnings concern me little in this castle of indolence, so don't flatter yourself that I shall grumble at having had to take our house on again. Let us keep Leonard. We should both miss him extremely, and Aubrey would lose half the good without someone to swim, scramble, and fight with. Indeed, for the poor fellow's own sake, he should stay, for though he is physically as strong as a young megalosaur, and in the water or on the rocks all day, I don't think his head is come to application, nor his health to bearing depression, and I see he dreads the return, so that he had better stay away till school begins again. July 7th. Oh, you weak-minded folks! Now I know why you wanted to keep me away, that you might yield yourselves a prey to Flora. Paper and chintz, forsooth! All I have to say is this, Miss Mary. As to my room, touch it if you dare. I leave Papa to protect his own study. But for the rest, think, Mary, what your feelings would be if Harry were to come home and not know what room he was in. If I am to choose between the patterns of chintz, I prefer the seaweed variety, as in character with things in general, and with the present occasion. And as to the carpet, I hope that Flora, touched with our submission, will not send us anything distressing. July 17th. Can you send me any more of the New Zealand letters? I have copied out the whole provision I brought with me for the blank book, and by the way have inoculated Leonard with such a missionary fever as frightens me. To be sure, he is cut out for such work. He is intended for a clergyman, on grounds of gentility, I fear, and is too full of physical energy and enterprise to take readily to sober parochial life. His ardor is a gallant thing, and his home ties not binding, but it is not fair to take advantage of his present inflammable state of enthusiasm, and the little we have said has been taken up so fervently that I have resolved on caution for the future. It is foolish to make so much of a boy's eagerness, especially when circumstances have brought him into an unnatural dreamy mood, and probably these aspirations will pass away with the sound of the waves, but they are pretty and enduring while they last in their force and sincerity. Just at the age twixt boy and youth, when thought is speech and speech is truth, and one's heart beats at the thought of what is possible to creatures of that age. July 21st. You, who taught us to love our Walter Scott next to our Christian Year, and who gave us half-crowns for rehearsing him when other children were learning the Robin's Petition, what think you of this poor boy Leonard, knowing few of the novels and none of the poems? No wonder the taste of the day is groveling lower and lower, when people do not begin with the pure high air of his world. To take up one of his works after any of our present school of fiction is like getting up a mountainside after a feverish drawing-room or an offensive street. If it were possible to know the right moment for a book to be really tasted, not thrust aside because crammed down, no, it would not be desirable. As I was going to say, we should only do double mischief. We are not sent into the world to mold people, but to let them mold themselves, and the internal elasticity will soon unmake all the shapes that just now seem to form under my fingers like clay. At any rate, the introduction of such a congenial spirit to Sir Walter was a real treat. Leonard has the very nature to be fired by him, and Aubrey, being excessively scandalized at his ignorance, routed a cheap Marmion out of the little bookshop, and we beguiled a wet afternoon with it, Aubrey snatching it from me at all the critical passages, for fear I should not do them justice, and thundering out the battle, which stirred the other boy like a trumpet sound. Indeed, Leonard got Mab into a corner, and had a very bad cold in the head when De Wilton was reunited, and when the hand of Douglas was his own, he jumped up and shouted out, "Well done, old fellow!" Then he took it to himself and read it all over again, introductions and all, and has raved ever since. I wish you could see Aubrey singing out some profane couplet of "Midnight and Not a Nose," or some more horrible original parody, and then dodging apparently in the extremity of terror, just as Leonard furiously charges him. But you would have been struck with their discussions over it. Last night, at tea, they began upon the woeful result of the wager of battle, which seemed to oppress them as if it had really happened. Did I believe in it? Was I of the Lady Abbess's opinion that perchance some form was unobserved, perchance in prayer or faith he swerved? This from Aubrey, while Leonard rejoined that even if De Wilton had so done, it was still injustice that he should be so cruelly ruined, and Marmion's baseness succeed. It would be like a king wilfully giving wrong judgment because the right side failed in some respectful observance. He was sure such a thing could never be. Did I ever know of a real case where heaven did not show the right? It was confusing and alarming, for both those boys sat staring at me as if I could answer them, and those wonderful searching eyes of Leonard's were fixed, as if his whole acquiescence in the dealings of Providence were going to depend on the reply that could but be unsatisfactory. I could only try plunging deep. I said it was Job's difficulty, and it was a new light to Leonard that Job was about anything but patience. He has been reading the book all this Sunday evening, and is not De Wilton a curious introduction to it? But Aubrey knew that I meant the bewilderment of having yet to discover that divine justice is longer sighted than human justice, and he cited the perplexities of high-minded heathen. Thence we came to the Christian certainty that to do well and suffer for it is thankworthy, and that though no mortal man can be so innocent as to feel any infliction wholly unmerited and disproportioned, Yet human injustice, at its worst, may be working for the sufferer an exceeding weight of glory, or preparing him for some high commission below. Was not Ralph de Wilton far nobler and purer as the poor Palmer than as Henry VIII's courtier? And if you could but have heard our sequel, arranging his orthodoxy, his scripture reading, and his guardianship of distressed monks and nuns, you would have thought he had travelled to some purpose, only he would certainly have been burnt by one party and beheaded by the other. On the whole, I think Leonard was a little comforted, and I cannot help hoping that the first apparently cruel wrong that comes before him may be the less terrible shock to his faith from his having been set to think out the question by but half a robber and but half a knight. August 1st. Yesterday afternoon we three were in our private geological treasury, Leonard making a spread eagle of himself in an impossible place on the cliffside, trying to disinter what hope, springing eternal in the human breast, pronounced to be the paddle of a saurian. Aubrey, climbing as high as he durst, directing operations and making discoveries. I, upon a ledge halfway up, guarding Mab and poking in the debris, when one of the bridal pairs, with whom the place is infested, was seen questing about as if disposed to invade our premises. Aubrey, reconnoitring in high dudgeon, sarcastically observed that all red-haired men are so much alike that he should have said yonder was heck. The rest ended in a view hallo from above and below, and 3 bounds to the beach, whereon I levelled my glass and perceived that in very deed it was Mr. and Mrs. Earnscliff who were hopping over the shingle. Descending, I was swung off the last rock in a huge embrace, and Hector's fiery mustache was scrubbing both my cheeks before my feet touched the ground, and Blanche with both arms round my waist. They were ready to devour us alive in their famine for a Stoneborough face, and as Flora and Mary are keeping home uninhabitable, found themselves obliged to rush away from Maplewood in the middle of their county welcomes for a little snatch of us, and to join us in vituperating the new furniture. If Mary could only hear Hector talk of a new sofa that he can't put his boots upon. He says it is bad enough at Maplewood, but that he did hope to be still comfortable at home. They have to get back to dine out tomorrow, but meantime the fun is more fast and furious than ever, and as soon as the tide serves, we are to fulfill our long-cherished desire of boating round to Lyme. I won't answer for the quantity of discretion added to our freight, but at least there is 6 feet more of valor and Mrs. Blanche for my chaperone. Bonnie Blanche is a little changed by her 4 months' matrimony, and only looks prettier and more stylish, but she is painfully meek and younger sisterish, asking my leave instead of her husband, and distressed at her smartness in her pretty shady hat and undyed silk, because I was in trim for lia scrubbing. Her appearance ought to be an example to all the brides in the place, with skirts in the water, and nothing on to keep off eyes, sun, or wind from their faces. I give Flora infinite credit for it. Blanche and Aubrey walk arm in arm in unceasing talk, and that good fellow, Hector, has included Leonard in the general fraternity. They are highly complimentary, saying they should have taken Aubrey for Harry, he is so much stouter and rosier, and that Leonard is hugely grown. Here come these 3 boys, shouting that the boat is ready. I really think Hector is more boyish and noisy than ever. 5 precious souls, and all agog, to dash through thick or thin. I'll take the best care of them in my power. Goodbye. August 2nd. Safe back, without adventure, only a great deal of enjoyment, for which I am doubly thankful, as I almost fancied we were fey, one of the many presentiments that come to nothing, but perhaps do us rather good than harm for all that. I hope I did not show it in my letter, and communicate it to you. Even when safe landed, I could not but think of the Cobb and Louisa Musgrove, as I suppose everyone does. We slept at the inn, drove with the Earnscliffs to the station this morning, and came back to this place an hour ago, after having been steeped in pleasure. I shall send the description of Lyme to Daisy tomorrow, having no time for it now, as I want an answer from you about our going to Maplewood. The married babies are bent upon it, and Hector tries to demonstrate that it is the shortest way home, to which I can agree, but as it may save another journey, and it will be nice to see them in their glory, I told them that if you could spare us, we would go from the 29th to the 4th of September. This will bring Leonard home 4 days before the end of the holidays, for he has been most warmly invited, Hector adopting him into the brotherhood of Papa's pets. I am glad he is not left out, and Mary had better prove to Averill that he will be much happier for having no time at home before the half-year begins. He still shrinks from the very name being brought before him. Let me know, if you please, whether this arrangement will suit, as I am to write to Blanche. Dear little woman, I hope Hector won't make a spoilt child of her. They are so very young, and their means seem so unlimited to them both, Hector wanting to make her and us presents of whatever we admired, and when she civilly praised Mab, vehemently declaring that she should have just such another if money could purchase, or if not, he would find a way. Thank you, Hector dear, I had rather not, placidly responds Blanche, making his vehemence fall so flat, and Leonard's almost exulting alarm glide into such semi-mortification that I could have laughed, though I remain in hopes that her rather not may always be as prudent, for I believe it is the only limit to Hector's gifts. 29th, 8 a.m. Farewell to the Coombe of Coombes. I write while waiting for the fly, and shall post this at Weymouth, where we are to be met. We have been so happy here that I could be sentimental, if Leonard were not tete-a-tete with me and on the verge of that predicament. Never so happy in his life, quoth he, and never will be again. Wonders when he shall gie this white cliff again. But, happily, in tumbles Aubrey with the big claw of a crab, which she insists on Leonard wearing next his heart as a souvenir of Mrs. Gisborne. He is requited with an attempt to pinch his nose therewith, and 2:30 p.m. Weymouth. The result was the upset of my ink, whereof you see the remains, and our last moments were spent in reparations and apologies. My 2 squires are in different plight from what they were 10 weeks ago, racing up hills that it then half killed them to come down, and lingering wistfully on the top for last glimpses of our bay. I am overwhelmed with their courtesies, and though each is lugging about 20 pounds weight of stones, and Mab besides in Leonard's pocket, I am seldom allowed to carry my own traveling bag. Hector has been walking us about while his horses are resting after their 20 miles, but we think the parade and pier soon seen, and are tantalized by having no time for Portland Island, only contenting ourselves with an inspection of shop fossils, which in company with Hector is a sort of land of the 3 wishes, or worse, for on my chancing to praise a beautiful lump of Purbeck stone, stuck as full of paludinae as a pudding with plums, but as big as my head and much heavier, he brought out his purse at once, and when I told him he must either enchant it onto my nose or give me a negro slave as a means of transport, Leonard so earnestly volunteered to be the bearer that I was thankful for my old rule against collecting curiosities that I do not find and carry myself. August 30th, Maplewood. I wonder whether these good children can be happier, unless it may be when they receive you. How much they do make of us, and what a goodly sight at their own table they are. They are capable in themselves of making any place charming, though the man must have been enterprising who sat down 25 years ago to reclaim this park from irreclaimable down. I asked where were the maples, and where was the wood, and was shown 5 stunted ones in a cage to defend them from the sheep, the only things that thrive here, except little white snails with purple lines round their shells. There now, isn't it awfully bleak? Says Hector, with a certain comical exultation. How was a man ever to live here without her? And the best of it is, that Blanche thinks it beautiful. Delicious free air, open space, view over 5 counties, and sea. Inside, one traces Flora's presiding genius. Hector would never have made the concern so perfect without her help, and Blanche is no child in her own house, but is older and more at home than Hector, so that one would take her for the heiress, making him welcome and at ease. Not that it is like the Grange. Blanche is furious if I remark any little unconscious imitation or similarity. As if we could be like Flora and George indeed! Nor will they. If Blanche rules, it will be unawares to herself. And where Hector is, there will always be a genial house, overflowing with good humor and good nature. He has actually kept the 1st of September clear of shooting parties, that he may take these 2 boys out and give them a thorough day's sport in his turnip fields. License? Nonsense! He thought of that before, and now Aubrey may get some shooting out of George Rivers. After such good nature my mouth is shut, though, ay de me, all the world and his wife are coming here on Monday evening, and unless I borrow of Blanche, Mrs. Earnscliff's sister will look like Ain Scrub. September 2nd. Train at Stoneborough, 6:30. That's the best news I have to give. Oh, it has been a weary while to be out of sight of you all, though it has been pleasant enough, and the finale is perfectly brilliant. Blanche, as lady of the house, is a sight to make a sister proud. She looks as if she were born to nothing else, and is a model of prettiness and elegance. Hector kept coming up to me at every opportunity to admire her. Now, old Ethel, look at her. Doesn't she look like a picture? I chose that gown, you know. Then again, after dinner, well, old Ethel, didn't it go off well? Did you ever see anything like her? There, just watch her among the old ladies. I can't think where she learnt it all, can you? And it certainly was too perfect to have been learnt. It was not the impression that poor dear Flora gives one by doing everything so well, as if she had perfectly balanced what was due to herself and everybody else. It was just Blanche, simple and ready, pleasing herself by doing what people liked, and seeing what they did like. It was particularly pretty to see how careful both she and Hector were not to put Leonard aside. Indeed, they make more of him than of Aubrey, who is quite able to find his own level. Even his tender feelings as to Mab are respected, and Blanche always takes care to invite her to a safe seat on a fat scarlet cushion on the sofa, Mrs. Ledwich's wedding present, when the footman with the tea might be in danger of demolishing her. Leonard and his fine eyes and his dog were rather in fashion yesterday evening. Blanche put out his comb sketches for a company trap, and people talked to him about them, and he was set to sing with Blanche, and then with some of the young ladies. He seemed to enjoy it, and his nice, modest, gentlemanlike manner told. The party was not at all amiss in itself. I had a very nice clerical neighbor, and it is a very different thing to see and hear Hector at the bottom of the table from having poor dear George there. But oh, only one dinner more before we see our own table again, and Tom at the bottom of it. Hooray! I trust this is the last letter you will have for many a day from your loving and dutiful daughter, Ethelred May. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 6 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 6. The 12th statute remember to observe, for all the pain thou hast for love and woe, all is too light her mercy to deserve. Thou must in them think where'er thou ride or go, and mortal wounds suffer thou also, all for her sake, and think it well beset upon thy love, for it may not be bet. Chaucer's Court of Love. Goodbye, Leonard, said Ethel, as the 2 families, after mustering strong at the station, parted at the head of Minster Street. And as she felt the quivering, lingering pressure of his hand, she added with a smile, Remember, any Saturday afternoon, and you will come for the books. Glad as she was to be anchored on her father's arm, and clustered round with rejoicing brothers and sisters, she could not be devoid of a shade of regret for the cessation of the intimate intercourse of the last 9 weeks, and a certain desire for the continuance of the confidential terms that had arisen. The moment's pang was lost in the eager interchange of tidings too minute for correspondence. and in approval of the renovation of the drawing-room, which was so skillful that her first glance would have detected no alteration in the subdued tones of paper, carpet, and chintz, so complete was their loyalty to the spirit of perpetuity. Flora told no one of the pains that, among her many cares, she had spent upon those tents, not so much to gratify Ethel, as because her own wearied spirit craved the repose of home sameness, nor how she had finally sent to Paris for the paper that looked so quiet, but was so exquisitely finished, that the whole room had a new air of refinement. The most notable novelty was a water-colored sketch, a labor of love from the busy hands in New Zealand, which had stolen a few hours from their many tasks to send Dr. May the presentment of his namesake grandson. Little Dickie stood before them, a true son of the hummingbird sprite, delicately limbed and featured, and with elastic springiness, visible even in the pencil outline. The dancing dark eyes were all Maida's, though the sturdy clasp of the hands and the curl that hung over the brow brought back the reflection of Harry's baby days. It would have been a charming picture, even if it had not been by Maida's pencil, and of Norman's child, and it chained Ethel for more than one interval of longing, loving study. Tom interrupted her in one of these contemplations. "Poor Flora," he said, with more feeling than he usually allowed to affect his voice. "That picture is a hard trial to her. I caught her looking at it for a full 10 minutes, and at last she turned away with her eyes full of tears." "I do not wonder," said Ethel. "There is a certain likeness to that poor little Leonora, and I think Flora misses her more every year. Such a child as Margaret is just the thing to cause the other to be missed." "What do you think of Margaret this time?" said Ethel, for Tom alone ever durst seriously touch on the undefined impression that all entertained of Flora's only child. "If Flora were only silly about her," said Tom, "one might have some hope, but unluckily she is as judicious there as in everything else, and the child gets more deplorable every year. She has got the look of deformity, and yet she is not deformed, and the queer sullen ways of deficiency, but she has more wit than her father already, and more cunning. As long as there is a mind to work on, one hopes," said Ethel. "I could stand her better if she were foolish," exclaimed Tom, "but I can't endure to see her come into the room to be courted by everyone, and be as cross as she dares before her mother. Behind Flora's back, I don't know which she uses worst, her father or her grandfather. I came down upon little miss at last for her treatment of the doctor, and neither he nor Rivers have forgiven me. Poor child! I don't believe she has ever known a moment's thorough health or comfort. I always hope that with Flora's patience and management she may improve. Pshaw, Ethel! She will always be a misfortune to herself and everybody else." "I have faith in good coming out of misfortunes." "Illustrated, I suppose, by ravings about your young ward. Mary is crazy about his sister, and the doctor lunatic as to the brother, who will soon kick at him for his pains. I own to thinking Leonard capable of great things." Tom made a grimace equal to what Ethel could do in that way, thrust his hands deep into his pockets, and philosophically observed, "Behold the effects of patronage. Blind Cupid is nothing to him." Ethel let it pass, caring too much for Leonard to set him up as a mark for Tom's satire, which was as different from Aubrey's as quinine from orange peel. Though properly used, it was a bracing tonic, such as she often found wholesome. A cynical younger brother is a most valuable possession to a woman who has taken a certain position in her own world. Tom was a sterling character, highly and deeply principled though not demonstrative, and showing his Scots descent. None of the brothers had been extravagant, but Tom, with the income of his lately achieved fellowship, performed feats of economy, such as attaining to the purchase of an ultra-perfect microscope, and he was consistently industrious, so exactly measuring his own powers that to undertake was with him to succeed, and no one suffered anxiety on his account. As Dr. Spencer said, he was as sure to fall on his legs as a sandy cat, and so nobody cared for him. At home he was sufficient to himself, properly behaved to his father, civil to Richard, unmerciful in ridicule, but merciful in dominion over the rest, except Ethel, whom he treated as an equal, able to retort in kind, reserving for her his most highly flavored sallies, and his few and distant approaches to such confidence as showed her how little she knew him. His father esteemed but did not get on with him, and his chief and devoted adherent was Aubrey, to whom he was always kind and helpful. In person Tom was tall and well-made, of intelligent face, of which his spectacles seemed a natural feature, well-molded, fine-grained hand, and dressed the perfection of correctness, though the precision and dandyism had been pruned away. Ethel would have preferred that Leonard and Averill should not have walked in on the Saturday after her return, just when Tom had spread his microscope apparatus over the table and claimed Mary's assistance in setting up objects, and she avoided his eye when Mary and Averill did what he poetically called rushing into each other's arms, whilst she bestowed her greetings on Leonard and Mab. "Then she may come in?" said Leonard. "Henry has banished her from the drawing-room, and we had much ado to get her allowed even in the schoolroom." "It is so tiresome," said his sister, "just one of Henry's fancies." Ethel, thinking this disloyal, remarked that those who disliked dogs in the house could not bear them, and did not wonder that Tom muttered, "Original." "But such a little darling as this!" cried Averill, "and after Mrs. Earnscliff had been so kind. Mary, you must see how clever she is. Leonard is teaching her to play on the piano." "I congratulate you," quietly said Tom, and somehow Ethel felt that those 3 words were a satire on her capable of great things, while Leonard drew up and Averill colored, deferring the exhibition of Mab's accomplishments till another time, evidently meaning out of Tom's presence. "Aubrey is going to the Grange with Papa," Ethel said, glad to lead away from Mab. "He told me he was going," said Leonard, "but he said you would be at home." Ethel knew that the intonation of that "you" had curled Tom's lip with mischief, and dreading that Leonard should discover and resent his mood, she said, "We think one of your sea eggs has got among ours. Will you come to the schoolroom and see?" And leaving Tom to tease and be bored by the young ladies, she led the way to the schoolroom, where Aubrey's fossils, each in its private twist of paper, lay in confusion on the floor, whence they were in course of being transferred to the shelf of a cupboard. Leonard looked at the disorder with astonished admiration. "Yes," said Ethel, "it is a great mess, but they are to have a regular cabinet when Richard has time or Aubrey has money, 2 equally unlikely chances." "How much does a cabinet cost?" "Jones would make a plain deal one for about 25 shillings. "I can't unpack mine properly," said Leonard, disconsolately. "Ave is going to make a place for them, but Henry votes them rubbish." "They are dreadful rubbish," said Ethel. "It goes against my conscience to guard them from the housemaid, and if my sister Flora came in here, I should be annihilated. Of course one expects that in women." "Oh, Richard would be as much distracted. It is a provision of nature that there should be some tidy ones, or what would the world come to? It would be a great deal less of a bore." "Not at all. We should stifle ourselves at last if we had our own way. Never mind, Leonard. We make them go through quite as much as they make us." "I am sure I hope so." "No, no, Leonard," she said, becoming less playful. "We must not do it on purpose. Even unconsciously, we plague the spirits of order quite enough, and they have the right on their side after all." "I think a lady is the person to say what one may do or not in the drawing-room, don't you?" said Leonard. "That depends." "And you let your brother spread his things all over yours." "So I do, but I would not if Papa minded it, or even if this were Richard's house, and he did not like it. Don't begin with worries about trifles, pray, Leonard." "It is not I that care about trifles," returned the boy. "How was one to reckon on a man setting up a monomania about dogs' paws in the hall? I have feared we were rather foolish. I ought to have reminded you to ask whether Mab would be welcome." "I was not going to ask leave. I have no one whose leave to ask, said Leonard, in tones at first proud, then sad. That's a bad beginning, returned Ethel. As master of the house, your brother has a right to your compliance, and if you do not all give way to each other, you will have nothing but dissension and misery. All to each other. Yes, that is fair. He must have given way to you in letting you keep the dog at all in the house, said Ethel. It is a real instance of kindness, and you are bound to let her be as little in his way as possible. He does mean well, I suppose, said Leonard, but he is an awful bother, and poor Abe gets the worst of it. One has no patience with finikin ways in a man. There's no telling how much I owe to my finikin brother Richard, said Ethel, and if you teach Abe to be loyal to the head of your family, you will do her as much good as you will do harm by chafing against his ordinances. Don't you hate such nonsense, Miss May? I can't love order as much as I honor it. Set tastes aside, the point is that if you are to hold together, Leonard, it must be by bearing and forbearing, and above all, to your elder brother. Well, it is a blessing that I shall be in school on Monday. So it is, said Ethel, but barring these fidgets, Leonard, tell me, and she looked kindly at him, how is it at home? Better than you expected, I hope. Blank enough, said Leonard. I didn't think I should have minded the sound of the surgery door so much. You will have Sunday to help you. Yes, Abe and I have been down to the churchyard. Abe does care, poor girl. She knows better what it is now, and she was glad to have me to talk to again, though Miss Mary has been so kind to her. Oh, nobody can be so much to her as you. Poor Abe, said Leonard tenderly. And look here, this is my father's watch, and she made me this chain of my mother's hair. And they have given me a photograph of my mother's picture. Henry had it done long ago, but thought it would upset me to give it before I went away. If he could but have guessed how I lay and wished for one. Those are the things one never can guess, even when one would give worlds to do so. Oh, Miss May, you always know the thing that is comfortable. Well, said Ethel, what will be comfortable now is that you should be the man above being affronted by other people's nonsense. The only way to show we did not all spoil each other at Coombe. Now, here is Woodstock for you, and tell me if this be not your Cyterus. Oh, and we have found out the name of your funny spiked shell. 10 minutes of paleontology ensued, and she was leading the way back to the drawing-room, when he exclaimed, Have you heard about the match, Miss May? Match? Oh, the cricket match? Stoneborough against all England on St. Matthew's Day, so I shall have got my hand in. All England meaning everyone that can be scraped up that is not Stoneborough, returned Ethel. George Larkins has been over here canvassing Tom and Aubrey. But you can't be going to play, Leonard. Papa does not half like it for Aubrey. Perhaps not for Aubrey, said Leonard, but I am as well as ever, and luckily they can't make up a decent 11 without me. You will come and see us, Miss May? I'll find you the jolliest place between the old lime and the cloister door. As if I had not known the Meads ages before your time, said Ethel. I thought you never came to the matches. Ah, you don't remember my brother Stoneborough days, when Norma was cricket mad, and Harry after him, and my father was the best cricketer in Stoneborough till his accident. Yes, Dr. May always comes to see the matches, said Leonard. You will, won't you now, Miss May? I didn't think you knew anything about cricket, but it will be all the better now. Ethel laughed and half promised. Coxmore existed without Ethel on that holiday, and indeed she was self-reproachful, though pleased, at finding her presence so great a treat to her father. Leonard might do the honors of the lime-tree nook, but she spent but little time there, for Dr. May made her walk about with him as he exchanged greetings with each and all, while Gertrude led Richard about at her will, and Mary consorted with the ward girls. With no one on her mind, Ethel could give free attention to the smoothly shaven battlefield, where, within the gray walls shaded by the overhanging elms, the young champions were throwing all the ardor and even the chivalry of their nature into the contest. The annual game had been delayed by the illness in the spring, and the school had lost several good players at the end of the half year. But, on the other hand, the holidays being over, George Larkins had been unable to collect an 11 either in full practice or with public school training, and the veteran spectators were mourning the decay of cricket and talking of past triumphs. The school had the first innings, which resulted in the discomfiture of Fielder, one of their crack champions, and with no great honor to anyone except Folio, the Ducks, and Leonard Ward, who both acquitted themselves so creditably that it was allowed that if others had done as well, Stoneborough might have had a chance. But when All England went in, the game seemed to be more equally balanced. Aubrey May, in spite of devoted practice under Tom's instructions, was, from nervous eagerness, out almost as soon as in, and in his misery of shame and despair felt like the betrayer of his cause. But in due time, with the sun declining, and the score still low, Tom came forward as the last hope of All England, lissom, active, and skilled, walking up to his wicket with the easy confidence of one not greatly caring, but willing to show the natives what play might be. And his play was admirable. The fortunes of the day began to tremble in the balance. Everyone, spectators and all, were in a state of eager excitement, and Aubrey, out of tone and unable to watch for the crisis, fairly fled from the sight, rushed through the cloister door, and threw himself, with his face down, upon the grass, shivering with suspense. There he lay till a sudden burst of voices and cheers showed that the battle was over. The result? He could not believe eyes or ears as he opened the door to behold the triumphant gestures of Stoneborough and the crestfallen air of his own side, and heard the words, "Folio missed 2 chances of Longleg. Ward, tremendous rush, caught him out, with only 1 run to tie." Dr. May was shaking hands with Leonard in congratulation, not solely generous, for let his sons be where they would, Stoneborough triumphs were always the doctor's, and he was not devoid of gratitude to anyone who would defeat Tom. Noting, however, the flitting color, fluttering breath, and trembling limbs that showed the effect of the day's fatigue and of the final exertion, he signed back the boys and thrust Leonard within the cloister door, bidding Aubrey fetch his coat, and Ethel keep guard over him, and when he was rested and cooled, to take him home to the High Street, where his sisters would meet him. "But, sir, the supper," gasped Leonard, leaning against the door-post, unable to stand alone. "I dare say. Keep him safe, Ethel." And the doctor shut the door and offered himself to appease the lads who were clamoring for the hero of their cause, while Leonard sank back on the bench, past words or looks for some moments. "You have redeemed your pennon with your last gasp," said Ethel, half reproachfully. "I was determined," panted the boy. "I don't know how I did it. I couldn't fail with you looking on. You did it by coming." Reply was spared by Aubrey's return, with the coat in one hand and a glass of ale in the other. "You are to go home with Ethel at once," he pronounced with the utmost zest. "That is, as soon as you are rested. My father says you must not think of the supper, unless you particularly wish to be in bed for a week. But we'll all drink your health, and I'll return thanks, the worst player for the best." This was the first time Aubrey had been considered in condition for such festivities, and the gratification of being superior to somebody might account for his glee in invaliding his friend. Cricket suppers were no novelties to Leonard, and either this or his exhaustion must have made him resign himself to his fate, and walk back with Ethel as happily as at Coombe. The sisters soon followed, and were detained to drink tea. The cricketer's mirth must have been fast and furious if it exceeded that at home, for the doctor thought himself bound to make up for the loss to Leonard, put forth all his powers of entertainment, and was comically confidential about these Etonians that think so much of themselves. April was lively and at ease, showing herself the pleasant, well-informed girl whom Ethel had hitherto only taken on trust, and acting in a pretty motherly way towards the little sisters. She was more visibly triumphant than was Leonard, and had been much gratified by a request from the Bankside curate that she would entirely undertake the harmonium at the chapel. She had been playing on it during the absence of the schoolmaster, and with so much better effect than he could produce, that it had been agreed that he would be best in his place among the boys. "Ah," said the doctor, "two things in one are apt to be like Aubrey's compromise between walking-stick and camp-stool, a little of neither." "I don't mean it to be a little of neither with me, Dr. May," said Averill. "I shall have nothing to do with my choir on weekdays till I have sent these pupils of mine to bed." "Are you going to train the choir too?" asked Leonard. "I must practice with them, or we shall not understand one another. Besides, they have such a horrid set of tunes. Mr. Scudamore gave me leave to change them. He is going to have hymnals, and get rid of Tate and Brady at once." "Ah, poor Nahum!" sighed the doctor with such a genuine sigh that Averill turned round on him in amazement. "Yes," said Ethel, "I'm the only one conservative enough to sympathize with you, Papa." "But does anyone approve of the new version?" cried Averill, recovering from her speechless wonder. "Don't come down on me," said the doctor, holding up his hands. "I know it all, but the singing psalms are the singing psalms to me, and I can't help my bad taste. I'm too old to change." "Oh, but Papa, you do like those beautiful hymns that we have now?" cried Gertrude. "Oh, yes, yes, Gertrude, I acquiesce. They are a great improvement. But then, wasn't it a treat when I got over to Woodside Church the other day and found them singing, 'No change of times shall ever shock'?" And he began to hum it. "That is the Sicilian Mariner's hymn," said Averill. "I can sing you that whenever you please." "Thank you, on condition you sing the old Tate and Brady, not your O Santissima, O Purissima," said the doctor, a little mischievously. "Which is eldest, I wonder?" said Abe, smiling, pleased to comply with any whim of his, though too young to understand the associations that entwine closely around all that has assisted or embodied devotion. The music went from the sacred to the secular, and Ethel owned that the perfectly pronounced words and admirable taste made her singing very different from that which adorned most dinner parties. Dr. May intensely enjoyed, and was between tears and bravos at the charge of the 600 when the two brothers entered and stood silently listening. That return brought a change. Aubrey was indeed open and bright, bursting out with eager communications the moment the song ceased, then turning round with winning apologies and hopes that he was not interrupting. But Tom looked so stiff and polite as to chill everyone, and Averill began to talk of the children's bedtime. The doctor and Aubrey pressed for another song so earnestly that she consented, but the spirit and animation were gone, and she had no sooner finished than she made a decided move to depart, and Dr. May accompanied the party home. "Is my father going to put that fellow to bed?" said Tom, yawning as if injured by the delay of bedtime thus occasioned. "Your courtesy does not equal his," said Ethel. "Nor ever will," said Tom. "Never," said Ethel, so emphatically that she nettled him into adding, "He is a standing warning against spoiling one's patience. I wouldn't have them and their whole tag-rag and bobtail about my house for something." "Oh, Tom, for shame!" cried Mary, bursting out in the wrath he had intended to excite. "Ask him which is tag, which rag, and which bobtail," suggested Ethel. "Mab, I suppose," said Gertrude, happily closing the discussion, but it was reanimated by her father's arrival. "That's a nice girl," he said, "very nice, but we must not have her too often in the evening, Mary, without Henry. It is not fair to break up people's home party." "Bobber than bobtail," murmured Tom, with a gesture only meant for Ethel. "Abe said he would be out till quite late, Papa," said Mary, in self-defense. "She ought to have been back before him," said Dr. May. "He didn't seem best pleased to have found her away, and let me tell you, young woman, it is hard on a man who has been at work all day to come home and find a dark house and nobody to speak to." Mary looked melancholy at this approach to reproof, and Tom observed in an undertone, "Never mind, Mary, it is only to give Papa the opportunity of improving his pupil while you exchange confidence with your bosom friend. I shall be gone in another month, and there will be nothing to prevent the perfect fusion of families." No one was sorry that the evening here came to an end. "I hope," said Dr. May at the Sunday's dinner, "that the cricket match has not done for that boy. I did not see him among the boys." "No," said Mary, "but he has met with some accident, and has the most terrible bruised face. Abe can't make out how he did it. Do you know, Aubrey?" The doctor and his two sons burst out laughing. "I thought," said Ethel, rather grieved, "that those things had gone out of fashion." "So Ethel's protégé or prodigy, which is it?" said Tom, "is turning out a muscular Christian on her hands." "Is a muscular Christian one who has muscles, or one who trusts in muscles?" asked Ethel. "Or a better cricketer than an Etonian," added the doctor. Tom and Aubrey returned demonstrations that Eton's glory was untarnished, and the defeat solely owing to such a set of sticks. "Aubrey," said Ethel, in their first private moment, "was this a fight in a good cause? For if so, I will come down with you and see him." Aubrey made a face of dissuasion, ending in a whistle. "Do at least tell me it is nothing I should be sorry for," she said anxiously. He screwed his face into an intended likeness of Ethel's imitation of an orchis, winked one eye, and looked comical. "I see it can't be really bad," said Ethel, "so I will rest on your assurance and ask no indiscreet questions." "You didn't see, then?" said Aubrey, aggrieved at the failure of his imitation. "You don't remember the beauty he met at Coombe?" "Beauty? None but Mab." "Well, they found it out and chaffed him. Fielder said he would cut out as good a face out of an old knob of applewood, and the doctor in petticoats came up again. He got into one of his rages, and they had no end of a shindy, better than any, they say, since Lake and Benson 15 years ago. But Ward was in too great a passion, or he would have done for Fielder long before old Hoxton was seen mooning that way. So you see, if any of the fellows should be about, it would never do for you to be seen going to bind up his wounds, but I can tell him you are much obliged and all that." "Obliged indeed," said Ethel. "What, for making me the laughing stock of the school?" "No, indeed," cried Aubrey, distressed. "He said not a word. They only found it out because he found that seat for you, and Papa sent him away with you. They only meant to poke fun, and it was his caring that made it come home to him. I wonder you don't like to find that such a fellow stood up for you." "I don't like to be made ridiculous." "Tom does not know it, and shall not," eagerly interposed Aubrey. "Thank you," said she, with all her heart. "Then don't be savage. You know he can't help it if he does think you so handsome, and it is very hard that you should be affronted with him, just when he can't see out of one of his eyes." "For that matter," said Ethel, her voice trembling, "one likes generosity in any sort of a cause, but as to this, the only way is to laugh at it." Aubrey thought this "only way" hardly taken by the cachinnation with which she left him, for he was sure that her eyes were full of tears. And after mature consideration he decided that he should only get into a fresh scrape by letting Leonard know that she was aware of the combat and its motive. "If I were 10 years younger, this might be serious," meditated Ethel. "Happily, it is only a droll adventure for me in my old age, and I have heard say that a little raving for a grown-up woman is a wholesome sort of delusion at this time of life. So I need not worry about it, and it is pretty and touching while it lasts. Good fellow!" Ethel had, in fact, little occasion to worry herself, for all special manifestations of Leonard's devotion ceased. Whether it were that Tom, with his grave satirical manner, contrived to render the house disagreeable to both brother and sister, or whether Leonard's boyish bashfulness had taken alarm, and his admiration expended itself in the battle for her charms, there was no knowing. All that was certain was that the Wards seldom appeared at Dr. May's, although elsewhere Mary and Aubrey saw a great deal of their respective friends, and through both, Ethel heard from time to time of Leonard, chiefly as working hard at school, but finding that his illness had cost him not only the last half-year's learning, but some memory and power of application. He was merging into the ordinary schoolboy, a very good thing for him, no doubt, though less beautiful than those Combe fancies. And what were they worth? End of Chapter 6. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 7 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 7. Little specks of daily trouble, petty grievance, petty strife, filling up with drops incessant to the brim the cup of life. Deeper import have these trifles than we think or care to know. In the air a feather floating tells from whence the breezes blow. Rev. G. Munsell. The first brightening of the orphan house of Bankside had been in Leonard's return. The weeks of his absence had been very sore ones to Averill, while she commenced the round of duties that were a heavy burthen for one so young, and became, instead of the petted favorite, the responsible head of the house. She was willing and glad to accept the care of her little sisters, docile, bright children, who were pleased to return to the orderly habits so long interrupted, and were so intelligent that her task of teaching was a pleasant one, and almost motherly love towards them grew up as she felt their dependence on her and enjoyed their caresses. With Henry she had less in common. He expected of her what she had not learnt, and was not willing to acquire. A man interfering in the woman's province meets little toleration, and Henry was extremely precise in his requirements of exact order, punctuality, and excellence in all the arrangements of his house. While breaking her into housekeeping, he made himself appear almost in the light of a taskmaster, and what was worse, of a despised taskmaster. Averill thought she could not respect a brother whose displeasure was manifested by petulance, not sternness, and who cared not only about his dinner, but about the tidy appearance of the drawing-room, nay, who called that tasty which she thought vulgar, made things stiff where she meant them to be easy and elegant, and prepared the place to be the butt of Tom May's satire. Henry was not a companion to her. His intellect was lower, his education had not been of the same order, and he had not the manly force of character that makes up for everything in a woman's eyes. Where she had talents, he had pretensions, just enough to make his judgments both conceited and irritating, and where her deeper thoughts and higher aspirations were concerned, she met either a blank or a growing jealousy of the influence of the clergy and of the May family. Yet Henry Ward was really a good brother, sacrificing much to his orphan sisters, and living a moral and religious life, such as gained for him much credit, and made Mrs. Ledwidge congratulate Averill on the great excellence and kindness of her incomparable brother. Averill assented, and felt it a dreary thing to have an incomparable brother. But when Leonard came home, the face of the house was changed. Now she had something to look forward to. Now there was something to hear that stirred her deeper feelings. Someone who would understand and respond. Someone to make common cause with. Little as she saw of the schoolboy, there was life in her day, for sympathy and comprehension had come home with him. After all, there were recesses in Leonard's confidence to which Ave did not penetrate, but there was quite enough to be very happy upon, especially those visions that had been built on the Melanesian letters. They were not near enough to terrify her with the thought of separation, and she was sufficiently imbued with Mary May's sentiments to regard mission work as the highest ambition. Leonard's strong will and manly disposition would have obtained her homage and affection, even without the lofty sentiments, and the lesser graces that made the brother and sister thoroughly suited to one another, and the bond of union was unfortunately cemented by equal annoyance at Henry's peculiarities. It certainly was rather hard on a young head of a family to have a younger brother his superior in every respect, and with an inseparable sister. That Henry had not found out Leonard's superiority was no reason that it should not gall him, and his self-assertions were apt to be extremely irritating. Even in the first flush of welcome, he had made it plain that he meant to be felt as master of the house, and to enforce those petty regulations of exact order that might be easily borne from a mother, or played with in a sister, would be obeyed grudgingly from a father, but could be intolerable in a brother. The reception of Mab and the Ammonites was but an earnest of similar ungracious acts on the one hand, and aggressions on the other, often unintentional. Averill did, indeed, smooth matters, but she shared Leonard's resentment, and outward submission was compensated by murmur and mockery in private. Still the household worked on fairly, and Mrs. Ledwich was heard to declare, with tears in her eyes, that it was beautiful to see such a happy family of love as those dear young Wards. "The happy family in Trafalgar Square," muttered Dr. Spencer. The confidence of the happy family was on this wise. When Leonard came home with his unpresentable face, he baffled all Eve's anxious questions, and she was only enlightened by Henry's lamentations, in his absence, over the hopelessness of a brother who was so low and vulgar as to box. Her defense being met by a sneer, she flew to tell Leonard of the calumny, and was laughed at for her innocence, but extorted that he had fought with a fellow that talked impudently of some of the maids, cause fully sufficient in her eyes. Nor did Henry utter any open reproof, though he contrived to exasperate his brother into fierce retort and angry gesture by an unnecessary injunction not to show that ungentlemanly face. Full consciousness of the difficulties presented by the characters of the two brothers would have been far too oppressive, and perhaps it was better for Averill that she had it not, but had her own engrossing interests and employments drawing off her attention and enlivening her spirits. Her church music was her object in life, the dedication of the talent that had been cultivated at so much time and cost, and the greatest honor and enjoyment she could imagine, and she had full participation from Leonard, who had a hearty love for sacred music, readily threw himself into her plans, and offered voice and taste to assist her experiments. Nor had her elder brother any objection to her being thus brought forward. He was proud of her performance, and gratified with the compliments it elicited, and all went well till the new hymnals arrived, and books upon books, full of new tunes, anthems, and chants, were accumulating on the music stand. "What are you about there all the evening, not opening your lips?" "Leonard is writing out his verses, and I am copying music." "I wonder you neither of you will remember that that table was never meant to be littered over with all sorts of rubbish." "I thought tables were to put things on," returned Leonard coolly. "Drawing-room tables were not made to be inked. That cover will be ruined in a day or two." "Very well, then we'll pay for it," said Leonard, in the same aggravating tone. "Here are newspapers spread between it and the ink," said Averill, displaying them with an air of injured innocence that made Henry subside. But he presently exclaimed, "Is that copying to go on all night? Can't you speak nor play anything to send one off to sleep?" With a martyr look, yet a satirical glance, Averill opened the piano, and Henry settled himself in the master's armchair, as one about to enjoy well-earned rest and entertainment after a hard day's work. "I say, what doleful drone have you there?" "I am trying a new chant for the Nunc Dimittis." "Nothing but that, day and night. Give us something worth hearing." "I thought you only wanted to go to sleep." "I don't want to dream myself into church, listening to Scudamore's proses. I've quite enough of that on Sunday." Eve began to play one of her school waltzes, and the touch of her fingers on the keys had so sharp-edged and petulant a tone that Leonard smiled to himself as he ran his fingers through his hair over his books. Nor was it soothing to Henry, who, instead of going to sleep, began to survey the room and get food for annoyance. "I say," said he, looking across at a little brass-barred bookcase of ornamental volumes on the opposite chiffoniere, "what book is out there?" Scott's lay, said Leonard. It is up in my room. I told you, Ave, not to let the drawing-room books be carried about the house to be spoilt, said Henry, who seldom reproved his brother direct, but generally through Ave. You better get some made of wood, then, said Leonard. Remember then, Ave, I say I will not have my books taken out and left about over the house. Leonard dashed out of the room passionately, and presently came thundering down again, every step audible the whole way, and threw the book on the table, bringing in a whirlwind and a flaring sloping candle dropping upon the precious cloth. Henry started up and pointed. I'm glad of it, exclaimed Leonard. It will be a little amusement for you. Good night, Ave. I'm going to finish upstairs, since one can't read, write, or touch a book without your being rowed. He was gone, and Averill, though rather frightened, gave him infinite credit for keeping his temper, and perhaps he deserved it, considering the annoyance and the nature of the provocation, but she did not reflect how much might have been prevented by more forethought and less preoccupation. She said not a word, but quietly returned to her copying, and when Henry came with paper and poker to remove the damage, she only shoved back her chair and sat waiting, pen in hand, resigned and ironical. I declare, grumbled Henry, as he examined the remaining amount of damage, these day schools are a great inconvenience. There's no keeping a place fit to be seen with a great uncivilized lad always hanging about. Leonard is considered particularly gentlemanlike, said Ave, with lips compressed to keep back something about old bachelors. Now, I should have thought a lady would have some regard to her own drawing-room and object to slovenliness, elbows on table, feet everywhere. Nothing is in worse taste than constraint, said Ave, from the corners of her mouth, at least for those that can trust their manners without it. I tell you, Ave, you are spoiling the boy. He is more conceited than ever since the Mays noticed him. Leonard conceited? Yes, he is getting as stuck up as Tom May himself. Your model, I believe. I thought he was yours. Mine? Yes, you always seem to aim at a poor imitation of him. There was a blushing, angry stammer in reply, and she suppressed her smile, but felt triumphant in having hit the mark. Unready at retort, he gathered himself up and said, Well, Ave, I have only this to say, that if you choose to support that boy in his impertinences, there will be no bearing it, and I shall see what I shall do. Seeing what shall be done is a threat stimulating to some, but appalling to others, and Ava was of the latter class, with no desire for such a spectacle, be it what it might. She did not apologize for the trifle. Possible ink, a spot of wax, a borrowed book, were far beneath an apology, but she made up her mind to humor Henry's follies magnanimously and avoid collisions, like an admirable peacemaker. As soon as bedtime came, she repaired to Leonard's room, and Henry, as he went along the passage, heard the two young voices ringing with laughter. Her retort had been particularly delightful to Leonard. That's right, Ave. I'm glad you set him down, for I thought afterwards whether I ought not to have stood by you, only his way of pitching into me through you puts me into such a rage. I shall do something desperate some day. Never mind it, Leonard. It does not hurt me, and if it did, I should like to bear a great deal for you. That's all the wrong way, said Leonard, smiling affectionately. No, men do, and women suffer. That's trite, said Leonard, patting her fondly. I like you to do, as you call it, Miss May does, and every one that is worth anything. I say, Abe, when I go out to the islands, you are coming too? Oh, yes. I know I could do a great deal. If nothing else, I could sing, and they have a great aptitude for singing, Mary was telling me. But that reminds me I must finish copying the hymn for next Sunday. Henry hindered me, and I have 6 copies more to do. I'll do some of them, said Leonard. Let us go down now. The coast is clear, if the fire is not out. They went down softly, Mab and all, nursed up the fire that Henry had raked out, and if Saturnalia could be held over the writing out of a hymn tune, they did it. At any rate, it had the charm of an assertion of independence, and to Averill it was something like a midnight meeting of persecuted Christians. To Leonard it was great fun. That evening was not a solitary specimen. Averill and Leonard intended to obviate causes of offense, but they were young and heedless, and did not feel bound to obedience. Very little temptation made them forget or defy Henry's fancies, and Leonard was easily lashed into answers really unbecoming and violent, for which he could not bring himself to be sorry, when he thought over the petty interference and annoyance that had caused them. These small tyrannies and frets made Averill the more devoted to the music, which was her rest, her delight, and not only exalted her above cares, but sanctioned her oblivion of them. The occupation grew upon her, never ending, still beginning, with fresh occasions for practice and new lessons. But though Bankside boys were willing to be taught, yet it was chiefly in hope of preferment as choristers at the minster, and she soon found that a scholar no sooner proved his voice good for anything than he went off to be trained for the choir on the foundation, which fed, clothed, and apprenticed its young singers. She found she must betake herself to an elder race if she wanted a reliable staff of voices, and some young men and women showing themselves willing, a practice, with Mr. Scudamore to keep order, was organized for late evenings, twice in the week. This was rather much. Henry opposed at first, on the ground that the evening would be broken up, to which she answered that for such a purpose they ought to be willing to sacrifice a little domestic comfort, and when he muttered a petulant "pshaw," looked at him in reproof for sacrilege. She was not going to be one of the womankind sitting up in a row till their lords and masters should be pleased to want them. Next, he insisted that he would not have her going about the place after dark, but she was fortified by the curate's promise to escort her safely, and reduced him to a semi-imprecation which she again viewed as extremely wicked. The existence of that meek little helpless Mrs. Scudamore, always shut up in a warm room with her delicate baby, cut off Henry from any other possible objection, and he was obliged to submit. Leonard would gladly have been his sister's companion on her expeditions, but he must remain at home and prepare for the morrow's schoolwork, and endure the first hour of dreariness unenlivened by her smile and greeting, and, what was worse, without the scanty infusion of peace produced by her presence. Her rapid departure after dinner always discomposed Henry, and the usual vent for his ill humor was either a murmur against the clergy and all their measures, or the discovery of some of Leonard's transgressions of his code. Fretted and irritable at the destruction of evening comfort, he in his turn teased the fiery temper of his brother. If there were nothing worse, his grumbling remarks interrupted, and too often they were that sort of censure that is expressively called nagging. Leonard would reply angrily, and the flashes of his passion generally produced silence. Neither brother spoke to Averill of these evening interludes, which were becoming almost habitual, but they kept Leonard in a constant sore sense of injury, yet of uneasy conscience. He looked to the Randall scholarship as his best hope of leaving home and its torments, but his illness had thrown him back. He had not only lost the last quarter, but the acquirements of the one before it were obscured, and the vexations themselves so harassed and interrupted his evening studies that he knew it was unreasonable to hope for it at the next examination, which, from various causes, was to come after the Christmas holidays, and it would be well if he could even succeed in the summer. Innocent as the maids were of the harmonium business, Henry included them in the annoyance it gave. It was the work of the curate, and was not Dr. May one in everything with the clergy? Had he not been instrumental in building the chapel? Was it not the maids and the clergy who had made Ave inconveniently religious and opinionative? To say nothing of Leonard, the whole town was priest, led and bigoted, and Dr. May was the despot to whom all bowed down. This was an opinion Henry would hardly have originated. It was the shaft of an abler man than he, no other than Harvey Anderson, who had lately become known to the world by a book proving King John to have been the most enlightened and patriotic of English sovereigns, enduring the interdict on a pure principle of national independence, and devising Magna Charta from his own generous brain. In fact, presenting a magnificent and misunderstood anticipation of the most advanced theories of the 19th century. The book had made so much noise in the world that the author had been induced to quit his college tutorship and become editor of a popular magazine. He lived in London, but often came down to spend Sunday with his mother, and had begun to be looked on as rather the lion of the place. Henry took in his magazine, and courted his notice, often bringing him into Avril's way, that she might hear her heroes treated with irony more effectual than home-made satire. But Ave was staunch. She hated the sight of Mr. Anderson, never cut the leaves of his magazine, and if driven to sing to him, took as little pains as her musical nature would let her do. But the very strength of her dislike gave it an air of prejudice, and it was set down less to principle than to party spirit and May influence. There was another cause for Henry's being soured. He was not of the nature to be filial with Dr. May, and therefore gratitude oppressed and patronage embittered him. The first months of warm feeling at an end, the old spirit of independence revived, and he avoided consulting the physician as much as possible. More than once his management of a case was not approved by Dr. May, and the strong and hasty language, and the sharp reproofs that ensued, were not taken as the signs of the warm heart and friendly interest, but as the greatest offences, sullenly, but not the less bitterly endured. Moreover, one of the Whitford surgeons had been called in by a few of the outlying families who had hitherto been patients of the wards, and worse than all, Mrs. Rivers took her child up to London for 3 days in November, and it became known, through a chain of tongues, that it was for the enlargement of tonsils on which Mr. Ward had operated a year before. Old May was playing him false, was Henry's cry. His professions were humbug. He would endure no one who did not submit to his dictation, and he would bring in a stranger to run them all. Little did Henry know of Dr. May's near approach to untruth in denying that he had a house to let the opposition surgeon, of his attestations to his daughter that young Ward was a skilful operator, or of his vexation when she professed herself ready to undergo anything for his pleasure, but said that little Margaret's health was another thing. Yet even this might have been forgiven, but for that worst rub of all, Tom May's manners. His politeness was intense, most punctilious and condescending in form, and yet provoking beyond measure to persons who, like Henry and Avril, had not playfulness enough to detect with certainty whether they were being made game of or not, nor whether his smoothly uttered compliments were not innuendos. Henry was certain of being despised, and naturally chafed against the prospect of the future connection between the two medical men of the town, and though Tom was gone back to Cambridge, it was the rankling remembrance of his supercilious looks that, more than any present offense or independence of spirit, made the young surgeon kick against direction from the physician. Here, too, Avril was of the same mind. She had heard Tom May observe that his sister Gertrude would play quite well enough for a lady, for the mission of a lady's music was to put one to sleep at home and cover conversation at a party. As to the rest, unprofessionals were a mistake. After that, the civil speeches with which Tom would approach the piano only added insult to injury. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 8 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by HannahMary Young. Chapter 8. Ne'er readier at alarm bell's call, thy burghers rose to man thy wall, than now in danger shall be thine, thy dauntless voluntary line. Marmion. Drive fast, Will, said Dr. May, hastily stepping into his carriage in the early darkness of a December evening. 5 already, and he is to be there by 5:25. He was no other than Harry May, and there was the station. With the tidings of the terrible fight of Peho had come a letter from a messmate of Harry's with an account of his serious wound in the chest describing it as just short of immediately dangerous. Another letter had notified his amendment, and that he was invalided home. A few cheery words from Harry himself scrawled at the end, showing that his power was far less than his goodwill. And after 2 months' waiting and suspense, a telegram had come from Plymouth with the words Stoneborough, 5:25. In ignorance as to the state of the traveler, and expecting to find him in a condition requiring great care and watching, Dr. May had laid his injunctions on the eager family not to rush up to the station en masse to excite and overwhelm, but to leave the meeting there entirely to himself and his brougham. He had, therefore, been exceedingly annoyed that one of Henry Ward's pieces of self-assertion had delayed him unnecessarily at a consultation, and when at last he had escaped, he spent most of his journey with his body half out of the window, hurrying Will Adams, and making noises of encouragement to the horse, or else in a strange tumult of sensation between hope and fear, pain and pleasure, suspense and thankfulness, the predominant feeling being vexation at not having provided against this contingency by sending Richard to the station. After all the best efforts of the stout old chestnut, he and the train were simultaneously at the station, and the passengers were getting out on the opposite platform. The doctor made a dash to cross in the rear of the train, but was caught and held fast by a porter with the angry exclamation, "She's backing, sir!" And there he stood in an agony, feeling all Harry's blank disappointment, and the guilt of it besides, and straining his eyes through the narrow gaps between the blocks of carriages. The train rushed on, and he was across the line the same instant, but the blank was his. Up and down the gas-lighted platform he looked in vain among the crowd, only his eyes suddenly lit on a black case close to his feet, with the 3 letters M-A-Y, and the next moment a huge chest appeared out of the darkness, bearing the same letters, and lifted on a truck by the joint strength of a green porter and a pair of broad blue shoulders. Too ill to come on, telegraph, mail train, rushed through the poor doctor's brain as he stepped forward as if to interrogate the chest. The blue shoulders turned, a ruddy sunburnt face lighted up, and the inarticulate exclamation on either side was of the most intense relief and satisfaction. "Where are the rest?" said Harry, holding his father's hand in no sick man's grasp. "At home. I told them not to come up. I thought, well, we'll walk down together. I've got you all to myself. I thought you had missed my telegram. Hello, Will! How do you do? What, this thing to drive down in?" "I thought you were an invalid, Harry," said Dr. May, with a laughing yet tearful ring in his agitated tone, as he packed himself and his son in. I wished I could have let you know sooner how well I had got over it," said Harry, in the deep, full voice of strong, healthy manhood. "I am afraid you have been very anxious." "We are used to it, my boy," said the doctor huskily, stroking the great firm fingers that were lying lovingly on his knee. "And if it always ends in this way, it ought to do us more good than harm." "It has not done harm, I hope," said Harry, catching him up quick. "Not to old Mary?" "No, Mary works things off. Good girl. I flatter myself you will find us all in high preservation." All at home?" "That's right." "Yes, those infants from Maplewood and all. You are sure you are all right, Harry?" "As sure as my own feelings can make me, and the surgeon of the Dexter to back them," said Harry. "I don't believe my lungs were touched after all, but you shall all sit upon me when you like, Tom and all. It was a greater escape than I looked for," he added, in a lower voice. "I did not think to have had another Christmas here." The silence lasted for the few moments till the carriage drew up behind the limes. The doors were thrown open, and the doctor shouted to the timid, anxious figure that alone was allowed to appear in the hall, "Come and lift him out, Mary." The drawing-room was a goodly sight that evening, and the doctor, as he sat leaning back in weary happiness, might be well satisfied with the bright garland that still clustered round his hearth, though the age of almost all forbade their old title of daisies. The only one who still asserted her right to that name was perched on the sailor's knee, insisting on establishing that there was as much room for her there as there had been 3 years ago, though, as he had seated himself on a low footstool, her feet were sometimes on the ground, and moreover her throne was subject to sudden earthquakes, which made her, nothing loath, cling to his neck, draw his arm closer round her, and lean on his broad breast, proud that universal consent declared her his likeness in the family, and the two presenting a pleasant contrasting similarity, the open, honest features, blue eyes, and smile, expressive of hearty goodwill and simple happiness, were so entirely of the same mold in the plump, white-skinned, rosy-cheeked, golden-haired girl, and in the large, powerful, bronzed, ruddy sailor, with a thick mass of curls, at which Tom looked with hostility as fixed, though less declared, than that of his Eton days. Those were the idle members upon the hearth rug. On the sofa, with a small table to herself, and a tall embroidery frame before her, nearly hiding her slight person, sat Mrs. Earnscliff, her pretty head occasionally looking out over the top of her work to smile and answer, and her artistically arranged hair and the crispness of her white dress and broad blue ribbons marking that there was a step in life between her and her sisters. Her husband sat beside her on the sofa, with the red volume in his hand, with orders, the only word visible above the fingers, one of which was keeping his place. Hector looked very happy and spirited, though his visage was not greatly ornamented by a mustache, sandier even than his hair, giving effect to every freckle on his honest face. A little behind was Mary, winding one of Blanche's silks over the back of a chair, and so often looking up to revel in the contemplation of Harry's face, that her skein was in a wild tangle, which she studiously concealed lest the sight should compel Richard to come and unravel it with those wonderful fingers of his. Richard and Ethel were arranging the sick albums which they had constructed, one of cheap religious prints, with texts and hymns, to be lent in cases of lingering illness. The other, commonly called the profane, of such scraps as might please a sick child, pictures from worn-out books or advertisements, which Ethel was coloring. Aubrey volunteering aid that was received rather distrustfully, as his love of effect caused him to array the model schoolchildren in colors gaudy enough, as Gertrude complained, to corrupt a saint. Nor was his dilettante help more appreciated at a small stand, well provided with tiny drawers and holding a shaded lamp, according to Gertrude, burning something horrible ending in gen, that would kill anybody but Tom, who managed it, but which threw a beautiful light upon the various glass dishes, tubes, and slides, and the tall brass microscope that Tom was said to love better than all his kith and kin, and which afforded him occupation for his leisure moments. "I say, Harry," he asked, "did you get my letter?" "Your letter? Of what date? I got none since Mary's of the 2nd of May, when everyone was down in the fever. Poor old Ward, I never was more shocked. What has become of the young ones?" "Oh, you must ask Mary. Miss Ward is a bosom friend of hers." "What? The girl that sang like the lark? I must hear her again. But she won't be in tune for singing now, poor thing. What are they doing? Henry Ward taken to the practice? He used to be the dirtiest little sneak going, but I hope he is mended now." "Ask my father," said mischievous Tom, and Dr. May answered not, nor revealed his day's annoyance with Henry. "He is doing his best to make a home for his brother and sister," said Richard. "My letter," said Tom, "was written in Whitsun week. I wish you had had it." "Aye, it would have been precious from its rarity," said Harry. "What commission did it contain, may I ask?" "You have not by good luck brought me home a Chinese flea?" "He has all the fleas in creation," said Daisy confidentially. "Cats and dogs and hedgehogs and human, and you would have been twice as welcome if you had brought one." "I've brought no present to nobody. I'd got my eye on a splendid ivory junk, for Blanche's wedding present, at Canton, but I couldn't even speak to send anyone after it. You have uncommon bad luck for a sailor's relatives." "As long as you bring yourself home, we don't care," said Blanche, treating the loss of the junk with far more resignation than did Tom that of the flea. "If you only had a morsel of river mud sticking anywhere," added Tom, "you don't know the value the infusoria might be." "I had a good deal more than a morsel sticking to me once," said Harry. "It was owing to my boat's crew that I am not ever so many feet deep in it now, like many better men. They never lost sight of me, and somehow hauled me out." Gertrude gave him a hug, and Mary's eyes got so misty that her skein fell into worse entanglements than ever. "Were you conscious?" asked Ethel. "I can't say. I'm clear of nothing but choking and gasping then, and a good while after. It was a treacherous, unlucky affair, and I'm afraid I shall miss the licking of rascally John Chinaman. If all I heard at Plymouth is true, we may have work handy at home." "At home you may say," said his father. "Dulce et and si is our motto. Didn't you know what a nest of heroes we have here to receive you? Let me introduce you to Captain Earnscliffe, of the Dorset Volunteer Rifle Corps, Private Thomas May, of the Cambridge University Corps, and Mr. Aubrey Spencer May, for whom I have found a rifle and am expected to find a uniform as soon as the wise heads have settled what color will be most becoming." "Becoming? No, Papa!" indignantly shouted Aubrey. "It is the color that will be most invisible in skirmishing." "Gray, faced with scarlet," said Hector decidedly. "Yes, that is the color of the invincible Dorsets," said Dr. May. "There you see our great authority with his military instructions in his hand." "No, sir," replied Hector. "It's not military instructions. It is Crawford's general orders." "And," added the doctor, "there's his bride working the colors, and Mary wanting to emulate her." "I don't think George will ever permit us to have colors," said Ethel. "He says that rifles have no business with them, for that they are of no use to skirmishers." "The matter has been taken out of George's hands," said Aubrey. "There would not have been a volunteer in the country if he had his way." "Yes," explained Ethel. "The real soldier can't believe in volunteers, nor cavalry and infantry, but he is thoroughly in for it now." "Owing to his Roman matron," quoth Tom. "It was a wonderful opening for public spirit when Lady Walkingham insisted on Sir Henry refusing the use of the park for practice, for fear we should make targets of the children. So the Spartan mother at Abbotstoke, gallantly setting Margaret aside, sent for the committee at once to choose the very best place in the park." "Papa is chairman of the committee," added Aubrey. "He is mayor this year, so we must encourage it." "And Aubrey hit 4 times at 100 yards, triumphantly declared Gertrude, when Edward Anderson and Henry Ward only got a ball in by accident. "Henry Ward ought to be shot at himself," was Aubrey's sentiment, "for not letting Leonard be in the corps." "The fellow that you brought to Maplewood?" asked Hector. "I thought he was at school." "Didn't you know that O'Hoxton has given leave to any of the sixth form to drill and practice? And that trumpy fellow, Henry, says he can't afford the outfit, though his sister would have given him the uniform." "Let me tell you, young folks," said the doctor, "that you are not to suppose it always hails cracked rifles on all sorts of improved systems, as it does when Captain Hector is in the house." "They are only on trial, sir," apologized Hector. "Very odd, then, that they all have an eagle and HE on them," observed the doctor dryly. "Oh, they'll take them again, or I shall find a use for them," said Hector. "Well, if Henry can't afford 2, said Aubrey, holding to his point, "he ought to give up to his brother. He knows no more how to handle a rifle." "That's the very reason," muttered Tom. "And Flora is going to give a great party," proceeded Gertrude, "as soon as the uniform is settled and they are enrolled. Blanche and Hector are to stay for it, and you'll have to wear your lieutenant's uniform, Harry." "I can't be going to balls till I've been up to report myself fit for service," said Harry. "It is not to be a ball," said Blanche's soft, serious voice over her green silk banner. "It is to be a breakfast and concert, ending in a dance, such as we had at Maplewood." "Hollo!" said Harry, starting. "Now I begin to believe in Mrs. Earnscliffe, when I hear her drawing down herself as an example to Flora." "Only a precedent," said Blanche, blushing a little, but still grave. "We have had some experience, you know. Our corps was one of the earliest enrolled, and Hector managed it almost entirely. It was the reason we have not been able to come here sooner, but we thought it right to be foremost, as the enemy are sure to attempt our coast first." "I believe the enemy are expected on every coast at first," was Ethel's aside, but it was not heard, for Harry was declaring, "Your coast? They will never get the length of that. I was talking to an old messmate of mine in the train who was telling me how we could burn their whole fleet before it could get off Cherbourg." "If they should slip by," began Hector. "Slip by?" And Harry had well nigh dislodged Daisy by his vehemence in demonstrating that they were welcome to volunteer, but that the Channel Fleet would prevent the rifles from being seriously put to the proof. A declaration highly satisfactory to the ladies, and hardly backed up by the doctor, though Blanche looked rather discomfited, and Hector argued loud for the probability of active service. "I say, Aubrey," said Tom, rather tired of the land and sea debate, "do just reach me a card to take up some of this sand upon." Aubrey obeyed, and reading the black-edged card as he handed it, said, "Mrs. Pug." "What? Pug ought to have been calling upon Mab." "Maybe she will, in good earnest," observed Tom again in Ethel's ear, while the whole room rang with the laughter that always befalls the unlucky wight guilty of a blunder in a name. "You don't mean that you don't know who she is, Aubrey?" was the cry. How should I?" "What? Not Mrs. Pugh?" exclaimed Daisy. "Pugh or Pug, I know nothing of either. Is this edge as mourning for all the old pews that have been demolished in the church?" "For shame, Aubrey," said Mary seriously. "You must know it is for her husband." Aubrey set up his eyebrows in utter ignorance. "How true it is that one half of the world knows nothing of the other!" exclaimed Ethel. "Do you really mean you have never found out the great Mrs. Pugh, Mrs. Ledwidge's dear suffering Matilda?" "I've seen a black lady sitting with Mrs. Ledwidge in church." "Such is life," said Ethel. How little she thought herself living in such an unimpressible world! "She is a pretty woman enough," observed Tom. "And very desirous of being useful," added Richard. "She and Mrs. Ledwidge came over to Coxmore this morning, and offered any kind of assistance." "At Coxmore?" cried Ethel, much as if it had been the French. "Every district is filled up here, you know," said Richard, "and Mrs. Ledwidge begged me as a personal favor to give her some occupation that would interest her and cheer her spirits, so I asked her to look after those new cottages at Gould's End. Quite out of your beat, Ethel, and she seemed to be going about energetically." Tom looked unutterable things at Ethel, who replied with a glance between diversion and dismay. "Who is the lady?" said Blanche. "She assaulted me in the street with inquiries and congratulations about Harry, declaring she had known me as a child, a thing I particularly dislike. And Mrs. Earnscliff looked like a ruffled goldfinch." "Forgetting her has not been easy to the payers of duty calls," said Ethel. "She was the daughter of Mrs. Ledwidge's brother, the Colonel of Marines, and used, in old times, to be with her aunt. There used to be urgent invitations to Flora and me to drink tea there because she was of our age. She married quite young, something very prosperous and rather aged, and the glories of dear Matilda's villa at Bristol have been our staple subject. But Mr. Pugh died in the spring, leaving his lady 500 a year, absolutely her own, and she has come to stay with her aunt and look for a house, etc., added Tom. "What, in the buxom widow line?" asked Harry. "No, no," said Richard, rather indignantly. "No, in the pathetic line," said Ethel. "But that requires some self-denial." "Our tongues don't lose their venom, you see, Harry," put in the doctor. "No, indeed, Papa," said Ethel, really anxious to guard her brothers. "I was very sorry for her at first, and perhaps I pity her more now than even then. I was taken with her pale face and dark eyes, and I believe she was a good wife, and really concerned for her husband, but I can't help seeing that she knows her grief is an attraction." "To simple parsons," muttered Tom along the tube of his microscope. "The sound of her voice showed her to be full of pretension," said Blanche. "Besides, Mrs. Ledwidge's trumpeting would fix my opinion in a moment." "Just so," observed the doctor. "No, Papa," said Ethel. "I was really pleased and touched in spite of Mrs. Ledwidge's devotion to her, till I found out a certain manoeuvre to put herself in the foreground and not let her sorrow hinder her from any enjoyment or display. She can't bear anyone to do what she does not." "What? Mary's mouth open against her too?" cried Dr. May. "Well, Papa," insisted Mary, Nobody wanted her to insist on taking the harmonium at Bankside last Sunday, just because April had a cold in her head, and she played so fast that everyone was put out, and then said she would come to the practice that they might understand one another. She is not even in the Bankside district, so it is no business of hers." "There, Richard, her favors are equally distributed," said Aubrey. "But if she would take that harmonium altogether, one would not mind. It makes Henry Ward as sulky as a bear to have his sister going out all the evening, and he visits it on Leonard. I dare say if she stayed at home, he would not have been such a brute about the rifle." "I should not wonder," said Dr. May. "I sometimes doubt if home is sweetened to my friend Henry." "Oh, Papa!" cried Mary, bristling up. "Ave is very hard worked, and she gives up everything in the world but her church music, and that is her great duty and delight." "Miss Ward's music must be a sore trial to the pug," said Tom. "Will it be at this affair at Abbotstoke?" "That's the question," said Ethel. "It never goes out, yet is to be met everywhere, just over-persuaded at the last moment. Now Flora, you will see, will think it absolutely improper to ask her, and she will be greatly disappointed not to have the chance of refusing, and then yielding at the last minute." "Flora must have her," said Harry. "I trust not," said Blanche, shrinking. "Flora will not ask her," said Tom, "but she will be there." "And will dance with me," said Harry. "No, with Richard," said Tom. "What?" said Richard, looking up at the sound of his name. All laughed, but were ashamed to explain, and were relieved that their father rang the bell. "At that unhappy skein still, Mary?" said Mrs. Earnscliff, as the good nights were passing. "What a horrid state it is in!" "I shall do it in time," said Mary, "when there is nothing to distract my attention. I only hope I shall not hurt it for you." "Chuck it into the fire at once. It is not worth the trouble," said Hector. Each had a word of advice, but Mary held her purpose, and persevered till all had left the room except Richard, who quietly took the crimson tangle on his wrist, turned and twisted, opened passages for the winder, and by the magic of his dexterous hands had found the clue to the maze, so that all was proceeding well, though slowly, when the study door opened, and Harry's voice was heard in a last good night to his father. Mary's eyes looked wistful, and one misdirection of her winder tightened an obdurate loop once more. "Run after Harry," said Richard, taking possession of the ivory. "Good night. I can always do these things best alone. I had rather. Yes, really. Good night," and his kiss had the elder brother's authority of dismissal. His Maimuna was too glad and grateful for more than a summary "thank you," and flew upstairs in time to find Harry turning, baffled, from her empty room. "What? Only just done that interminable yarn?" he said. "Richard is doing it. I could not help letting him, this first evening of you." "Good old Richard! He is not a bit altered since I first went to sea, when I was so proud of that," said Harry, taking up his midshipman's dirk, which formed a trophy on Mary's mantel-shelf. "Are we altered since you went last?" said Mary. "The younger ones, of course. I was in hopes that Aubrey would have been more like old June, but he'll never be so much of a fellow." "He is a very dear good boy," said Mary warmly. "Of course he is," said Harry, "but somehow he will always have a woman-bred way about him. Can't be helped, of course. But what a pair of swells Tom and Blanche are come out!" And he laughed good-naturedly. "Is not Blanche a beautiful dear darling?" cried Mary eagerly. "It is so nice to have her. They could not come at first because of the infection, and then because of the rifle corps, and now it is delicious to have all at home." "Well, Molly, I'm glad it wasn't you that have married. Mind, you mustn't marry till I do." And Harry was really glad that Mary's laugh was perfectly fancy-free as she answered, "I'm sure I hope not, but I won't promise, because that might be unreasonable, you know." "Oh, you prudent, provident Polly! But," added Harry, recalled to a sense of time by a clock striking 11, "I came to bring you something, Mary. You shall have it, if you will give me another." Mary recognized, with some difficulty, a prayer book with limp covers that Margaret had given him after his first voyage. Not only was it worn by 7 years' use, but it was soiled and stained with dark brownish red, and a straight round hole perforated it from cover to cover. "Is it too bad to keep?" said Harry. "Let me just cut out my name in Margaret's hand, and the verse of the 107th Psalm. Luckily the ball missed that." "The ball?" said Mary, beginning to understand. "Yes, every one of those circles that you see cut out there was in here," said Harry, laying his hand over his chest, "before the ball which I have given to my father." "Oh, Harry!" was all Mary could say, pointing to her own name in a pencil scrawl on a flyleaf. "Yes, I set that down because I could not speak to tell what was to be done with it, when we didn't know that that book had really been the saving of my life. That hair's breadth deviation of the bullet made all the difference." Mary was kissing the blood-stained book and sobbing. "Why, Mary, what is there to cry for? It is all over now, I tell you. I am as well as man would wish, and there's no more about it but to thank God and try to deserve His goodness." "Yes, yes, I know, Harry, but to think how little we knew, or thought, or felt, going on in our own way, when you were in such danger and suffering." "Wasn't I very glad you were going on in your own way?" said Harry. "Why, Mary, it was that which did it. It has been always that thought of you at the minster every day, that kept me to reading the Psalms, and so having the book about me. And did not it do one good to lie and think of the snug room, and my father's spectacles, and all as usual? When they used to lay me on the deck of the Dexter at night, because I could not breathe below, I used to watch old Orion, who was my great friend in the Loyalty Isles, and wish the heathen name had not stuck to the old fellow. He always seemed so like the Christian warrior, climbing up with his shield before him and his. A home like this is a shield to a man in more ways than one, Mary. Hello! Was that the street door?" "Yes, Richie going home. Fancy his being at the silk all this time. I am so sorry." Maugre her sorrow. There were few happier maidens in England than Mary May, even though her service was distracted by the claims of 3 slave owners at once, bound as she was, to Ethel by habitual fidelity, to Harry by eager adoration, to Blanche by willing submission. Luckily, their requisitions, for the most part unconscious, seldom clashed, or, if they did, the 2 elders gave way, and the bride asserted her supremacy in the plenitude of her youthful importance and prosperity. Thus she carried off Mary in her barouche to support her in the return of bridal calls, while the others were organizing a walk to visit Flora and the rifle target. Gertrude's enthusiasm was not equal to walking with a weapon that might be loaded, nor to being ordered out to admire the practice, so she accompanied the sisters. Tom was reading hard, and Ethel found herself, Aubrey and the sailor, the only ones ready to start. This was a decided treat, for Aubrey and she were so nearly one that it was almost a tete-a-tete with Harry, though it was not his way to enter by daylight, and without strong impulse, on what regarded himself, and there were no such confidences as those to Mary on the previous night. But in talking over home details, it was easier to speak without Tom's ironical ears and caustic tongue. Among other details, the story of the summer that Ethel and Aubrey had spent at Coombe was narrated, and Aubrey indulged himself by describing what he called Ethel's conquest. "It is more a conquest of Normans, and of Melanesia," said Ethel. "If it were not nonsense to build upon people's generous visions at 17, I should sometimes hope a spark had been lit that would shine some day in your islands, Harry." Going up that hill was not the place for Etheldred May to talk of the futility of youthful aspirations, but it did not so strike either of the brothers, to whom Coxmore had long been a familiar fact. Harry laughed to hear the old Ethel so like herself, and Aubrey said, "By the by, what did you do the day you walked him to Coxmore? He was fuller of those islands than ever after it." "I did not mean it," said Ethel, "but the first day of the holidays I came on him disconsolate in the street, with nothing to do, and very sore about Henry's refusal to let him volunteer. He walked on with me till we found ourselves close to Coxmore, and I found he had never seen the church, and would like to stay for evening service, so I put him into the parsonage while I was busy, and told him to take a book." "I know," said Aubrey. The liveliest literature you can get in Richard's parlor are the missionary reports." "Exactly so, and he got quite saturated with them. And when we walked home, I was so thankful that the rifle grievance should be a little displaced, that I led him on to talk and build castles rather more than according to my resolutions." "Hallo, Ethel!" said Harry. "Yes, I think spontaneous castles are admirable, but I mistrust all timber from other people's woods." "But isn't this a horrid shame of Henry?" said Aubrey. "Such a little prig as he is, to take the place of such a fellow as Leonard, a capital shot already." "I wish Henry had been magnanimous," said Ethel. "I'd as soon talk of a magnanimous weasel, from what I recollect," said Harry. "And he is worse now, Harry," continued Aubrey. "So spruce and silky out of doors, and such a regular old tyrannical bachelor indoors. He is jealous of Leonard, anyone can see, and that's the reason he won't give him his due." "You observe," said Ethel, "that this boy thinks the youngest brother's due is always to come first." "So it is in this family," said Harry. "No one comes so last as old Richie." "But of course," said Aubrey, rather taken aback, "if I were not youngest, I should have to knock under to someone." Ethel and Harry both laughed heartily, one congratulating him on not having carried the principal into the cockpit, the other adding, "Don't indoctrinate Leonard with it. There is enough already to breed bitterness between those brothers. Leonard ought to be kept in mind that Henry has so much to harass him that his temper should be borne patiently with. He I don't think Papa's best endeavors have kept all his father's practice for him, and I am sure the rate of living must make him feel pinched this Christmas. Whew! He will be in a sweeter mood than ever. I have been trying to show Leonard that there's room for magnanimity on his side at least, and don't you go and upset it all by commonplace abuse of tutors and governors." "I upset it!" cried Aubrey. "I might as well try to upset the minster as a word from you to Leonard." "Nonsense! What's that?" For they were hailed from behind, and looking round saw two tall figures, weapon in hand, in pursuit. They proved to be Hector Earnscliff and Leonard Ward, each bearing one of what Dr. May called the H.E. rifles. But Leonard looked half shy, half grim, and so decidedly growled off all Aubrey's attempts at inquiry or congratulation that Ethel hazarded none, and Aubrey looked discomfited, wearing an expression which Harry took to mean that the weight of his rifle fatigued him, and insisted on carrying it for him, in spite of his rather insulted protests and declarations that the sailor was an invalid. Ethel had walked forwards and found Leonard at her side, with a darkening brow as he glanced back at the friendly contest. "Harry spoils Aubrey as much as all the others do," said Ethel lightly, deeming it best to draw out the sting of the rankling thought. "Aye, none of them would leave him to be pitied and offered favors by some chance person," said Leonard. "You don't call my brother Hector a chance person?" "Did you say anything to him, Miss May?" said Leonard, turning on her a flushed face, as if he could almost have been angered with her. "I said not one word." "Nor Aubrey?" "The volunteer politics were discussed last night, and Henry got abused among us, but Papa defended him and said it did not rain rifles. That's all. Whatever Hector may have done was without a word to either of us, very likely on the moment's impulse. Did he go to Bankside after you?" "No, I was looking in at Sherman's window," said Leonard, rather sheepishly, "at the locks of the new lot he has got in, and he came and asked if I were going to choose one, for he had got a couple down from London, and the man had stupidly put his cipher on both, so he would be glad if I would take one off his hands. I didn't accept, I made that clear, but then he begged, as if it was to oblige him, that I would come out to Epidstoke and help him try the two, for he didn't know which he should keep." "Very ingenious of him," said Ethel, laughing. "Now, Miss May, do tell me what I ought to do. It is such a beauty, better than any Sherman ever dreamt of. Just look at the finish of the lock. By the time you have shot with it—" "Now don't, pray," said Leonard. "I haven't anyone to trust your advice but you." "Indeed, Leonard, I can see no objection. It is a great boon to you, and no loss to Hector, and he is quite enough my father's son for you to look on him as a friend. I can't but be very glad, for the removal of this vexation ought to make you get on all the better with your brother." "Abe would be delighted," said Leonard, "but somehow—" somehow was silenced by a coalescing of the party at a gate, and Hector and Harry were found deep in an argument in which the lieutenant's Indian reminiscences of the Naval Brigade were at issue with the captain's southbound practice, and the experiences of the one meeting the technicalities of the other were so diverting that Leonard forgot his scruples till at the entrance of the park he turned off towards the target with Hector and Aubrey, while the other two walked up to the house. The Grange atmosphere always had a strange weight of tedium in it, such as was specially perceptible after the joyous ease of the house in the High Street. No one was in the drawing-room, and Harry gazed round at the stiff, almost petrified aspect of the correct and tasteful arrangement of the tables and furniture, put his hands in his pockets, and yawned twice, asking Ethel why she did not go in search of Flora. Ethel shook her head, and in another moment Flora appeared in eager welcome. She had been dressing for a drive to Stoneborough to see her brother, little expecting him to be in a state for walking to her. With her came her little girl, a child whose aspect was always a shock to those who connected her with the two Margarets whose names she bore. She had inherited her father's heavy mold of feature and dark complexion, and the black eyes had neither sparkle in themselves nor relief from the color of the sallow cheek. The pouting lips were fretful, the whole appearance unhealthy, and the dark bullet-shaped head seemed too large for the thin, bony little figure. Worn, fagged, and aged as Flora looked, she had still so much beauty, and far more of refinement and elegance, as to be a painful foil and contrast to the child that clung to her, waywardly refusing all responses to her uncle's advances. Flora made a sign to him to discontinue them, and talked of her husband, who was hunting, and heard the history of Harry's return and recovery. In the midst, little Margaret took heart of grace, crossed the room, and stood by the sailor, and holding up a great India rubber ball as large as her own head, asked, "Uncle Harry, were you shot with a cannon ball as big as this?" Thereupon she was on his knee, and as he had all his father's fascination for children, he absolutely beguiled her into 10 minutes of genuine childish mirth, a sight so rare and precious to her mother that she could not keep up her feint of talking to Ethel. The elderly dame, part nursery governess, presently came to take Miss Rivers out, but Miss Rivers, with a whine in her voice, insisted on going nowhere but to see the shooting, and Uncle Harry must come with her, and come he did, the little bony fingers clasping tight hold of one of his large ones. "Dear Harry," said Flora, "he wins everyone. It is like a cool, refreshing wind from the sea when he comes in." In Flora's whole air, voice, and manner, there was apparent a relaxation and absence of constraint, such as she never allowed herself except when alone with Ethel. Then only did she relieve the constant strain, then only did the veritable woman show herself, and the effort, the toil, the weariness, the heartache of her life become visible. But close together as the sisters lived, such tete-a-tetes were rare, and perhaps were rather shunned than sought, as perilous and doubtful indulgences. Even now, Flora at once fixed a limit by ordering the carriage to meet her in a quarter of an hour at the nearest point to the rifle ground, saying she would walk there, and then take home Ethel and any brother who might be tired. "And see that Margaret does not come to harm," said Ethel. "I am not afraid of that," said Flora, something in her eye belying her, "but she might be troublesome to Harry, and I had rather he did not see one of her fights with Miss Morton." "How has she been? I thought her looking clearer and better today," said Ethel, kindly. "Yes, she is pretty well just now," said Flora, allowing herself in one of her long, deep sighs, before descending into the particulars of the child's anxiously watched health. If she had been describing them to her father, there would have been the same minuteness, but the tone would have implied cheerful hope, whereas to Ethel she took no pains to mask her dejection. One of the points of anxiety was whether one shoulder were not outgrowing the other, but it was not easy to discover whether the appearance were not merely owing to the child's feeble and ungainly carriage. "I cannot torment her about that," said Flora. "There are enough miseries for her already without making more, and as long as it does not affect her health, it matters little." "No, certainly not," said Ethel, who had hardly expected this from Flora. Perhaps her sister guessed her thought, for she said, "Things are best as they are, Ethel. I am not fit to have a beautiful, admired daughter." All the past would too easily come over again, and my poor Margaret's troubles may be the best balance for her." "Yes," said Ethel, "it is bad enough to be an heiress, but a beautiful heiress is in a worse predicament." "Health would improve her looks," began the maternal instinct of defense, but then breaking off. "We met Lord H. yesterday, and the uniform is to be like the Northern Division. Papa will hear it officially tomorrow. The Northern has gray and green facings. You are more up in it than I. All we begged for was, that it might be inexpensive for the sake of the townspeople." "I hear of little else," said Ethel, laughing. "Dr. Spencer is as hot on it as all the boys. Now, I suppose, your party is to come off." "Yes, it ought," said Flora languidly. "I waited to see how Harry was. He is a great element towards making it go off well. I will talk it over with Blanche. It will give somebody pleasure if she thinks she manages it." "Will it give George no pleasure?" "I don't know. He calls it a great nuisance, but he would not like not to come forward, and it is quite right that he should." "Quite right," said Ethel. "It is everyone's duty to try to keep it up." With these words the sisters came within sight of the targets, and found Margaret under Harry's charge, much interested, and considerably in the way. The tidings of the color of the uniform were highly appreciated. Aubrey observed that it would choke off the snobs who only wanted to be like the Rifle Brigade, and Leonard treated its inexpensiveness as a personal matter, having apparently cast off his doubts, under Hector's complimentary tuition. Indeed, before it grew too dark for taking aim, he and the weapon were so thoroughly united that no further difficulty remained but of getting out of his thanks to Mr. Earnscliff. Averill was sitting alone over the fire in the twilight, in a somewhat forlorn mood, when the door was pushed ajar, and the muzzle of a gun entered, causing her to start up in alarm, scarcely diminished by the sight of an exultant visage, though the words were, "Your money or your life." "Leonard, don't play with it, pray." "It's not loaded." "Oh, but one never can tell." Then, half ashamed of her terror, "Pray put it back, or we shall have an uproar with Henry." "This is none of Henry's. He will never own such a beauty as this." "Whose is it?" "Not yours. Is it really a rifle?" "H.E.? What's that?" "Hector Earnscliff. Didn't I tell you he was a princely fellow?" "Given it to you? Leonard, dear, I am so happy. Now I don't care for anything. What a gallant volunteer you'll make!" And she kissed him fondly. "We will order the uniform as soon as ever it is settled, and I hope it will be a very handsome one." "It will be a cheap one, which is more to the purpose. I could get part myself, only there is the tax for Mab, and the subscription to the cricket club." "I would not have you get any of it. You are my volunteer, and I'll not give up my right to anyone except that Mina and Ella want to give your belt." "Where are those children?" he asked. "Henry has taken them to Laburnum Grove, where I am afraid they are being crammed with cake and all sorts of nonsense." "What could have made him take them there?" "Oh, some wish of Mrs. Pugh's to see the poor little dears," said Averill, the cloud returning that had been for a moment dispelled. "What's the row?" asked Leonard kindly. "Has he been bothering you?" "He wants me to sound Mary May about an invitation for Mrs. Pugh to Mrs. Rivers's volunteer entertainment. I am glad I did not say no one in mourning ought to go, for I must go now you are a volunteer." "But you didn't consent to mention her?" "No, indeed. I knew very well you would say it was a most improper use to make of the Mays' kindness, and I can't see what business she has there." Then he said, no, she was certain not to go, but the attention would be gratifying and proper. "That is Mrs. Rivers's lookout." "So I said, but Henry never will hear reason. I did not tell you of our scene yesterday over the accounts. He says that we must contract our expenses, or he shall be ruined. So I told him I was ready to give up the hothouse, or the footman, or the other horse, or anything he would specify, but he would not hear of it. He says it would be fatal to alter our style of living, and that it is all my fault for not being economical. Oh, Leonard, it is very hard to give up all one cared for to this housekeeping, and then never to please." Leonard felt his brother a tyrant. "Never mind, Abe dear," said he. "Go on doing right, and then you need not care for his unreasonableness. You are a dear good girl, and I can't think how he can have the heart to vex you." "I don't care while I have you, Leonard," she said, clinging to him. At that moment the others were heard returning, and an ironical look passed between the brother and sister at certain injunctions that were heard passing about the little India rubber galoshes. But Henry had returned in high good humor, was pleased to hear of his brother's good fortune, pronounced it very handsome in Mr. Earnscliff, and even offered to provide the rest of the equipment. But this was proudly rejected by Averill, with some of the manifestations of exclusive partiality that naturally wounded the elder brother. He then announced an engagement that he had made with Mrs. Ledwidge for a musical evening the next week. Averill had her harmonium at her tongue's end, but the evening was a free one, chosen on purpose to accommodate her. She had no excuse and must submit. "And practice some of your best pieces, Abe," said Henry. "Mrs. Pugh was kind enough to offer to come and get up some duets with Jan." "I am greatly obliged," said Averill dryly, "but I do not play duets." "You would do wisely to accept her kindness," argued Henry. "It would be a great advantage to you to be intimate with a lady of her opportunities." "I do not like patronage," said Averill. "Abe, Abe," cried the children, who had been trying to attract her attention. "If you will let us go to Laburnum Grove by 12 o'clock tomorrow, Miss Pugh will show us her book of the pretty devices of letters and teach us to make one." "You will have not finished lessons by 12. "But if we have?" "No, certainly not. I can't have you bothering everyone about that nonsensical fashion." "You shall go, my dears," said Henry. "I can't think why your sister should be so ill-natured." Averill felt that this was the way to destroy her authority, and though she kept silence, the tears were in her eyes, and her champion broke forth. "How can you be such a brute, Henry?" "Come away, my dear," said Averill, rising, and holding out her hands to her sisters, as she recollected how bad the scene was for them. But it was only Minna who obeyed the call. Ella hung about Henry, declaring that Leonard was naughty and Abe was cross. "Well," shouted Leonard, "I shan't stay to see that child set against her sister. I wonder what you mean her to come to, Henry?" It was no wonder that Minna and Ella squabbled together as to which was cross, Henry or Averill, and the spirit of party took up its fatal abode in the house of Bankside. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 9 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 9. Too oft my anxious eye hath spied that secret grief thou fain wouldst hide, the passing pang of humbled pride. Scott. The winter was gay, between musical evenings, children's parties, clerical feastings of district visitors, soirees for Sunday school teachers, and Christmas trees for their scholars. Such a universal favorite as Harry, with so keen a relish for amusement, was sure to fall an easy prey to invitations. But the rest of the family stood amazed to see him accompanied everywhere by Tom, to whom the secular and the religious dissipations of Stoneborough had always hitherto been equally distasteful, yet be submitted to a Christmas course of music, carpet dances, and jeux de société on the one hand, and on the other confer inestimable obligations on the ecclesiastical staff by exhibitions of his microscope and of some of the ornamental sports of chemistry. "The truth is," was the explanation privately dropped out to Ethel, "that someone really must see that those two don't make fools of themselves." Ethel stared, then, coming to the perception who "those two" meant, burst out laughing and said, "My dear Tom, I beg your pardon, but, on the whole, I think that is more likely to befall someone else." Tom held his head loftily, and would not condescend to understand anything so foolish. He considered Bankside as the most dangerous quarter, for Harry was enraptured with Miss Ward's music, extolled her dark eyes, and openly avowed her attraction. But there were far more subtle perils at Laburnum Grove. The fair widow was really pretty, almost elegant. her weeds becoming, and her disposition so good, so religious, so charitable, that, with her activity, intelligence, and curate worship, she was a dangerous snare to such of mankind as were not sensible of her touch of pretension. As to womankind, it needed a great deal of submissiveness to endure her at all, and this was not Averill Ward's leading characteristic. In fact, the ubiquity of Mrs. Pugh was a sore trial to that young lady, just so superior herself as to detect the flimsiness of the widow's attainments. It was vexatious to find that by means of age, assumption, and position, these shallow accomplishments made a prodigious show in the world, while her own were entirely overlooked. She thought she despised the admiration of the second-rate world of Stoneborough, but it nettled her to see it thus misplaced, and there was something provoking in the species of semi-homage paid in that quarter by the use of the May family. As to the sailor, Averill frankly liked him very much. He was the pleasantest young man, of the most open and agreeable manners, who had ever fallen in her way. He was worthy to be Mary's brother, for he was friendly to Leonard, and to herself had a truthfully flattering way that was delightful. Without any sentiment in the case, she always felt disappointed and defrauded if she were prevented from having a conversation with him, and when this happened, it was generally either from his being seized upon by Mrs. Pugh, or from her being baited by his brother Tom. Averill was hard to please, for she was as much annoyed by seeing Tom May sitting courteous and deferential by the side of Mrs. Pugh as by his attentions to herself. She knew that he was playing the widow off, and that, when most smooth and bland in look and tone, he was inwardly chuckling, and to find the identical politeness transferred to herself made her feel not only affronted, but insulted by being placed on the same level. Thus, when, at a reunion at Laburnum Grove, she had been looking on with intense disgust while Tom was admiring Mrs. Pugh's famous book of devices from letters, translating the mottos and promising contributions, the offense was greatly increased by his coming up to her, and that too just as Harry was released by the button-holding Mr. Gray, and saying, "Of course you are a collector too, Miss Ward. I can secure some duplicates for you." She hoard such fooleries? She have Mrs. Pugh's duplicates? No wonder she coldly answered, "My little sister has been slightly infected, thank you, but I do not care for such things." "Indeed? Well, I always preserve as many as I can as passports to a lady's favor." "That depends on how much sense the lady has," said Averill, trusting that this was a spirited set-down. "You do not consider. Philosophically treated, they become a perfect school in historical heraldry, nay, in languages, in mathematical drawing, in illumination," said Tom, looking across to the album in which Mrs. Pugh's collection was enshrined, each device appropriately framed in bright colors. His gravity was intolerable. Was this mockery or not? However, as answer she must, she said, "A very poor purpose for which to learn such things, and a poor way of learning them." "True," said Tom. "One pastime is as good as another, and the less it pretends to, the better. On the whole, it may be a beneficial outlet for the revival of illumination." Did this intolerable person know that there was an illuminator's guide at home, and a great deal of red, blue, and gold paint, with grand designs for the ornamentation of Bankside Chapel? Whether he knew it or not, she could not help answering. "Illumination is desecrated by being used on such subjects." "And is not that better than the subjects being desecrated by illumination?" Mrs. Pugh came to insist on that "sweet thing of Mendelssohn's" from her dear Miss Ward, and Averill obeyed, not so glad to escape as inflamed by vexation at being prevented from fighting it out and learning what he really meant, though she was so far used to the slippery nature of his arguments as to know that it was highly improbable that she should get at anything in earnest. "If his sisters were silly, I should not mind," said she to Leonard. "Then he might hold all women cheap from knowing no better. But when they like sensible things, why is everyone else to be treated like an ape?" "Never mind," said Leonard. "He sneers at everybody all alike. I can't think how Dr. May came to have such a son, or how Aubrey can run after him so. I should like to know whether they really think it irreverent to do illuminations." "Nonsense, Abe. Why should you trouble yourself about what he says to tease you? Bad luck to him!" Nevertheless, Avra was not at ease till she had asked Mary's opinion of illumination, and Mary had referred to Ethel and brought back word that all depended on the spirit of the work, that it was a dangerous thing, for mere fashion, to make playthings of texts of Scripture, but that no one could tell the blessing there might be in dwelling on them with loving decoration, or having them placed where the eye and thought might be won by them. In fact, Ethel always hated fashion, but feared prejudice. The crown of the whole carnival was to be the Abbottstoke entertainment on the enrollment of the volunteers. Preparations went on with great spirit, and the drill sergeant had unremitting work, the target little piece, and Aubrey and Leonard were justly accused of making fetishes of their rifles. The town was frantic, no clothes but uniforms could be had, and the tradesmen forgot their customers in the excitement of electing officers. April thought it very officious of Mrs. Pugh to collect a romantic party of banner-working young ladies before the member's wife or the mayor's family had authorized it, and she refused to join, both on the plea of want of time and because she heard that Mr. Elvers, a real dragoon, declared colors to be inappropriate to riflemen. And so he did, but his wife said the point was not martial correctness, but popular feeling. So Mary gratified the party by bringing her a needle. Dr. Spencer took care the blazonry of the arms of the old abbey was correct, and Flora asked the great lady of the county to present the banner, and gave the invitation to Mrs. Pugh, who sighed, shook her head, dried her eyes, and said something about goodness and spirits, and Mrs. Rivers professed to understand, and hoped Mrs. Pugh would do exactly as best suited her. Was this maneuvering, or only living in the present? Mary accompanied Harry for a long day of shopping in London, when he went to report himself, starting and returning in the clouds of night, and transacting a prodigious amount of business with intense delight and no fatigue. And she was considered to have fitted out the mayor's daughter suitably with his municipal dignity, of which Ethel piqued herself on being proud. The entertainment was not easy to arrange at such a season, and Blanche's experience, being of early autumn, was at fault. But Flora sent for all that could embellish her conservatories, and by one of the charities by which she loved to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, imported a young lady who gained her livelihood by singing at private concerts, and with her for a star, supported by the minster and cathedral choirs, hoped to get up sufficient music to occupy people till it should be late enough to dance. She still had some diplomacy to exercise, for Mrs. Ledwich suggested asking dear Ave Ward to sing. Her own dearest Matilda would not object on such an occasion to assist the sweet girl, and Mrs. Rivers, after her usual prudent fashion, giving neither denial nor assent, Mrs. Ledwich trotted off, and put Averill into an agony that raised a needless storm in the Bankside house, Leonard declaring the request an insult, and Henry insisting that Ave ought to have no scruples in doing anything Mrs. Pugh thought proper to be done. And finally, when Ave rushed with her despair to Mary May, it was to be relieved at finding that Mrs. Rivers had never dreamt of exposing her to such an ordeal. Though it was the year 1860, the sun shone on the great day, and there were exhilarating tokens of spring, singing birds, opening buds, sparkling drops, and a general sense of festivity. As the gray and green began to flit about the streets, and while Mr. Mayor repaired to the town hall to administer the oaths to the corps, his unmartial sons and his daughters started for the Grange to assist Flora in the reception of her guests. The Lord Lieutenant's wife and daughters, as well as the Earnscliffs, had slept there, and Ethel found them all with Flora in the great hall, which looked like a winter garden, interspersed with tables covered with plate and glass, where eating and drinking might go on all day long. But Ethel's heart sank within her at the sight of Flora's haggard face and sunken eyes. "What is the matter?" she asked Blanche, an image of contented beauty. "Matter? Oh, they have been stupid in marking the ground, and Hector has gone to see about it. That's all. He is not at all tired." "I never supposed he was," said Ethel. "But what makes Flora look so ill?" "Oh, that tiresome child has got another cold, and fretted half the night. It is all their fault for giving way to her, and she has done nothing but whine this whole morning, because she is not well enough to go out and see the practice. I am sure it is no misfortune that she is not to come down and be looked at." Ethel crossed over to Flora and asked whether she should go up and see little Margaret. "I should be so thankful," said poor Flora. "But don't excite her. She is not at all well, and has had very little sleep." Ethel ran upstairs and found herself in the midst of a fight between the governess and Margaret, who wanted to go to the draughty passage window, which she fancied had a better view than that of her nursery. Luckily, Aunt Ethel was almost the only person whom Margaret did not like to see her naughty, and she subsided into a much less objectionable lamentation after Uncle Harry and his anchor buttons. Ethel promised to try whether he could be found, and confident in his good nature, ran down and boldly captured him as he was setting out to see Hector's operations. He came with a ready smile, and the child was happy throughout his stay. Flora presently stole a moment's visit, intending her sister's release as well as his, but Ethel, in pity to governess as well as pupil, declared the nursery window to be a prime post of observation, and begged to be left there. Margaret began to believe that they were very snug there, and by the time the bugles were heard, had forgotten her troubles in watching the arrivals. Up came the gray files, and Ethel's heart throbbed and her eye glistened at their regular tread and military bearing. Quickly Margaret made out Papa, but he was too real a soldier to evince consciousness of being at his own door before the eyes of his wife and daughter, and Aubrey's young face was made up in imitation of his impassiveness. Other eyes were less under control, and of these were a brown pair that wandered restlessly till they were raised to the nursery window, and there found satisfaction. The aunt and niece were too immediately above the terrace to see what passed upon it, nor could they hear the words, so they only beheld the approach of the ensign, and after a brief interval, his return with the tall green silk colors, with the arms of the old abbey embroidered in the corner, and heard the enthusiastic cheer that rang out from all the corps. Then the colors led the way to the ground for practice, for maneuvers were as yet not ready for exhibition. Almost all the gentlemen followed, and such ladies as did not object to gunpowder or damp grass thither betook themselves, guided by the ardent Mrs. Earnscliff. Having disposed of the others in the drawing-rooms and gardens, Flora and her father came to the nursery, and Ethel was set at liberty to witness the prowess of her young champions, being assured by Flora that she would be of more use there in keeping the youthful population out of danger than in entertaining the more timid in the house. She slipped out and hurried down a narrow path towards the scene of action, presently becoming aware of 4 figures before her, which her glass resolved into Harry and Tom, a lady in black, and a child. Evidently the devoted Tom was keeping guard over one of the enchantresses, for the figure was that of Ava Ward, though, as Ethel said, shaking hands, she was hardly to be known with only one sister. "We have been delayed," said Averill. "Poor little Ella was in an agony about the firing, and we could not leave her till your brother," indicating Harry, "was so kind as to take her to Gertrude." "True to the Englishwoman's boast of never having seen the smoke of an engagement," said Tom. "A practicing is not an engagement," said Ethel. "There may be quite as many casualties," quoth Tom, indulging in some of the current ready-made wit on the dangers of volunteering, for the pure purpose of teasing. But he was vigorously fallen upon by Harry and Ethel, and Averill brightened as she heard him put to the rout. The shots were already heard, when 2 more black figures were seen in the distance, going towards the gate. "Is that Richard?" exclaimed Tom. "Aye, and I do believe the widow," rejoined Harry. "Oh, yes," said Averill. "I heard her talking about Abbotstoke Church, and saying how much she wished to see it. She must have got Mr. May to show it to her." Ethel, who had no real fears for Richard herself, looked on amused to watch how the guardian spirit was going to act. He exclaimed, "By the by, Miss Ward, would you not like to see it? They have a very nice brass to old Mr. Rivers, and have been doing up the chancel." "Thank you," said Eve. "I should prefer to see how Leonard is getting on." "Right, Miss Ward," said Harry. "The church won't run away." "Well then," said Tom, after a moment's hesitation, "I think I shall just run down, as the church is open, and see what sort of work they have made of the chancel." Ethel had the strongest fancy to try what he would do if she were to be seized with a desire to inspect the chancel, but she did not wish to let Harry and Averill appear on the ground under no escort but Mina's, and so permitted Tom to leave them to her keeping, and watched him hasten to break up the tete-a-tete. Coming among the spectators, who, chiefly drawn up on the carriage drive, were watching from a safe distance, the grave figures in turn take aim and emit from their rifles a flash and cottonwool-like tuft of smoke. Ethel's interest was somewhat diminished by hearing that all the other marksmen had been distanced by the head keepers of Abbotstoke and Drydale, between whom the contest really lay. "The rest is a study of character," said Dr. Spencer, taking a turn up and down the road with her. "I have been watching the various pairs of brothers, and I doubt if any stand the test as well as the house of May. There's only one in the field today." "Yes, but I've seen them together before now, and I will say for even Tom that he has no black looks when his junior shoots better than he does." "Oh, yes, but then it is Aubrey." Dr. Spencer laughed. "Lucky household where that 'it is' accounts for all favors to the youngest, instead of for the countenance falling at his successes." "I am afraid I know whom you mean, but he has no generosity in him." "And his sister helps to make him jealous." "I am afraid she does, but though it is very sad, one can't wonder at her preference of the great to the small." "Poor girl, I wonder how she will get on when there is a new inmate in the happy family." "Huh, you shocking old gossip! What have you found out now?" "Negotiation for the introduction of a pug dog from the best circles, eh?" "Well, if he were alone in the world, it would be a capital match." "So she thinks, I fancy, but £600 a year might do better than purchase so many encumbrances. Depend upon it, the late lamented will remain in the ascendant till there are no breakers ahead." In process of time, ladies, volunteers, and all were assembled in the great music room for the concert, and Ethel, having worked hard in the service of the company, thought her present duty lay with the sick child, and quietly crept away, taking, however, one full view of the entire scene, partly for her own satisfaction, partly in case Margaret should be inclined to question her on what everyone was doing. There was the orchestra, whose direction Richard had superintended. There was the conductor in his station, and the broad back of the cathedral organist at the piano, the jolly red visages of the singing men in the ranks, the fresh faces of the choristers full of elation, the star from London, looking quiet and ladylike, courteously led to her place by George Rivers himself. But, for all his civility, how bored and sullen he looked! And how weary were poor Flora's smiles, though her manner was so engaging, and her universal attention so unremitting! What a contrast to the serene, self-enfolded look of happiness and prosperity on the pretty youthful face of Blanche, her rich delicate silk spreading far beyond the sofa where she sat among the great ladies, and her tall yellow-haired husband leaning against the wall behind her, in wondering contemplation of his Blanche taking her place in her own county. Farther back, among the more ordinary herd, Ethel perceived Mrs. Pugh, bridling demurely, with Tom on guard over her on one side, and Henry Ward looking sulky on the other, with his youngest sister in his charge. The other was looking very happy upon Leonard's knee, close to Averil and Mary, who were evidently highly satisfied to have coalesced. Averil was looking strikingly pretty. The light fell favorably on her profuse glossy hair, straight features, and brilliant coloring. Her dark eyes were full of animation, and her lips were apart with a smile as she listened to Leonard's eager narration, and Ethel glanced towards Harry to see whether he were admiring. No, Harry was bringing in a hall armchair in the background for a very large, heavy, vulgar-looking old man, who seemed too ponderous and infirm for a place on the benches. Richard made one of a black mass of clergy, and Aubrey and Gertrude had asserted their independence by perching themselves on a window-seat, as far as possible from all relations, whence they nodded a merry, saucy greeting to Ethel, and she smiled back again, thinking her tall boy in his gray tunic and black belt, and her plump girl in white with green ribbons, were as goodly a pair as the room contained. But where was the doctor? Ethel had a shrewd suspicion where she should find him, and in the nursery he was, playing at spillikins with his left hand. It was not easy to persuade him that the music would be wasted on her, and that he ought to go down that it might receive justice, but Margaret settled the question. You may go, Grandpapa, and Ethel is best to play at spillikins, for she has not got a left hand. There's honor for me, who used to have two, and therewith Ethel turned him out in time for the overture. Margaret respected her aunt sufficiently not to be extra wayward with her, and between the spillikins and a long story about Cousin Dickie in New Zealand, all went well till bedtime. There was something in the child's nervous temperament that made the first hours of the night peculiarly painful to her, and the sounds of the distant festivity added to her excitability. She fretted and tossed, moaned and wailed, sat up in bed and cried, snapped off attempts at hymns, would not listen to stories, and received Ethel's attempts at calm, grave commands with bursts of crying and calls for Mama and Papa. The music had ceased, tuning of violins was heard, and Ethel dreaded the cries being heard downstairs. She was at her wits' end, and was thinking who would most avail, and could be fetched with least sensation, when there was a soft knock at the door, and Harry's voice said, "Hello, what's the matter here?" In he came with his white glove half on, and perceiving the state of the case, said, "Can't go to sleep?" "Oh, Uncle Harry, take me!" and the arms were stretched out, and the tear-stained face raised up. "We'll put you to sleep as sound as if you were in a hammock just off Middlewatch," said Harry, and the next moment he had her rolled up in her little blue dressing gown, nestling on his broad shoulder, while he walked up and down the room, crooning out a nautical song, not in first-rate style, but the effect was perfect. The struggles and sobs were over, and when at the end of a quarter of an hour, Harry paused and looked at the little, thin, sharp face, it was softened by peaceful sleep. Ethel pointed to the door. There stood Flora, her eyes full of tears. Harry laid the little sleeper on her bed and covered her up. Flora laid her arm on his shoulder, and gave him such a kiss as she had not given even when he had come back as from the dead. Then she signed to them to come, but sped away before them, not trusting herself to speak. Ethel tarried with Harry, who was in difficulties with gloves too small for his broad hand, and was pshawing at himself at having let Tom get them for him at Whitford. "Oh, Harry," said Ethel, "you are the most really like Papa of us all. How did you come to think of it?" "I'd have given a good deal if anyone would have walked quarter-deck with me some nights last summer," said Harry, still intent on the glove. "What is to be done, Ethel? That rogue Tom always snaps up all the beauty. I dare say he has engaged Miss Ward and the widow both." It was no time for sentiment, so Ethel suggested getting half into one glove and carrying the other. "You'll be quite irresistible enough, Harry, and if all the beauty is engaged, I'll dance with you myself." "Will you?" cried the lieutenant, with sparkling eyes. "Then you are a jolly old Ethel. Come along, then." And he took her on his arm, ran downstairs with her, and before she well knew where she was, or what was going on, she found herself in his great grasp, passive as a doll, dragged off into the midst of a vehement polka that took her breath away. She trusted to him, and remained in a passive, half-frightened state, glad he was so happy, but in the first pause hardly wishing he would let her go, instead of which she only heard, "Well done, old Ethel! You'll be a prime dancer yet! You're as light as a feather," and before she had recovered her breath, off he led her with, "Go it again!" When at length, panting and bewildered, she was safely placed on a seat, with, "You've had enough, have you? Mind, I shan't let you off another time," she found that her aberration had excited a good deal of sensation in her own family. Blanche and Gertrude could not repress their amusement, and Dr. May, with merry eyes, declared that she was coming out in a new light. She had only time to confide to him the reason that she had let Harry do what he pleased with her, before two volunteers were at her side. "Miss May, I did not think you ever danced." "Nor I," said Ethel, "but you see what sailors can do with one." "Now, Ethel," said the other over his shoulder, "now you have danced with Harry, you must have this waltz with me." "A dangerous precedent, Ethel," said the doctor, laughing. "I couldn't waltz to save my life, Aubrey," said Ethel, "but if you can bear me through a polka as well as Harry did, you may try the next." "And won't you? Will you? For once dance with me?" said his companion imploringly. Very well, Leonard, if I can get through a quadrille. And therewith Ethel was seized upon by both boys to hear the story of every hit and miss, and of each of the difficulties that their unpractised corps had encountered in getting round the corners between Stoneborough and the Grange. Then came Leonard's quadrille, which it must be hoped was gratifying to him, but which he executed with as much solemn deference as if he had been treading a minuet with a princess, plainly regarding it as the great event of the day. In due time he resigned her to Aubrey, but poor Aubrey had been deluded by the facility with which the strong and practised sailor had swept his victim along, and Ethel grew terrified at the danger of collisions, and released herself and pulled him aside by force, just in time to avoid being borne down by the ponderous weight of Miss Boulder and her partner. "You did not come to grief with Harry," muttered the discomfited boy. "No more did the lamb damage the eagle. But remember the fate of the jackdaw, Mr. Greycoat. I deserve some ice for my exertions, so come into the hall and get some, and tell me if you have had better luck elsewhere." "I have had no partner but Minna Ward, and she trips as if one was a dancing master." "And how has Tom been managing?" "Stunningly civil. He began with A. Ward, in the Lancers, and it was such fun. He chaffed her in a solemn way, about music, I believe it was, and her harmonium. I could not quite hear, but I could see she was in a tremendous taking, and she won't recover it all the evening." "What a shame it is of Tom!" "Oh, but it is such fun! And since that he has been parading with Pug." "She has not danced?" "Oh, no. She got an audience into Maida's little sitting room. Henry Ward, Harvey Anderson, and some of the curates. They shut the door and had some music on their own hook." "Was Richard there?" "At first, but either he could not bear to see Maida's piano profaned, or he thought it too strong when they got to the sacred line, for he bolted and is gone home. There's Harry dancing with Fanny Anderson. He has not got Miss Ward all this time." "Nor will," said Aubrey. "Tom had put her in such a rage that she did not choose to dance with that cousin of hers, Sam Axworthy, so she was obliged to refuse everyone else. And I had to put up with that child." "Sam Axworthy? He does not belong to our corps. How does he come here?" "Oh, the old man has some houses in the borough, and an omnium gatherum like this was a good time to do the civil thing to him. There he is. Peep into the card room, and you'll see his great porpoise back, the same old man that Harry in his benevolence assisted to a chair. He shook hands with Leonard, and told him there was a snug desk at the Vintry Mill for him." "I dare say." "And when Leonard thanked him, and said he hoped to get off to Cambridge, he laughed that horrid fat laugh, and told him learning would never put him in good case. Where shall I find you a place to sit down? Pug and her tail have taken up all the room," whispered Aubrey, as by the chief of the glittering tables in the hall he saw Mrs. Pugh, drinking tea, surrounded by her attendant gentlemen, and with her aunt and Ella Ward like satellites a little way from her. "Here is a coign of vantage," said Ethel, seating herself on a step a little way up the staircase. "How those people have taken possession of that child all day!" "I fancy Leonard has come to reclaim her," said Aubrey. "Don't you see him trying to work through and get at her? And Miss Ward told me she was going home early, to put the children to bed. Ha! What's the row? There's Leonard flaring up in a regular rage. Only look at his eyes. And Henry just like Gertrude's Java sparrow in a taking—" "It must not be," cried Ethel, starting up to tempt she knew not what, as she heard Leonard's words. "Say it was a mistake, Henry. You cannot be so base as to persist." There it became evident that Ethel and Aubrey were seen over the balusters. Leonard's color deepened, but his eye did not flinch, though Henry quailed and backed, and the widow gave a disconcerted laugh. Then Leonard pounced on his little sister and carried her off to the cloakroom. "What treason could it have been?" muttered Aubrey. "We shall get it all from Ward." But when Leonard reappeared, it was with his sister cloaked and bonneted on his arm, each leading a little one. He took them to the entrance and was seen no more. Nor was the true history of that explosion ever revealed in the May family, though it had grave consequences at Bankside. Rumor had long declared at Stoneborough that the member's little daughter was carefully secluded on account of some deformity, and Mrs. Pugh had been one of many ladies who had hoped to satisfy their curiosity on this head upon the present occasion. She had asked Henry Ward whether it was so, and he had replied with pique that he had no means of judging. He had never been called in at the Grange. By the way of salve to his feelings, the sympathizing lady had suggested that the preference for London advice might be from the desire of secrecy, and improbable as he knew this to be, his vanity had forbidden him to argue against it. When no little Miss Rivers appeared, the notion of her affliction gained ground, and Leonard, whose grey back was undistinguishable from other grey backs, heard Mrs. Pugh citing his brother as an authority for the misfortune which Mr. and Mrs. Rivers so carefully concealed as to employ no surgeon from their own neighborhood. Falsehood, slander, cruelty, ingratitude, breach of hospitality were the imputations that fired the hot brain of Leonard, and writhed his lips, as he started round, confronted the lady, and assured her it was a gross mistake. His father had always attended the child, and she must have misunderstood his brother. Then, seeing Henry at a little distance, Leonard summoned him to contradict the allegation, but at that moment the sudden appearance of the two maids put the whole conclave to silence. Not aware that Mrs. Pugh had confounded together his intelligence and her surmise, and made him responsible for both, Henry was shocked and grieved at his brother's insulting and violent demeanor, and exhausted himself in apologies and denunciations, while the kind-hearted lady interceded for the boy, declaring that she doted on his generous spirit, but not confessing the piece of female embroidery which had embroiled the matter, probably not even aware of it, though sincerely and kindly desirous to avert the brother's anger. Her amiability, therefore, only strengthened Henry's sense of his brother's outrage and his resolve to call him to account. It was impossible that night, for Leonard had gone home with his sisters, and was in bed long before his brother returned. But at breakfast Henry found the forces drawn up against him, and his first attempt to remonstrate was retorted by the demand what he could mean by spreading such an abominable report. Cruel, unfounded, ungrateful, spiteful. Ethel indeed divined that it was Mrs. Pugh's invention, but Henry was not inclined to give up Mrs. Pugh, and continued in the belief that Leonard's fiery imagination had fabricated the sentence, and then most improperly charged it on the lady and on himself. Had it been as Leonard stated, said Henry, his conduct was shameful and required an apology, whereupon Leonard burst out in passion at being disbelieved, and Ethel was no less indignant. The storm raged till the business of the day interrupted it, and in Henry's absence, Ethel and her brother worked up their wrath again at the atrocity of the assertion regarding the child of their entertainers, the granddaughter of their truest, kindest friend. Ethel would have rushed to Mary with the whole story, but for Leonard's solemn asseveration that if ever it came to the ears of any one of the maids, he should send back his rifle to Mr. Earnscliff, and work his way out to one of the colonies, rather than again look any of the family in the face. Henry divided his opponents next time, asking Leonard, in his sister's absence, whether he had come to his senses and would apologize. Leonard hoped Henry had come to his. On the whole, the dispute had lost some asperity by the absence of Ethel, and though Leonard held his ground, and maintained that he had every right to deny the statement, and that it was Henry's duty to make Mrs. Pugh contradict it everywhere, yet the two approached nearer together, and there was less misunderstanding, fewer personalities. But Ethel could not forget or forgive. She persisted in manifesting her displeasure, and recurred to the subject till her pertinacity wore out Leonard himself. "Nonsense, Abe," he said at last. "It was a foolish woman's gossip that Henry ought to have quashed, but that is no reason you should treat them like toads. Would you have me sanction vile slander? As if you were sanctioning slander by being decently civil. Is not it an intolerable thing that we three should never sit down to a meal in peace together?" "Oh, Leonard, don't you think I feel the misery?" Put an end to it, then, and don't pit those poor children one against the other. Just fancy Minna saying to me, 'I love you and sister, but Ella loves Mrs. Pugh and Henry.' Yes, they have set Ella against me. She always appeals to Henry, and I can do nothing with her." Leonard looked out of the window and whistled, then said, as if he had made a discovery, "I'll tell you what, Abe. Something must be done to set things to right between us, and I believe the best thing will be to call on Mrs. Pugh." "Not to apologize? Oh, Leonard!" "Stuff and nonsense. Only to show we don't bear malice. Henry had been at you to call ever so long before this, had he not?" "I can't see any reason for intimacy." "I declare, Abe, you are too bad. I only want you just to keep the peace with your own brother. You have led him the life of a dog these 3 days, and now, when I want you to be a little obliging, you talk of intimacy?" "Only because I know how it will be. If I give that woman an inch, she will take an ell." "Let her, then. It will be much better than always living at daggers drawn with one's brother." Then, after waiting for her to say something, he added, "If you won't go with me, I shall go alone." Averill rose, subdued but not convinced, reverencing her brother, but afraid of his concessions. However, the call turned out well. Mrs. Pugh had a talent for making herself agreeable, and probably had liked the boy for his outburst. She would not let Mab be excluded, loaded her with admiration, and was extremely interested in the volunteer practice, so that both the young people were subjugated for the time by her pleasant manners, and went away ashamed of their own rancor against one so friendly and good-natured, and considerably relieved of their burden of animosity. Their greeting to their brother was so cordial that he perceived their good will, and was sorry that the dread of an evening of warfare had induced him to accept an invitation to dine at the Swan with Sam Axworthy and a party of his friends. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 10 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 10. This night is my departing night, for here no longer must I stay. There's neither friend nor foe of mine but wishes me away. What I have done, through lack of wit, I never, never can recall. I hope you're all my friends as yet. Good night, and joy be with you all. Armstrong's Good Night. The storm had blown over, but heavy flakes of cloud still cumbered the air, and gusts of wind portended that it might gather again. Henry Ward took this opportunity of giving his first dinner party. He said it was a necessary return for the civilities they had received, and to Averill's representation that it transgressed the system of rigid economy that so much tormented her, he replied by referring her to Mrs. Pugh for lessons in the combination of style and inexpensiveness. Averill had almost refused, but the lady herself proffered her instructions, and reluctance was of no avail. Nothing but demonstrations from which her conscience shrank could have served to defend her from the officious interference so eagerly and thankfully encouraged by the master of the house. Vainly did she protest against pretension, and quote the example of the Grange. She found herself compelled to sacrifice the children's lessons to learn of Mrs. Pugh to make the paper flowers that, with bonbons and sweetmeats, were to save the expense of good food on the dinner table, and which she feared would be despised by Miss May, nay, perhaps laughed over with Mr. Tom. She hated the whole concern, even the invitation to Dr. and Miss May, knowing that it was sent in formal vanity, accepted in pure good nature, would bring them into society they did not like, and expose her brother's bad taste. Only one thing could have added to her dislike, namely, that which all Stoneborough perceived excepting herself and Leonard, that this dinner was intended as a step in Henry's courtship, and possibly as an encouragement of Harvey Anderson's liking for herself. Averil held her head so high and was so little popular that no one of less assurance than Mrs. Ledwidge herself would have dared approach her with personal gossip. And even Mrs. Ledwidge was silent here, so that Averil, too young and innocent to connect second marriages with recent widowhood, drew no conclusions from Henry's restless eagerness that his household should present the most imposing appearance. While the bill of fare was worrying Averil, Leonard was told by Aubrey that his father had brought home a fossil Tower of Babel, dug up with some earth out of a new well 3 miles off, with tidings of other unheard-of treasures, and a walk was projected in quest of them, in which Leonard was invited to join. He gladly came to the early dinner, where he met reduced numbers, the Earnscliffs being at Maplewood, Tom at Cambridge, and Harry in the Channel Fleet, and as usual he felt the difference between the perfect understanding and friendship in the one home and the dread of dangerous subjects in the other. The expedition had all the charms of the Coombe times, and the geological discoveries were so numerous and precious that the load became sufficient to break down the finders, and Ethel engaged a market woman to bring the baskets in her cart the next morning. That morning a note from Richard begged Ethel to come early to Coxmore to see Granny Hall, who was dying. Thus left to their own devices, Aubrey and Gertrude conscientiously went through some of their studies, then proceeded to unpack their treasury of fossils and endeavor to sort out Leonard's share, as to which doubts arose. Daisy proposed to carry the specimens at once to Bankside, where she wanted to see Leonard's prime echinus, and Aubrey readily agreed, neither of the young heads having learnt the undesirableness of a morning visit in a house preparing for a dinner party too big for it. However, Leonard made them extremely welcome. It was too foggy a day for rifle practice, and all the best plate and china were in the schoolroom, his only place of refuge. Ave was fluttering about in hopes of getting everything done before Mrs. Pugh could take it out of her hands, and the energies of the household were spent on laying out the dining table. It was clearly impossible to take Gertrude anywhere but into the drawing-room, which was in demi-toilette state, the lustres released from their veils, the gayer cushions taken out of their hiding-places, and the brown holland covers half off. This was the only tranquil spot, and so poor little Mab thought, forbidden ground though it was. Even in her own home, the schoolroom, a strange man had twice trod upon her toes, so no wonder when she saw her own master and his friends in the drawing-room that she ventured in, and leaping on a velvet cushion she had never seen before and had never been ordered off, she there curled herself up and went to sleep, unseen by Leonard, who was in eager controversy upon the specimens which Gertrude, as she unpacked, set down on floor, chair, or ottoman, unaware of the offence she was committing. So, unmolested, the young geologists talked, named, and sorted the specimens, till the clock striking the half-hour warned the maids that they must return, and Leonard let them out at the window and crossed the lawn to the side gate with them to save the distance. He had just returned, and was kneeling on the floor hastily collecting the fossils, when the door opened and Henry Ward, coming home to inspect the preparations, beheld the drawing-room bestrewn with the rough stones that he had prescribed, and Mab not only in the room, but reposing in the centre of the most magnificent cushion in the house. His first movement of indignation was to seize the dog with no gentle hand. She whined loudly, and Leonard, whom he had not seen, shouted angrily, "Let her alone!" Then, at another cry from her, finding his advance to her rescue impeded by a barricade of the crowded and disarranged furniture, he grew mad with passion and launched the stone in his hand, a long, sharp-pointed belemnite. It did not strike Henry, but a sound proclaimed the mischief as it fell back from the surface of the mirror, making a huge star of cracks, unmarked by Leonard, who, pushing sofa and ottoman to the right and left, thundered up to his brother, and with uplifted hand demanded what he meant by his cruelty. Is this defiance?" stammered Henry, pointing to the disordered room. Look here, Averill, as she appeared at the sounds. Do you defend this boy now he has very nearly killed me? Killed you? And Leonard laughed angrily. But when Henry held up the elf bolt and he saw its sharp point, he was shocked, and he saw horror in Averill's face. I see, he said gravely. It was a mercy I did not. And he paused. I did not know what I was about when you were misusing my dog, Henry. Shake hands. I am sorry for it. But Henry had been very much frightened as well as angered, and thought perhaps it was a moment to pursue his advantage. You treat things lightly, he said, not accepting the hand. See what you have done? I am glad it was not your head, said Leonard. What does it cost? I'll pay. More than your keep for a year, moaned Henry, as he sighed over the long limbs of the starfish-like fracture. Well, I will give up anything you like, if you will only not be sulky about it, Henry. It was unlucky, and I'm sorry for it. I can't say more. But I can, said Henry with angry dignity, reinforced by the sight of the seamed reflection of his visage in the shivered glass. I tell you, Leonard, there's no having you in the house. You defy my authority. You insult my friends. You waste and destroy more than you are worth, and you are absolutely dangerous. I would as soon have a wild beast about the place. If you don't get the Randall next week and get off to the university, to old Axworthy's office, you go at once. Very well, I will, said Leonard, turning to collect the fossils, as if he had done with the subject. Henry, what are you saying? Cried the sister. Not a word, Ave, said Leonard. I had rather break stones on the road than live where my keep is grudged, and there's not spirit enough to get over a moment's fright. It is not any one individual thing, began Henry in a tone of annoyance, but your whole course— There he paused, perceiving that Leonard paid no attention to his words, continuing quietly to replace the furniture and collect the fossils, as if no one else were in the room, after which he carried the basket upstairs. Averill hurried after him. Leonard, oh, why don't you explain? Why don't you tell him how the stones came there? Leonard shook his head sternly. Don't you mean to do anything? Nothing. But you wanted another year before trying for the scholarship. Yes, I have no chance there. He will not do it. He cannot mean it. I do, then. I will get my own living, and not be a burthen when my brother cannot forgive a broken glass or a moment's fright, said Leonard, and she felt that his calm resentment was worse than his violence. He will be cooler, and then— I will have no more said to him. It is plain that we cannot live together, and there's an end of it. Don't cry, or you won't be fit to be seen. I won't come down to dinner. Yes, you will. Let us have no more about it. Someone wants you. Please, ma'am, the fish has come. Sister, come and see how I have done up the macaroons in green leaves. Sister, do come and reach me down some calacanthus out of the greenhouse. I will, said Leonard, descending, and for the rest of the day he was an efficient assistant in the decorations, and the past adventure was only apparent in the shattered glass and the stern ceremonious courtesy of the younger brother towards the elder. Averill hurried about, devoid of all her former interest in so doing things for herself as to save interference, and when Mrs. Ledwich and Mrs. Pugh walked in, overflowing with suggestions, she let them have their way, and toiled under them with the sensation of being like dumb-driven cattle. If Leonard were to be an exile, what mattered it to her who ruled, or what appearance things made? Only when she went to her own room to dress had she a moment to realize the catastrophe, its consequences, and the means of averting them. So appalled was she that she sat with her hair on her shoulders as if spellbound, till the first ring at the door aroused her to speed and consternation, perhaps a little lessened by one of her sisters rushing in to say that it was Mrs. Ledwich and Mrs. Pugh, and that Henry was still in the cellar decanting the wine. Long before the hosts were ready, Dr. May and Ethel had likewise arrived, and became cognizant of the fracture of the mirror, for though the nucleus was concealed by a large photograph stuck into the frame, One long crack extended even to the opposite corner. The two ladies were not slow to relate all that they knew, and while the aunt dismayed Ethel by her story, the niece, with much anxiety, asked Dr. May how it was that these dear, nice, superior young people should have such unfortunate tempers. Was it from any error in management? So earnest was her manner, so inquiring her look, that Dr. May suspected that she was feeling for his opinion on personal grounds, and tried to avert the danger by talking of the excellence of the parents, but he was recalled from his eulogium on poor Mrs. Ward. Oh, yes, one felt for them so very much, and they are so religious, so well-principled, and all that one could wish. But family dissension is so dreadful. I am very little used to young men or boys, and I never knew anything like this. The lads are too nearly of an age, said the doctor. And would such things be likely to happen among any brothers? I should trust not, said the doctor emphatically. I should so like to know in confidence which you think likely to be most to blame. Never was the doctor more glad that Averil made her appearance. He carefully avoided getting near Mrs. Pugh for the rest of the evening, but he could not help observing that she was less gracious than usual to the master of the house, while she summoned Leonard to her side to ask about the volunteer proceedings, and formed her immediate court of Harvey Anderson and Mr. Scudamore. The dinner went on fairly, though heavily. Averil, in her one great trouble, lost the sense of the minor offences that would have distressed her pride and her taste had she been able to attend to them, and forgot the dullness of the scene in her anxiety to seek sympathy and counsel in the only quarter where she cared for it. She went mechanically through her duties as lady of the house, talking commonplace subjects dreamily to Dr. May, and scarcely even giving herself the trouble to be brief with Mr. Anderson, who was on her other side at dinner. In the drawing-room she left the other ladies to their own devices, in her eagerness to secure a few minutes with Ethel May and disabuse her of whatever Mrs. Ledwich or Mrs. Pugh might have said. Ethel had been more hopeful before she heard the true version. She had hitherto allowed much for Mrs. Ledwich's embellishments, and she was shocked and took shame to her own guiltless head for Gertrude's thoughtlessness. "Oh, no," said Averil, "there was nothing that anyone need have minded if Henry had waited for explanation. And now, will you get Dr. May to speak to him? If he only knew how people would think of his treating Leonard so, I am sure he would not do it." "He cannot," said Ethel. "Don't you know what he thinks of it himself? He said to Papa last year that your father would as soon have sent Leonard to the hulks as to the Vintry Mill." "Oh, I am so glad someone heard him. He would care about having that cast up against him if he cared for nothing else. It must have been a mere threat. Leonard surely has only to ask his pardon." "No, indeed, not again, Miss May," said Averil. "Leonard asked once and was refused, and cannot ask again. No, the only difficulty is whether he ought not to keep to his word and go to the mill if he does not get the Randall." "Did he say he would?" "Of course he did. When Henry threatened him with it and talked of the burden of his maintenance, he said, 'Very well, I will,' and he means it." "He will not mean it when the spirit of repentance has had time to waken." "He will take nothing that is grudged him," said Averil. "Oh, is it not hard that I cannot get at my own money and send him at once to Cambridge, and never ask Henry for another farthing?" "Nay, Averil, I think you can do a better part by trying to make them forgive one another." Averil had no notion of Leonard's again abasing himself, and though she might try to bring Henry to reason by reproaches, she would not persuade. She wished her guest had been the sympathizing Mary rather than Miss May, who was sure to take the part of the elder and the authority. Repentance, forgiveness. If Miss May should work on Leonard to sue for pardon and toleration, and Mrs. Pugh should intercede with Henry to take him into favour, she had rather he were at the Vintry Mill at once in his dignity, and Henry be left to his disgrace. Ethel thought of Dr. Spencer's words on the beach at Coombe, "Never threaten Providence." She longed to repeat them to Leonard as she watched his stern, determined face and the elaborately quiet motions that spoke of a fixed, resentful purpose, but to her disappointment and misgiving he gave her no opportunity, and for the first time since their seaside intercourse held aloof from her. Nor did she see him again during the week that intervened before the decision of the scholarship, though 3 days of it were holidays. Aubrey, whom she desired to bring him in after the rifle drill, reported that he pronounced himself sorry to refuse, but too busy to come in, and he seemed to be cramming with fiery vehemence for the mere chance of success. The chance was small. The only hope lay in the possibility of some hindrance preventing the return of either Forder or Folliot, and in the meantime the Mays anxiously thought over Leonard's prospects. His remaining at home was evidently too great a trial for both brothers, and without a scholarship he could not go to the university. The evils of the alternative offered by his brother were duly weighed by the doctor and Ethel with an attempt to be impartial. Mr. Axworthy, though the mill was the centre of his business, was in fact a corn merchant of considerable wealth, and with opportunities of extending his connection much farther. Had his personal character been otherwise, Dr. May thought a young man could not have a better opening than a seat in his office, and the future power of taking shares in his trade. There need to be no loss of position, and there was great likelihood both of prosperity and the means of extensive usefulness. Ethel sighed at the thought of the higher aspirations that she had fostered till her own mind was set on them. "Nay," said the doctor, "depend upon it, the desk is admirable training for good soldiers of the Church. See the fearful evil that befalls great schemes entrusted to people who cannot deal with money matters, and see, on the other hand, what our merchants and men of business have done for the Church, and do not scorn the receipt of custom." "But the man, papa." "Yes, there lies the hitch. If Leonard fails, I can lay things before Henry, such as perhaps he may be too young to know, and which must change his purpose." Mr. Axworthy's career during his youth and early manhood was guessed at rather than known, but even since his return and occupation of the Vintry Mill, his vicious habits had scandalized the neighborhood, and though the more flagrant of these had been discontinued as he advanced in age, there was no reason to hope that he had so much left off his sins as that his sins had left him off. His great-nephew, who lived with him and assisted in his business, was a dashing, sporting young man of no good character, known to be often intoxicated and concerned in much low dissipation, and as dangerous an associate as could be conceived for a high-spirited lad like Leonard. Dr. May could not believe that any provocation of temper, any motive of economy, any desire to be rid of encumbrances to his courtship, could induce a man with so much good in him, as there certainly was in Henry Ward, to expose his orphan brother to such temptations, and he only reserved his remonstrance in the trust that it would not be needed, and the desire to offer some better alternative of present relief. One of the examiners was Norman's old school and college friend, Charles Cheviot, now clergyman and an undermaster at one of the great schools recently opened for the middle classes, where he was meeting with great success, and was considered a capital judge of boys' characters. He was the guest of the Mays during the examination, and though his shy, formal manner and convulsive efforts at young lady talk greatly affronted Gertrude, the brothers liked him. He was in consternation at the decline of Stoneborough School, since Mr. Wilmot had ceased to be an undermaster. The whole tone of the school had degenerated, and it was no wonder that the government inquiries were ominously directed in that quarter. Scholarship was at a low ebb. Dr. Hoxton seemed to have lost what power of teaching he had ever possessed, and as Dr. May observed, the poor old school was going to the dogs. But even in the present state of things, Leonard had no chance of excelling his competitors. His study, like theirs, had been mere task-work, and though he showed more native power than the rest, yet perhaps this had made the mere learning by rote even more difficult to an active mind full of inquiry. He was a whole year younger than any other who touched the foremost ranks, 2 years younger than several, and though he now and then showed a feverish spark of genius, reminding Mr. Cheviot of Norman in his famous examination, it was not sustained. There were will and force, but not scholarship, and besides, there was a wide blurred spot in his memory, as though all the brain work of the quarter before his illness had been confused and had not yet become clear. There was every likelihood that a few years would make him superior to the chosen Randall scholar, but at present his utmost efforts did not even place him among the 7 whose names appeared honorably in the newspaper. It was a failure, but Mr. Cheviot had become more interested in the boy for his own sake, as well as from what he heard from the Mays, and he strongly advised that Leonard should at Easter obtain employment for a couple of years at the school in which he himself was concerned. He would thus be maintaining himself and pursuing his own studies under good direction, so as to have every probability of success in getting an open scholarship at one of the universities. Nothing could be better, and there was a perfect jubilee among the Mays at the proposal. Aubrey was dispatched as soon as breakfast was over to bring Leonard to talk it over, and Dr. May undertook to propound it to Henry on meeting him at the hospital. But Aubrey came back looking very blank. Leonard had started of his own accord that morning to announce to his uncle his acceptance of a clerk's desk at the Vintry Mill. Averill followed upon Aubrey's footsteps, and arrived while the schoolroom was ringing with notes of vexation and consternation. She was all upon the defensive. She said that not a word had passed on the subject since the dinner party, and there had not been a shadow of a dispute between the brothers. In fact, she evidently was delighted with Leonard's dignified position and strength of determination, and thought this expedition to the Vintry Mill a signal victory. When she heard what the Mays had to propose, she was enchanted. She had no doubt of Henry's willing consent, and felt that Leonard's triumph and independence were secured without the sacrifice of prospects, which she had begun to regard as a considerable price for his dignity. But Dr. May was not so successful with Henry Ward. He did not want to disoblige his uncle, who had taken a fancy to Leonard, and might do much for the family. He thought his father would have changed his views of the uncle and nephew had he known them better. He would not accept the opinion of a stranger against people of his own family, and he had always understood the position of an usher to be most wretched, nor would he perceive the vast difference between the staff of the middle school and of the private commercial academy. He evidently was pleased to stand upon his rights, to disappoint Dr. May, and perhaps to gratify his jealousy by denying his brother a superior education. Yet in spite of this ebullition, which had greatly exasperated Dr. May, there was every probability that Henry's consent might be wrung out or dispensed with, and plans of attack were being arranged at the tea-table, where a new obstacle in the shape of a note from Leonard himself. My dear Aubrey, I am very much obliged to Dr. May and Mr. Cheviot for their kind intentions, but I have quite settled with Mr. Axworthy, and I enter on my new duties next week. I am sorry to leave our corps, but it is too far off, and I must enter the Whitford one. Yours, L. A. Ward. The boy is mad with pride and temper, said the doctor. And his sister has made him so, added Ethel. Shall I run down to Bankside and tell him it is all bosh? Said Aubrey, jumping up. I don't think that it is quite possible under Henry's very nose, said Ethel. Perhaps they will all be tamer by tomorrow, now they've blown their trumpets. But I am very much vexed. And really, added Mr. Cheviot, if he is so wrong-headed, I begin to doubt if I could recommend him. You do not know how he has been galled and irritated, said the general voice. I wonder what Mrs. Pugh thinks of it, presently observed the doctor. Ah, said Ethel, Mrs. Pugh is reading John of Anjou. Indeed, said the doctor. I suspected the wind was getting into that quarter. Master Henry does not know his own interest. She was sure to take part with a handsome lad. Why have you never got Mrs. Pugh to speak for him? Said Mary. I am sure she would. Oh, Mary, simple Mary, you to be Ave's friend, and not know that her interposition is the only thing wanting to complete the frenzy of the other two. Ethel said little more that evening. She was too much grieved and too anxious. She was extremely disappointed in Leonard and almost hopeless as to his future. She saw but one chance of preventing his seeking this place of temptation, and that was in the exertion of her personal influence. His avoidance of her showed that he dreaded it, but one attempt must be made. All night was spent in broken dreams of just failing to meet him, or of being unable to utter what was on her tongue, and in her waking moments she almost reproached herself for the discovery how near her heart he was, and how much pleasure his devotion had given her. Nothing but resolution on her own part could bring about a meeting, and she was resolute. She stormed the castle in person, and told Averil she must speak to Leonard. Ave was on her side now, and answered with tears in her eyes that she should be most grateful to have Leonard persuaded out of this dreadful plan, and put in the way of excelling as he ought to do. She never thought it would come to this. No, thought Ethel, people blow sparks without thinking they may burn a house down. Ave conducted her to the summer-house, where Leonard was packing up his fossils. He met them with a face resolutely bent on brightness. "I am to take all my household gods," he said, as he shook hands with Ethel. "I see," said Ethel gravely, and as Averil was already falling out of hearing, she added, "I thought you were entirely breaking with your old life." "No, indeed," said Leonard, turning to walk with her in the paths. "I am leaving the place where it is most impossible to live in." "This has been a place of great, over-great trial, I know," said Ethel, "but I do not ask you to stay in it." "My word is my word," said Leonard, snapping little boughs off the laurels as he walked. "A hasty word ought not to be kept." His face looked rigid, and he answered not. "Leonard," she said, "I have been very unhappy about you, for I see you doing wilfully wrong and entering a place of temptation in a dangerous spirit." "I have given my word," repeated Leonard. "Oh, Leonard, it is pride that is speaking, not the love of truth and constancy." "I never defend myself," said Leonard. Ethel felt deeply the obduracy and pride of these answers. Her eyes filled with tears, and her hopes failed. Perhaps Leonard saw the pain he was giving, for he softened, and said, "Miss May, I have thought it over, and I cannot go back. I know I was carried away by passion at the first moment, and I was willing to make amends. I was rejected, as you know. Was it fit that we should go on living together?" "I do not ask you to live together." "When he reproached me with the cost of my maintenance, and threatened me with the mill if I lost the scholarship, which he knew I could not get, I said I would abide by those words. I do abide by them." "There is no reason that you should. Why should you give up all your best and highest hopes because you cannot forgive your brother?" "Miss May, if I lived with you and the doctor, I could have such aims. Henry has taken care to make them sacrilege for me. I shall never be fit now, and there's an end of it." "You might—" No. A school indeed. I should be dismissed for licking the boys before a week was out. Besides, I want the readiest way to get on in the world. I must take care of my sisters. I don't trust one moment to Henry's affection for any of them. This is no home for me, and it soon may be no home for them." And the boy's eyes were full of tears, though his voice struggled for firmness and indifference. "I am very sorry for you, Leonard," said Ethel, much more affectionately, as she felt herself nearer her friend of Coombe. "I am glad you have some better motives, but I do not see how you will be more able to help them in this way." "I shall be near them," said Leonard. "I can watch over them, and if it is true what they say about Henry and Mrs. Pugh, then they could have a cottage near the mill, and I could live with them. Don't you see, Miss May?" "Yes, but I question whether, on further acquaintance, you will wish for your sisters to be with their relations there. The other course would put you in the way of a better atmosphere for them." "But not for 6 years," said Leonard. No, Miss May. To show you it is not what you think in me, I will tell you that I had resolved the last thing to ask Henry's pardon for my share in this unhappy half-year. But this is the only resource for me or my sisters, and my mind is made up. Oh, Leonard, are you not deceiving yourself? Are the grapes ever so sour, or the nightshade below so sweet, as when the fox has leapt too short and is too proud to climb? Nightshade? Why, pray? My father would tell you. I know he thinks your cousin no safe companion. I know that already, but I can keep out of his way. Then this is the end of it, said Ethel, feeling only half justified in going so far. The end of all we thought and talked of at Coombe. There was a struggle in the boy's face, and she did not know whether she had touched or angered him. I can't help it, he said, as if he would have recalled his former hardness, but then softening. No, Miss May, why should it be? A man can do his duty in any state of life. In any state of life where God has placed him, but how when it is his own self-will? There are times when one must judge for oneself. Very well, then, I have done, Leonard. If you can conscientiously feel that you are acting for the best, and not to gratify your pride, then I can only say I hope you will be helped through the course you have chosen. Good-bye. But, Miss May, though I cannot take your advice, he hesitated, this is not giving me up? Never, while you let me esteem you. Thank you, he said, brightening. That is something to keep my head above water, even if this place were all you think it. My father thinks, said Ethel. I am engaged now. I cannot go back, said Leonard. Thank you, Miss May. Thank you for listening patiently, said Ethel. Good-bye. And, he added earnestly, following her back to the house, you do not think the Coombe day is cancelled? If you mean my hopes of you, said Ethel with a swelling heart, as long as you do your duty, for the highest reason, they will only take another course, and I will try to think it the right one. Ethel had mentally made this interview the test of her regard for Leonard. She had failed, and so had her test. Her influence had not succeeded, but it had not snapped. The boy, in all his wilfulness, had been too much for her, and she could no longer condemn and throw him off. Oh, why will not the rights and wrongs of this world be more clearly divided? End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 11. The stream was deeper than I thought when first I ventured here. I stood upon its sloping edge, without a rising fear. H. Bonner. It was a comfort to find that the brothers parted on good terms. The elder was beholden to the younger for the acquiescence that removed the odium of tyranny from the expulsion, and when the one great disturbance had silenced the ephemeral dissensions that had kept both minds in a constant state of irritation. Henry wanted, by kindness and consideration, to prove to himself and the world that Leonard's real interests were his sole object, and Leonard rejoiced in being at peace, so long as his pride and resolution were not sacrificed. He went off as though his employment had been the unanimous choice of the family, carrying with him his dog, his rifle, his fishing rod, his fossils, and all his other possessions, but with the understanding that his Sundays were to be passed at home, by way of safeguard to his religion and morals, bespeaking the care and consideration of his senior, as Henry assured himself and Mrs. Pugh, and tried to persuade his sister and Dr. May. But Dr. May was more implacable than all the rest. He called Henry's action the deed of Joseph's brethren, and viewed the matter as the responsible head of a family. He had a more vivid contemporaneous knowledge of the Axworthy antecedents, and he had been a witness to Henry's original indignant repudiation of such a destiny for his brother. He was in the mood of a man whose charity had endured long and refused to condemn, but whose condemnation, when forced from him, was therefore doubly strong. The displeasure of a loving, charitable man is indeed a grave misfortune. Never had he known a more selfish and unprincipled measure, deliberately flying in the face of his parents' known wishes before they had been a year in their graves, exposing his brother to ruinous temptation with his eyes open. The lad was destroyed body and soul, as much as if he had been set down in Satan's own clutches, and if they did not mind what they were about, he would drag Aubrey after him. As sure as his name was Dick May, he would sooner have cut his hand off than to have sent the boys to Coombe together, could he have guessed that this was to be the result. Such discourses did not tend to make Ethel comfortable. If she had been silly enough to indulge in a dream of her influence availing to strengthen Leonard against temptation, she must still have refrained from exerting it through her wonted medium, since it was her father's expressed desire that Aubrey, for his own sake, should be detached from his friend as much as possible. Aubrey was the greatest present difficulty. Long before their illness, the boys had been the resource of each other's leisure, and Coombe had made their intimacy a friendship of the warmest nature. Aubrey was at an age peculiarly dependent on equal companionship, and in the absence of his brothers, the loss of his daily intercourse with Leonard took away all the zest of life. Even the volunteer practice lost its charm without the rival with whom he chiefly contended, yet whose success against others was hotter to him than his own. His other occupations all wanted partnership, and for the first time in his life he showed weariness and contempt of his sister's society and pursuits. He rushed off on Sunday evenings for a walk with Leonard, and though Dr. May did not interfere, the daughters saw that the abstinence was an effort of prudence, and were proportionately disturbed when one day at dinner, in his father's absence, Aubrey, who had been overlooking his fishing flies with some reviving interest, refused all his sister's proposals for the afternoon, and when they represented that it was not a good fishing day, owned that it was not, but that he was going over to consult Leonard Ward about some grey hackles. "But you mustn't, Aubrey," cried Gertrude, aghast. Aubrey made her a low, mocking bow. "I'm sure papa would be very much vexed," added she, conclusively. "I believe it was luckless Hal that the mill wheel tore in your nursery rhymes, eh, Daisy?" said Aubrey. "Nursery rhymes, indeed," returned the offended young lady. "You know it is a very wicked place, and papa would be very angry at your going there." She looked at Ethel, extremely shocked at her not having interfered, and disregarding all signs to keep silence. "Axworthy, worthy of the axe," said Aubrey, well pleased to retort a little teasing by the way. "Young Axworthy baiting the trap, and old Axworthy sitting up in his den to grind the unwary limb from limb." "Ethel, why don't you tell him not?" exclaimed Gertrude. "Because he knows papa's wishes as well as I do," said Ethel, "and it is to them that he must attend, not to you or me." Aubrey muttered something about his father having said nothing to him, and Ethel succeeded in preventing Daisy from resenting this answer. She herself hoped to catch him in private, but he easily contrived to baffle this attempt, and was soon marching out of Stoneborough in a state of rampant independence, manhood, and resolute friendship, which nevertheless chose the way where he was least likely to encounter a little brown brougham. Otherwise, he might have reckoned 3½ miles of ploughed field, soppy lane, and water meadow as more than equivalent to 5 miles of good turnpike road. Be that as it may, he was extremely glad when, after forcing his way through a sticky, clayey path through a hazel copse, his eye fell on a wide reach of meadowland, the railroad making a hard line across it at one end, and in the midst, about half a mile off, the river meandering like a blue ribbon lying loosely across the green flat, the handsome buildings of the Vintry Mill lying in its embrace. Aubrey knew the outward aspect of the place, for the foreman at the mill was a frequent patient of his father's, and he had often waited in the old gig at the cottage door at no great distance, but he looked with more critical eyes at the home of his friend. It was a place with much capacity, built, like the Grange, by the monks of the convent, which had been the germ of the cathedral, and showing the grand old monastic style in the solidity of its stone barns and storehouses, all arranged around a court, whereof the dwelling house occupied one side, the lawn behind it with fine old trees, and sloping down to the water, which was full of bright ripples after its agitation around the great mill wheel. The house was of more recent date, having been built by a wealthy yeoman of Queen Anne's time, and had long ranges of square-headed sash windows, surmounted by a pediment, carved with emblems of Ceres and Bacchus, and a very tall front door, also with a pediment, and with stone stops leading up to it. Of the same era appeared to be the great gateway, and the turret above it, containing a clock, the hands of which pointed to 3:40. Aubrey had rather it had been 4, at which time the office closed. He looked round the court, which seemed very clean and rather empty. Stables, barns, buildings, and dwelling house not showing much sign of life, excepting the ceaseless hum and clack of the mill, and the dash of the water which propelled it. The windows nearest to him were so large and low that he could look in and see that the first 2 or 3 belonged to living rooms, and the next 2 showed him business fittings, and a back that he took to be Leonard's. But he paused in doubt how to present himself, and whether this were a welcome moment. And he was very glad to see in a doorway of the upper story of the mill buildings the honest, flowery face of his father's old patient, the foreman. Greeting him in the open, cordial way common to all Dr. May's children, Aubrey was at once recognised, and the old man came down a step-ladder in the interior to welcome him, and answer his question where he should find Mr. Ward. "He's in the office, sir, there, to the left hand as you go in at the front door, but," and he looked up at the clock, "maybe you would not mind waiting a bit till it strikes 4. I don't know whether master might be best pleased at young gentlemen coming to see him in office hours." "Thank you," said Aubrey. "I did not mean to be too soon, Hardy, but I did not know how long the walk would be." Perhaps it would have been more true had he said that he wanted to elude his sisters, but he was glad to accept a seat on a bundle of sacks, tremulous with the motion of the mill, and to enter into a conversation with the old foreman, one of those good old peasants whose integrity and skill render them privileged persons, worth their weight in gold long after their bodily strength has given way. "Well, Hardy, do you mean to make a thorough good miller of Mr. Ward?" "Bless you, Master May, he'll never stay here long enough." "Why not?" "No, nor his friends didn't ought to let him stay," added Hardy. "Why?" said Aubrey. "Do you think so badly of your own trade, Hardy?" But he could not get an answer from the oracle on this head. Hardy continued, "He's a nice young gentleman, but he'll never put up with it." "Put up with what?" asked Aubrey anxiously. But at that instant a carter appeared at the door with a question for Master Hardy, and Aubrey was left to his own devices, and the hum and the clatter of the mill, till the clock had struck 4. And, beginning to think that Hardy had forgotten him, he was about to set out and reconnoitre, when to his great joy Leonard himself came hurrying up and heartily shook him by the hand. "Hardy told me you were here," he said. "Well done, old fellow. I didn't think they would have let you come and see me." "The girls did make a great row about it," said Aubrey triumphantly, "but I was not going to stand any nonsense." Leonard looked a little doubtful, then said, "Well, will you see the place, or come and sit in my room? There is the parlour, but we shall not be so quiet there." Aubrey decided for Leonard's room, and was taken through the front door into a vestibule paved with white stone, with black lozenges at the intersections. "There," said Leonard. "The office is here, you see, and my uncle's room's beyond, all on the ground floor. He is too infirm to go upstairs. This way is the dining room, and Sam has got a sitting room beyond. Then there are the servants' rooms. It is a great place, and horridly empty." Aubrey thought so, as his footsteps echoed up the handsome but ill-kept stone staircase, with its fanciful balusters half choked with dust, and followed Leonard along a corridor, with deep windows overlooking the garden and river, and great panelled doors opposite, neither looking as if they were often either cleaned or opened, and the passage smelling very fusty. "Pah!" said Aubrey. "It puts me in mind of the wings of houses in books that get shut up because somebody has been murdered. Are you sure it is not haunted, Leonard?" "Only by the rats," he answered, laughing. "They make such an intolerable row that poor little Mab is frightened out of her wits, and I don't know whether they would not eat her up if she did not creep up close to me. I'm tired of going at them with the poker, and would poison every man jack of them if it were not for the fear of her getting the dose by mistake." "Is that what Hardy says you will never put up with?" asked Aubrey. But instead of answering, Leonard turned to one of the great windows, saying, "There now, would not this be a charming place if it were properly kept?" And Aubrey looked out at the great cedar, spreading out its straight limbs and flakes of dark foliage over the sloping lawn, one branch so near the window as to invite adventurous exits, and a little boat lying moored in the dancing water below. "Perfect," said Aubrey. "What fish there must lie in the milltail!" "Aye, I mean to have a try at them some of these days. I should like you to come and help, but perhaps— Ha, little Mab, do you wonder what I'm after so long? Here's a friend for you," as the little dog danced delightedly round him and paid Aubrey her affectionate respects. Her delicate drawing-room beauty did not match with the spacious but neglected-looking room whence she issued. It had 3 great uncurtained windows looking into the court, with deep window seats, olive-coloured painted walls, the worse for damp and wear, a small amount of old-fashioned solid furniture, and all Leonard's individual goods, chiefly disposed of in a cupboard in the wall, but Averil's beautiful water-coloured drawings hung over the chimney. To Aubrey's petted home-bred notions it was very bare and dreary, and he could not help exclaiming, "Well, they don't lodge you sumptuously." "I don't fancy many clerks in Her Majesty's dominions have so big and airy an apartment to boast of," said Leonard. "Let's see these flies of yours." Their mysteries occupied the boys for some space, but Aubrey returned to the charge. "What is it that Hardy says you'll never put up with, Leonard?" "What did the old fellow say?" asked Leonard, laughing, and as Aubrey repeated the conversation, ending with the oracular prediction, he laughed again, but said proudly, "He'll see himself wrong then. I'll put up with whatever I've undertaken." "But what does he mean?" "Serving one's apprenticeship, I suppose," said Leonard. "They all think me a fine gentleman, and above the work, I know, though I've never stuck at anything yet. If I take to the business, I suppose it is capable of being raised up to me. It need not pull me down to it, eh?" "There need be no down in the case," said Aubrey. "My father always says there is no down, except in meanness and wrong. But," as if that mention brought a recollection to his mind, "what o'clock is it? I must not stay much longer." "I'll walk a bit of the way home with you," said Leonard, "but I must be back by 5 for dinner. I go to rifle practice 2 days in the week, and I don't like to miss the others, for Sam's often out, and the poor old man does not like being left alone at meals." The 2 boys were at the room door, when Aubrey heard a step, felt the fustiness enlivened by the odour of a cigar, and saw a figure at the top of the stairs. "I say, Ward," observed Mr. Sam, in a rude, domineering voice, "Spellman's account must be all looked over tonight. He says that there is a blunder. D'ye hear? Very well. Who have you got there?" "It's Aubrey May." "Oh, good morning to you," making a kind of salutation. "Have you been looking at the water? We've got some fine fish there if you like to throw a line any day. Well, that account must be done tonight, and if you can't find the error, you'll only have to do it over again." Leonard's colour had risen a good deal, but he said nothing, and his cousin ran downstairs and drove off in his dog-cart. "Is it much of a business?" said Aubrey, feeling extremely indignant. "Look here," said Leonard, leading the way downstairs and into the office, where he pointed to 2 huge account books. "Every page in that one must I turn over this blessed night, and if he had only told me 3 hours ago, I could have done the chief of it, instead of kicking my heels all the afternoon. Has he any right to order you about, out of office hours, and without a civil word either? Why do you stand it?" "Because I can stand anything better than being returned on Henry's hands," said Leonard, "and he has spite enough for that. The thing must be done, and if he won't do it, I must. That's all. Come along." As they went out, the unwieldy figure of the elder Mr. Axworthy was seen, leaning out of his open window, smoking a clay pipe. He spoke in a much more friendly tone as he said, "Going out, eh? Mind the dinner time?" "Yes, sir," said Leonard, coming nearer. "I'm not going far." "Who have you got there?" was again asked. "One of the young Mays, sir. I was going to walk part of the way back." Aubrey thought the grunt not very civil, and as the boys and Mab passed under the gateway, Leonard continued, "There is not much love lost between him and your father. He hates the very name." "I should expect he would," said Aubrey, as if his hatred were an honour. "I fancy there's some old grievance," said Leonard, "where he was wrong, of course. Not that that need hinder your coming over, Aubrey. I've a right to my own friends, but—" "And so have I to mine," said Aubrey eagerly. "But, you see," added Leonard, "I wouldn't have you do it if it vexes your sister. I can see you every Sunday, you know, and we can have some fun together on Saturdays when the evenings get longer." Aubrey's face fell. He had a strong inclination for Leonard's company, and likewise for the trout in the mill-tail, and he did not like his independence to be unappreciated. "You see," said Leonard, laying his hand kindly on his shoulder, "it is very jolly of you, but I know they would hate it in the High Street if you were often here, and it is not worth that. Besides, Aubrey, to tell the plain truth, Sam's not fit company for any decent fellow." "I can't think how he came to ask me to fish." "Just to show he is master, because he knew the poor old man would not like it. It is one reason he is so savage with me, because his uncle took me without his consent. But, Leonard, it must be worse than the living at home ever was." Leonard laughed. "It's different being jawed in the way of business, and at one's own home. I'd go through a good deal more than I do here in the week to have home what it is now on Sunday. Why, Henry seems really glad to see me, and we have not had the shadow of a row since I came over here. Don't you tell Ave all this, mind, and you may just as well not talk about it at home, you know, or they will think I'm going to cry off." Aubrey was going to ask what he looked to, but Leonard saw, or thought he saw, a weasel in the hedge, and the consequent charge and pursuit finished the dialogue. The boys parted, and Aubrey walked home, his satisfaction in his expedition oozing away at every step, though his resolve to assert his liberty grew in proportion. Of course, it had not been possible to conceal from Dr. May where Aubrey was gone, and his annoyance had burst out vehemently. The whole round of objurgations against the wards, the Vintry Mill, and his own folly in fostering the friendship were gone through, and Ethel had come in for more than she could easily bear, for not having prevented the escapade. Gertrude had hardly ever seen her father so angry, and sat quaking for her brother, and Ethel meekly avoided answering again, with the happy trustfulness of experienced love. At last, as the tea was nearly over, Aubrey walked in, quite ready for self-defence. Nobody spoke for a little while, except to supply him with food, but presently Dr. May said, not at all in the tone in which he had talked of his son's journey, "You might as well have told me of your intentions, Aubrey." "I didn't think they mattered to anybody," said Aubrey. We generally go our own way in the afternoon." "Oh," said Dr. May, "interference with the liberty of the subject?" Aubrey coloured, and felt he had not quite spoken truth. "I could not give him up, father," he said less defiantly. "No, certainly not. But I had rather you only saw him at home. It will be more for our peace of mind." "Well, father," said Aubrey, "I am not going there any more. He told me not himself." And then, with laughing eyes, he added, "He said you would not like it, Ethel." "Poor boy," said Ethel, greatly touched. "Very right of him," said Dr. May, well pleased. "He is a fine lad, and full of proper feeling. What sort of a berth has the old rogue given him, Aubrey?" Much relieved that matters had taken this course, Aubrey tried to tell only as much as his friend would approve, but the medium was not easily found, and pretty nearly the whole came out. Dr. May was really delighted to hear how Sam treated him. "If that fellow takes the oppressive line, there may be some hope," he said. "His friendship is the worse danger than his enmity." When the sisters had bidden good night, the doctor detained Aubrey to say very kindly, "My boy, I do not like to hear of your running counter to your sister." "I am not going there again," said Aubrey, willing to escape. "Wait a minute, Aubrey," said Dr. May. "I want to tell you that I feel for you in this matter more than my way of talking may have made it seem to you. I have a great regard for your friend Leonard, and think he has been scandalously used, and I don't want to lessen your attachment to him. Far be it from me to think lightly of a friendship, especially of one formed at your age. Your very name, my boy, shows that I am not likely to do that." Aubrey smiled frankly. His offended self-assertion entirely melted. "I know it is very hard on you, but you can understand that the very reasons that make me so averse to Leonard's taking this situation would make me anxious to keep you away from his relations there, not necessarily from him. As long as he is what he is now, I would not lift a finger to keep you from him. Have I ever done so, Aubrey?" "No, papa." "Nor will I, as long as he is what I see him now. After this, Aubrey, is it too much to ask of you to keep out of the way of the persons with whom he is thrown?" "I will do so, papa. He wishes it himself." Then, with an effort, he added, "I am sorry I went today. I ought not, but—" and he looked a little foolish. "You did not like taking orders from the girls? No wonder, Aubrey. I have been very thankful to you for bearing it as you have done. It is the worst of home education that these spirits of manliness generally have no vent but mischief. But you are old enough now to be thankful for such a friend and adviser as Ethel, and I don't imagine that she orders you." "No," said Aubrey, smiling and mumbling, "but Daisy—" "Oh, I can quite understand the aggravation of Daisy happening to be right. But you must really be man enough to mind your own conscience, even if Daisy is imprudent enough to enforce it." "It was not only that," said Aubrey, "but I could not have Ward thinking I'd turned up my nose at his having got into business." "No, Aubrey, he need never fancy it is the business that I object to, but the men. Make that clear to him, and ask him to this house as much as you please. The more thorough he is in his business, the more I shall respect him." Aubrey smiled and thanked his father with a cleared brow, wondering at himself for having gone without consulting him. "Good night, my boy. May this friendship of yours be a lifelong stay and blessing to you both, even though it may cost you some pain and self-command, as all good things must, Aubrey." That evening Ethel had been writing to Cambridge. Tom had passed his examination with great credit and taken an excellent degree, after which he projected a tour in Germany, for which he had for some time been economizing, as a well-earned holiday before commencing his course of hospitals and lectures. Tom was no great correspondent, and had drilled his sisters into putting nothing but the essential into their letters, instead, as he said, of concealing it in flummery. This is a specimen of the way Tom liked to be written to. Stoneborough, February the 20th. "My dear Tom, Dr. Spencer says nothing answers so well as a knapsack. Get one at The price is pounds, shillings and pence. Order extra fittings as required, including a knife and fork. Letters from New Zealand of the 1st of November. All well. I wish Aubrey was going with you. He misses Leonard Ward so sorely as to be tempted to follow him to the Vintry Mill. I suspect your words are coming true, and the days of petticoat government ending. However, even if he would not be in your way, he could not afford to lose 6 months' study before going into residence. Your affectionate sister, Ethelred May. Tom wrote that he should spend a night in London and come home. When he came, the family exclaimed that his microscope, whose handsome case he carried in his hand, was much grown. And improved too, I hope, said Tom, proceeding to show off various new acquisitions and exchanges in the way of eyepieces, lenses, and other appliances of the most expensive order, till his father exclaimed, "Really, Tom, I wish I had the secret of your purse." "Fact is," said Tom, "that I thought more would be gained by staying at home, so I turned my travels into a binocular tube." Aubrey and Gertrude shouted that Tom certainly did love the microscope better than any earthly thing, and he coolly accepted the inference. Somewhat later, he announced that he had decided that he should be better able to profit by the London lectures and hospitals if he first studied for half a year at the one at Stoneborough, under the direction of his father and Dr. Spencer. Dr. May was extremely gratified, and really esteemed this one of the greatest compliments his science had ever received. Dr. Spencer could not help observing, "I did not think it was in him to do such a wise thing. I never can fathom the rogue. I hope he was not bitten during his benevolent exertions last winter." Meantime, Tom had observed that he had time to see that Aubrey was decently prepared for Cambridge, and further promoted the boy to be his out-of-door companion, removing all the tedium and perplexity of the last few weeks, though apparently merely indulging his own inclinations. Ethel recognised the fruit of her letter, and could well forgive the extra care in housekeeping required for Tom's critical tastes. Nay, the cruel expulsion of herself and Gertrude from her 20 years' home, the schoolroom, and her final severance from Aubrey's studies, though at the cost of a pang that reminded her of her girlhood's sorrow at letting Norman shoot ahead of her. She gave no hint. She knew that implicit reserve was the condition of his strange, silent confidence in her, and that it would be utterly forfeited unless she allowed his fraternal sacrifice to pass for mere long-headed prudence. Aubrey's Saturday and Sunday meetings with his friend were not yielded, even to Tom, who endeavoured to interfere with them, and would fain have cut the connection with the entire family, treating Miss Ward with the most distant and supercilious bows on the unpleasantly numerous occasions of meeting her in the street, and contriving to be markedly scornful in his punctilious civility to Henry Ward when they met at the hospital. His very look appeared a sarcasm to the fancy of the Wards, and he had a fashion of kindly inquiring after Leonard that seemed to both a deliberate reproach and insult. Disputes had become less frequent at Bankside since Leonard's departure, and few occasions of actual dissension arose. But the spirit of party was not extinguished, and the brother and sister had adopted lines that perhaps clashed less because they diverged more. Averil had, in reply to the constant exhortations to economise, resolved to decline all invitations, and this kept her constantly at home, or with her harmonium, whereas Henry made such constant engagements that their dining together was the exception, not the rule. After conscientiously teaching her sisters in the morning, she devoted the rest of her day to their walk and to usefulness in the parish. She liked her tasks, and would have been very happy in them, but for the constant anxiety that hung over her lest her home should soon cease to be her home. Henry's devotion to Mrs. Pugh could no longer be mistaken. The conviction of his intentions grew upon his sister, first from a mere absurd notion, banished from her mind with derision, then from a misgiving angrily silenced, to a fixed expectation, confirmed by the evident opinion of all around her, and calling for decision and self-command on her own part. Perhaps her feelings were unnecessarily strong, and in some degree unjust to Mrs. Pugh, but she had the misfortune to be naturally proud and sensitive, as well as by breeding too refined in tone for most of those who surrounded her. She had taken a personal dislike to Mrs. Pugh from the first. She regarded pretension as insincerity, and officiousness as deliberate insult, and she took the recoil of her taste for the judgment of principle. To see such a woman ruling in her mother's, her own home, would be bad enough, but to be ruled by her, and resign to her the management of the children, would be intolerable beyond measure. Too unhappy to speak of her anticipations even to Leonard or to Mary May, she merely endeavoured to throw them off from day to day, till one evening, when the days had grown so long that she could linger in the twilight in the garden before her singing practice, she was joined by Henry with the long apprehended, "I want to speak to you, Ave." Was it coming? Her heart beat so fast that she could hardly hear his kind commencement about her excellent endeavours, and the house's unhappy want of a mistress, the children's advantage, and so on. She knew it could only tend to one point, and longed to have it reached and passed. Of course she would be prepared to hear who was the object of his choice, and she could not but murmur yes, and well. "And, Ave, you will, I hope, be gratified to hear that I am not entirely rejected. The fact is that I spoke too soon." Averill could have jumped for joy, and was glad it was too dusk for her face to be seen. "I do not believe that her late husband could have had any strong hold on her affections, but she has not recovered the shock of his loss, and entreated, as a favour granted to her sentiments of respect for his memory, not to hear the subject mentioned for at least another year. I am permitted to visit at the house as usual, and no difference is to be made in the terms on which we stand. Now, Ave, will you, may I ask of you, to do what you can to remove any impression that she might not be welcome in the family?" "I never meant," faltered Averill, checked by sincerity. "You have always been so cold and backward in cultivating her acquaintance, that I cannot wonder if she should think it disagreeable to you. But, Ave, when you consider my happiness, and the immense advantage to all of you, I am sure you will do what is in your power in my behalf." He spoke more affectionately and earnestly than he had done for months, and Averill was touched, and felt that to hang back would be unkind. "I will try," she said. "I do hope it may turn out for your happiness, Henry." "For all our happiness," said Henry, walking down to the gate and along the road with her, proving all the way that he was acting solely for the good of the others, and that Averill and the children would find their home infinitely happier. A whole year, a year's reprieve, was the one thought in Averill's head that made her listen so graciously and answer so amiably, that Henry parted with her full of kind, warm feeling. As the sage said, who was to be beheaded if he could not in a year teach the king's ass to speak, what might not happen in a year? The king might die, the ass might die, or he might die. Anyway, there was so much gained, and Averill, for the time, felt as light-hearted as if Mrs. Pugh had vanished into empty air. To be sure, her own life had, of late, been far from happy, but this extension of it was veiled with suppressed ecstasy, almost as an answer to her prayers. Ah, Ave, little did you know what you wished in hoping for anything to prevent the marriage. She did obey her brother so far as to call upon Mrs. Pugh, whom she found in ordinary mourning and capless, a sign that dismayed her. But, on the other hand, the lady, though very good-natured and patronising, entertained her with the praises of King John, and showed her a copy of Magna Charta in process of illumination. Also, during her call, Tom May walked in with a little book on drops of water, and Averill found the lady had become inspired with a microscopic furore, and was thinking of setting up a lens and preparing objects for herself, under good tuition. Though Averill was very desirous that Mrs. Pugh should refuse her brother, yet this was the last service she wished the May family to render her. She was sure Tom May must dislike and despise the widow as much as she did, and since the whole town was unluckily aware of Henry's intentions, any interference with them was base and malicious, if in the way of mere amusement and flirtation. She was resolved to see what the game was, but only did see that her presence greatly disconcerted Mr. Thomas May. Henry was wretched and irritable in the velvet paws of the widow, who encouraged him enough to give him hope, and then held him aloof, or was equally amiable to someone else. Perhaps the real interpretation was that she loved attention. She was in all sincerity resolved to observe a proper period of widowhood, and not determined whether, when, or how it should terminate. Courtship amused her, and though attracted by Henry and his good house, the evidences of temper and harshness had made her unwilling to commit herself. Besides that, she was afraid of Averill, and she was more flattered by the civilities of a lioncel like Harvey Anderson. Or, if she could be sure of what Mr. Thomas May's intentions were, she would have preferred an embryo physician to a full-grown surgeon. At any rate, it was right by her poor dear Mr. Pugh to wait. She need not have feared having Averill as an inmate. Averill talked it over with Leonard, and determined that no power on earth should make her live with Mrs. Pugh. If that were necessary to forward his suit, she would make it plain that she was ready to depart. Oh, Leonard! If my uncle were but a nice sort of person, how pleasant it would be for me and the children to live there and keep his house, and I could make him so comfortable and nurse him. Never, Ave, cried Leonard. Don't let the thing be talked of. Oh, no, I know it would not do with Samuel there. But should we be too young for your old scheme of having a cottage together near? I did not know what the Axworthys were like, returned Leonard. But need we see them much? I'll tell you what, Ave, I've heard them both, yes, the old man the worst of the two, say things about women that made my blood boil. Leonard was quite red as he spoke. My father never let my mother see any of the concern, and now I know why. I'll never let you do so. Then there is only one other thing to be done, said Averill, and that is for me to go back to school as a parlour boarder and take the children with me. It would be very good for them, and dear Mrs. Wood would be very glad to have me. Yes, said Leonard, that is the only right thing, Ave, and the Mays will say so too. Have you talked it over with them? No, I hate talking of this thing. Well, you had better get their advice. It is the best thing going, said Leonard, with a sigh that sounded as if he wished he had taken it. But it was not to Averill that he said so. To her he spoke brightly of serving the time for which he was bound to his uncle, then of making a fresh engagement that would open a home to her, or better still, suppose Sam did not wish to go on with the business, he might take it and make the mill the lovely place it might be. It was to Aubrey May that the boys' real feelings came out as, on the Sunday evening, they slowly wandered along the bank of the river. Aubrey had seen a specimen of his life at the mill, and had been kept up to the knowledge of its events, and he well knew that Leonard was heartily sick of it, that the occupation was uncongenial and tedious in the extreme to a boy of good ability and superior education, nay, that the drudgery was made unnecessarily oppressive, was not the point he complained of, though it was more trying than he had expected. That was the bed that he had made, and that he must lie upon. It was the suspicion of frauds and tricks of the trade, and still worse, the company that he lived in. Sam Axworthy hated and tyrannized over him too much to make dissipation alluring, and he was only disgusted by the foul language, coarse manners, and the remains of intemperance worked on in violent temper. The old man, though helpless and past active vice, was even more coarse in mind and conversation than his nephew, and yet his feebleness and Sam's almost savage treatment of him enlisted Leonard's pity on his side. In general, the old man was kind to Leonard, but would abuse him roundly when the evidences of his better principles and training, or his allegiance to Dr. May, came forward, and Leonard, though greatly compassionating him, could not always bear his reproaches with patience, and was held back from more attention to him than common humanity required, by an unlucky suggestion that he was currying favour in the hope of supplanting Sam. "Old Hardy is the only honest man in the place, I do believe," said Leonard. "I'll tell you what, Aubrey, I have made up my mind there is one thing I will not do. If ever they want to make me a party to any of their cheatings, I'll be off. That window and the cedar tree stand very handy. I've been out there to bathe in the early summer mornings, plenty of times already. So never you be surprised if some fine day you hear non est inventus." "Where would you go?" "Get up to London and see if my quarter's salary would take me out in the steerage to some diggings or other. What would your brother say to me if I turned up at the Grange, New Zealand?" "Say? Mention Ethel and see what he would not say." And the two boys proceeded to arrange the details of the evasion in such vivid colouring that they had nearly forgotten all present troubles, above all when Leonard proceeded to declare that New Zealand was too tame and too settled for him. He should certainly find something to do in the Fiji Isles, where the high spirit of the natives, their painted visages and marvellous headdresses, as depicted in Captain Erskine's Voyage, had greatly fired his fancy, and they even settled how the goldfields should rebuild the Market Cross. "And when I'm gone, Aubrey, mind you see to Mab," he said, laughing. "Oh, I thought Mab was to act Whittington's cat." "I'm afraid they would eat her up. Besides, there's the voyage. No, you must keep her till I come home, even if she is to end like Argus. Would you die of joy at seeing me, eh, little black Neb?" End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Trial by HannahMary Yonge. Chapter 12. Let us meet and question this most bloody piece of work to know it farther. Macbeth. "If you please, sir, Master Hardy from the Vintry Mill wants to see you," said a voice at Dr. May's door early in the morning, and the doctor completed his dressing in haste, muttering to himself exclamations of concern that the old man's malady should have returned. On entering the study, Hardy's appearance, whiter than even the most proverbial hue of his trade, his agitation of feature, confused eye, and trembling lip, inspired fears that the case was more alarming than had been apprehended. But to cheer him, the doctor began, "Frightened about yourself, Master Hardy, eh? You come out without breakfast, and that's enough to put any man out of heart." "No, sir," said the old man, "it is nothing about myself. I wish it were no worse. But I've not got the heart to go to tell the poor young gentleman, and I thought—" "What has happened to the boy?" exclaimed Dr. May sharply, standing as if ready to receive the rifle shot which he already believed had destroyed Leonard. "That's what we can't say, sir," returned Hardy. "But he's gone, no one knows where. And, sir, my poor master was found at 5 o'clock this morning, in his chair in his sitting room, stone dead from a blow on the head." "Mind what you are saying," shouted the doctor passionately. "You old scoundrel! You don't mean to tell me that you are accusing the lad?" "I accuse nobody, sir," said the old man, standing his ground, and speaking steadily but respectfully. "I wouldn't say nothing to bring anyone into trouble if I could help it, and I came to ask you what was to be done." Yes, I beg your pardon, Hardy, but it sounded enough to overset one. Your poor master murdered, you say?" Hardy nodded assent. "And young Ward missing? Why, the burglars must have hurt the poor fellow in defending his uncle. Have you searched the place?" "I never thought of that, sir," said Hardy, his countenance much relieved. "It would be more like such a young gentleman as Mr. Ward." "Then we'll get over to the mill as fast as we can and see what can be done," said Dr. May, snatching up his hat and gloves. "You come and walk with me to Bankside, and tell me by the way about this terrible business. Good heavens! They'll have thrown the boy into the river." And calling out that his carriage should follow to Bankside, the doctor dashed upstairs and knocked at Ethel's door. "My dear," he said, "there has been a robbery or something at the Vintry Mill. I must go and see Henry Ward about it. Poor old Axworthy is murdered, and I'm terribly afraid Leonard has met with some foul play. You or Mary had better go and see about Avie presently, but don't believe a word of anything till you see me again." And shutting the door, while Ethel felt as if the room were reeling round with her, Dr. May was in a few seconds more hastening along by Hardy's side, extracting from him the little he had to tell. The old man had been unlocking the door of the mill at 5 o'clock, when he was summoned by loud shrieks from the window of Mr. Axworthy's sitting room, and found that the little maid had been appalled by the sight of her master, sunk forward from his gouty chair upon the table, his hair covered with blood. Hardy had been the first to touch him, and to perceive that he had long been dead. The housekeeper, the only other servant who slept in the house, had rushed in half-dressed, but neither nephew appeared. Young Axworthy had gone the previous day to the county races, leaving the time of his return doubtful, and Leonard Ward did not answer when called. It was then found that his room was empty, his bed untouched, and the passage window outside his door left open. The terrified servants held confused consultation, and while the groom had hurried off to give the alarm at Whitford, and ride on in search of Sam Axworthy, Hardy had taken another horse and started to inform Henry Ward, but his heart failing him, he had come to beg the doctor to break the intelligence to the family. Dr. May had few doubts that the robbers must have entered by the passage window, and meeting resistance from Leonard, must have dragged him out, and perhaps thrown him from it, then having gone on to their murderous work in the old man's sitting room. In that great rambling house, where the maids slept afar off, and the rats held nightly gambols, strange noises were not likely to be observed, and the thought of Leonard lying stunned and insensible on the grass made the doctor's pace almost a run, as if he were hastening to the rescue. When Mr. Ward sent down word that he was not up, Dr. May replied that he must see him in bed, and followed upon the very heels of the messenger, encountering no amiable face, for Henry had armed himself for defence against any possible reproaches for his treatment of any patient. Even when Dr. May began, "Henry, my poor fellow, I have frightful news for you," his mouth was opening to reply, "I knew we should lose that case, lest the patient be who he might, when the few simple words put to flight all petulant jealousy, and restored Henry Ward to what he had been when in his hour of sickness and affliction he had leant in full confidence on Dr. May's unfailing kindness. He was dressed by the time the brougham was at the door, and would have hurried off without telling his sister of the alarm. But Dr. May, knowing that the town must soon be ringing with the news, was sending him to Averil's room, when both rejoiced to see Mary enter the house. Charging her to keep Averil quiet, and believing nothing but what came from themselves, they thrust on her the terrible commission, and hastened away, dwelling on the hope that every moment might be important. Old Hardy had already mounted his cart horse, and for him farm roads so shortened the distance that he received them at the entrance of the courtyard, which was crowded with excited gazers and important policemen. "Found him?" was the instantaneous question of both, but Hardy shook his head so sadly that the doctor hastily exclaimed, "What then?" "Sir," said Hardy very low and with a deprecating look, "he did go up by the mail train to London last night. Got in at Bloor station at 12:15. They have telegraphed up, sir." "I'll lay my life it is all a mistake," said Dr. May, grasping Henry's arm as if to give him support, and looking him in the face as though resolved that neither should be cast down. "That's not all, sir," added Hardy, still addressing himself to the elder gentleman. "There's his rifle, sir." "Why, he wasn't shot!" sharply cried Dr. May. "You told me so yourself." "No, sir, but you'll see for yourself presently. There's the blood and grey hairs on the stock, sir." "Never fear, Henry, we shall see," said Dr. May, pressing on, and adding as soon as they were out of hearing, "Nothing those folks, even the best of them, like so well as laying on horrors thick enough." A policeman stood at the house door to keep off idlers, but Dr. May's character and profession, as well as his municipal rank, caused way to be instantly made for them. They found a superintendent within, and he at once began, "Most unfortunate business, Mr. Mayor, very mysterious." Then, as a sign from the doctor made him aware of Henry Ward's near concern, he added, "Shall I inform young Mr. Axworthy that you are here? Is he come?" "Yes, sir. He had only slept at the Three Goblets, not half a mile across the fields, you know, Mr. Mayor. Came home too late to disturb the house here, slept there, and was on the spot at the first intelligence, before I was myself," added the superintendent a little jealously. "Where is he?" "In his room, sir. He was extremely overcome and retired to his room as soon as the necessary steps had been taken. Would you wish to see the room, sir? We are keeping it locked till the inquest takes place, but—" Henry asked, "When?" His first word since his arrival, and almost inarticulate. He was answered that it would probably be at 2 that afternoon. The Whitford coroner had intimated that he was ready, and the down train would be in by 1. A telegram had just arrived, reporting that the electric message had anticipated the mail train, and that young Mr. Ward would be brought down in time. "Never mind, never heed, Henry," persisted Dr. May, pressing the young man's arm as they proceeded to the door of the sitting-room. "He must be intensely shocked, but he will explain the whole. Nay, I've no doubt we shall clear him. His rifle, indeed! I could swear to his rifle anywhere." The superintendent had by this time opened the door of the sitting-room, communicating on one side with the office, on the other with the old man's bedroom. Except that the body had been carried to the bed in the inner chamber, all remained as it had been found. There were no signs of robbery, not even of a struggle. The cushions of the easy chair still bore the impress of the sitter's weight. The footstool was hardly pushed aside. The massive library table was undisturbed. The silver spoons and sugar tongs beside the tumbler and plate on the supper tray. The yellow light of the lamp still burned. Not a paper was ruffled, not a drawer pulled out. Only a rifle stood leaning against the window shutter, and towards it both friend and brother went at once, hoping and trusting that it would be a stranger to their eyes. Alas, alas! Only too familiar were the rich brown mottlings of the stock, the steel mountings, the eagle crest, and twisted H.E. cipher. And in sickness of heart, the doctor could not hide from himself the dark clot of gore and the few white hairs adhering to the wood and answering to the stain that dyed the leather of the desk. Henry could not repress an agonized groan and averted his face, but his companion, undaunted, met the superintendent's eye and queried, "You know it, sir?" "I do. It was my son-in-law's present to him. I wonder where he kept it for the ruffians to get hold of it." The superintendent remained civil and impassive, and no one spoke to break the deathly hush of the silent room, filled with the appliances of ordinary business life, but tainted with the awful unexplained mark that there had been the foot of the shedder of blood in silence and at unawares. The man in authority at length continued his piteous exhibition. Dr. Rankin of Whitford had arrived on the first alarm. But would not the gentleman see the body? And he led them on, Dr. May's eyes on the alert to seize on anything exculpatory, but detecting nothing, seeing only the unwieldy, helpless form and aged, feeble countenance of the deceased, and receiving fresh impressions of the brutality and cowardice of the hand that could have struck the blow. He looked, examined, defined the injury, and explained that it must have caused instant death, thus hoping to divert attention from his pale, horror-stricken companion, whose only too apparent despondency almost provoked him. At the doctor's request, they were taken up the staircase into the corridor and shown the window, which had been found nearly closed but not fastened, as though it had been partially shut down from the outside. The cedar bough almost brushed the glass, and the slope of turf came so high up the wall that an active youth could easily swing himself down to it, and the superintendent significantly remarked that the punt was on the farther side of the stream, whereas the evening before it had been on the nearer. Dr. May leant out over the window-sill, still in the lingering hope of seeing, he knew not what, but he only became oppressed by the bright, still, summer beauty of the trees and grass and sparkling water, insensible of the horror that brooded over all. He drew back his head, and as the door hard by was opened, Leonard's little dog sprang from her basket kennel, wagging her tail in hopes of her master, but in her disappointment greeting one whom dogs always hailed as a friend. "Poor little doggie! Good little Mab! If only you could tell us!" And the creature fondly responded to his gentle hand, though keeping aloof from Henry, in mindfulness of past passages between them, while Henry could evidently not bear to look at her. They gazed round the room, but it conveyed no elucidation of the mystery. There were Leonard's books in their range on the drawers, his fossils in the cupboard, his mother's photograph on his mantelpiece, his sister's drawings on the wall. His grey uniform lay on the bed as if recently taken off. His ordinary office coat was folded on a chair, and he seemed to have dressed and gone in his best clothes. While anxiously seeking some note of explanation, they heard a step, and Sam Axworthy entered, speaking fast and low in apology for not having sooner appeared, but he had been thoroughly upset, as indeed he looked, his whole appearance betraying the disorder of the evening's dissipation, followed by the morning's shock. Most unfortunate, he said, that he had not returned earlier. His friend Black, Tom Black, of Edsall Green, had driven him home in his dog-cart, set him down at the turn to cross the fields, moon as light as day, no notion of the lateness till he got in sight of the great clock and saw it was 12:30. So, knowing the early habits of the place, he had thought it best to turn back and get a bed at the Three Goblets. If he had only come home, he might have prevented mischief. There ensued a few commonplace words on the old man's infirm state, yet his independent habits, and reluctance to let any servant assist him, or even sleep near him. Sam spoke as if in a dream, and was evidently so unwell that Dr. May thought it charitable to follow the dictates of his own disgust at breaking bread in that house of horrors, and refuse offers of breakfast. He said he must go home, but would return for the inquest, and asked whether Henry would remain to meet his brother. No, thank you," said Henry huskily, as with the driest of throats, and a perceptible shudder, he turned to go away. The doctor pausing to caress little Mab and say, "I had better take home this poor little thing. She may come to harm here, and may be a comfort to the sister." No objection came from Sam, but Mab herself ran back to her house, and even snarled at the attempt to detach her from it. "You are a faithful little beast," he said, "and your master will soon be here to set all straight, so I will leave you for the present." And therewith he signed farewell, and breathed more freely as he gained the outer air. "I'll tell you what, Henry," he said, as they drove out of the courtyard, "we'll bring out Bramshaw to watch the case. He will see through this horrible mystery and throw the suspicion in the right quarter, whatever that may be, depend upon it." Henry had thrown himself back in the carriage with averted face and only answered by a groan. "Come, don't be so downcast," said Dr. May. "It is a frightful affair, no doubt, and Leonard has chosen a most unlucky moment for this escapade, but he will have a thorough warning against frolics." "Frolics, indeed," said Henry bitterly. "Well, I'll be bound that's all he has attempted, and it has got him into a horrid scrape, and 10 to 1 but the police have got the real ruffians in their hands by this time." "I have no hope," said Henry. "More shame for you not to feel a certain confidence that he who sees all will show the right." "If," said Henry, breaking off with a sound and look of such intense misery as almost to stagger the doctor himself, by reminding him of Leonard's violent temper and the cause Henry had to remember his promptness of hand. But that Ethel's pupil, Aubrey's friend, the boy of ingenuous face, could under any provocation strike helpless old age, or, having struck, could abscond without calling aid, actuated by terror, not by pity or repentance, was more than Dr. May could believe, and after brief musing, he broke out in indignant refutation. "I should have thought so. I wish I still could believe so," sighed Henry. "But—" And there they lapsed into silence till, as they came near the town, Dr. May offered to set him down at Bankside. "No, no, thank you," he cried in entreaty. "I cannot see her, Ave." "Then come home with me. You shall see no one, and you will look up when you are not faint and fasting. You young men don't stand up against these things like us old stagers." As the carriage stopped, several anxious faces were seen on the watch, but the doctor signed them back till he had deposited Henry in his study, and then came among them. Gertrude was the first to speak. "Oh, papa, papa, what is it? Mrs. Pugh has been here to ask, and Ethel won't let me hear. Tom and Aubrey know." "I took refuge in your order to believe nothing till you came," said Ethel, with hands tightly clasped together. "It is true, then?" asked Tom. "True that it looks as bad can be," said the doctor, sighing heavily, and proceeding to state the aspect of the case. "It is a trick, a plot!" cried Aubrey passionately. "I know it is. He always said he would run away if they tried to teach him dishonesty, and now they have done this, and driven him away, and laid the blame on him. Ethel, why don't you say you are sure of it?" "Leonard would be changed indeed if this were so," said Ethel, trembling as she stood, and hardly able to speak articulately. Aubrey broke out with a furious "If!" very different from Henry Ward's. "It would not be the Leonard we knew at Combe," said Ethel. "He might be blind with rage, but he would never be cowardly. No, unless he own it, nothing shall ever make me believe it." "Own it? For shame, Ethel!" cried Aubrey, and even the doctor exclaimed, "You are as bad as poor Henry himself, who has not got soul enough to be capable of trusting his brother." "I do trust," said Ethel, looking up. "I shall trust his own word," and she sat down without speaking and knitted fast, but her needles clattered. "And how about that poor girl at Bankside?" said the doctor. "I went down there," said Tom, "just to caution the servants against bringing in stories. She found out I was there, and I had to go in and make the best of it." "And what sort of a best?" said the doctor. "Why, she knew he used to get out in the morning to bathe, and was persuaded he had been drowned. So I told her I knew he was alive and well, and that she would hear all about it when you came back. I brought the youngest child away with me, and Gertrude has got her upstairs. The other would not come. Poor thing! Mary says she is very good and patient, and I must say she was wonderfully reasonable when I talked to her." "Thank you, Tom," said his father with warmth. "It was very kind of you. I wonder if Ave knew anything of this runaway business. It might be the saving of him." "I did," said Aubrey eagerly. "At least, I know he said he would not stay if they wanted to put him up to their dishonest tricks, and he talked of that very window. Yes, you imprudent fellow, and you were telling Mrs. Pugh so, if I hadn't stopped you, said Tom. You'll be taken up for an accomplice next, if you don't hold your tongue. What did he say? Asked the doctor impatiently, and then declared that he must go instantly to Bankside, as soon as both he and Henry had taken some food. For, he added, we are both too much shaken to deal rationally with her. Ethel started up in shame and dismay at having neglected to order anything. The doctor was served in the study alone with Henry, and after the briefest meal was on his way to Bankside. He found Avril with the crimson cheek and beseeching eye that he knew so well, as she laid her trembling hand on his, and mutely looked up like a dumb creature awaiting a blow. Yes, my dear, he said tenderly. Your brother needs prayer such as when we watched him last year. He is in peril of grave suspicion. And as she stood waiting and watching for further explanation, he continued, My dear, he told you everything. You do not know of any notion of his of going away, or going out without leave? Why is Leonard to be always suspected of such things? Cried Avril. He never did them. Do you know? Persisted Dr. May. But you are mayor, cried Avril indignantly, withdrawing her hand. You want me to accuse him. My dear, if I were 10 times mayor, it would make no difference. My jurisdiction does not even cross the river here, and if it did, this is a graver case than I deal with. I am come, as his friend, to beg you to help me to account for his unhappy absence in any harmless way. Were it ever so foolish or wrong, it would be the best news that ever I heard. But I can't, said Avril. I never knew he was going out. I know he used to get out at the passage window to bathe and fish before the house was astir, and you know he is safe, Dr. May. Dr. May would almost sooner have known that he was at the bottom of the deepest pool in the river than where he was. He is safe, my poor child. He is well, and I trust he will be able to prove his innocence. But he must so account for his absence as to clear himself. Avril, there is a charge against him of being concerned in your uncle's death. Avril's eyes dilated, and she breathed short and fast, standing like a statue. Little Minna, whom the doctor had scarcely perceived, standing in a dark corner, sprang forward, exclaiming, Oh, Ave, don't be afraid. Nobody can hurt him for what he did not do. The words roused Avril, and starting forward, she cried, Dr. May, you will save him. He is fatherless and motherless, and his brother has always been harsh to him, but you will not forsake him. You said you would be a father to us. Oh, save Leonard. My dear, as I would try to save my own son, I will do my utmost for him. But little or nothing depends on me or on any man. By truth and justice he must stand or fall, and you must depend on the Father of the fatherless, who seeth the truth, as this dear child tells you, with his hand on Minna's head. He cannot be really injured while he is innocent. Awed into calm, Avril let him seat her beside him, and put her in possession of the main facts of the case. Minna standing by him, her hand in his, evidently understanding and feeling all that passed. Neither could throw light on anything. Leonard had been less communicative to them than to Aubrey, and had kept his resolution of uncomplainingly drinking the brewst he had brewed for himself. All Avril could tell was that her uncle had once spoken to Henry in commendation of his steadiness and trustworthiness, though at the same time abusing him for airs and puppyism. Henry would tell you. Where is Henry? She added. In my study. He could not bear to bring you these tidings. You must be ready to comfort him, Ave. Don't let him come, she cried. He never was kind to Leonard. He drove him there. I shall always feel that it was his doing. Avril, said Dr. May gravely, do you forget how much that increases his suffering? Nothing but mutual charity can help you through this fiery trial. Do not let anger and recrimination take from you the last shreds of comfort and poison your prayers. Promise me to be kind to Henry, for indeed he needs it." "Oh, Dr. May," said Minna, looking up with her eyes full of tears, "indeed I will. I was cross to Henry because he was cross to Leonard, but I won't be so any more." Eve drooped her head as if it were almost impossible to her to speak. Dr. May patted Minna's dark head caressingly and said to the elder sister, "I will not urge you more. Perhaps you may have Leonard back, and then joy will open your hearts. Or if not, my poor Eve, the sight of Henry will do more than my words." Mary looked greatly grieved, but said nothing, only following her father to take his last words and directions. "Keep her as quiet as you can. Do not worry her. But get out this root of bitterness if you can. Poor, poor things." "That little Minna is a dear child," said Mary. "She has grown so much older than Ella, or than she was last year. She seems to understand and feel like a grown-up person. I do think she may soften poor Eve more than I can. But, Papa, there is excuse. Mr. Ward must have made them more miserable than we guessed." "The more reason she must forgive him. Oh, Mary, I fear a grievous lesson is coming to them, but I must do all I can. Good-bye, my dear. Do the best you can for them." And he set forth again with a bleeding heart. At the attorney's office he found the principal from home, but the partner, Edward Anderson, on the qui vive for a summons to attend on behalf of his fellow townsman, and confident that however bad were the present aspect of affairs, his professional eye would instantly find a clue. Aubrey was in an agony of excitement, but unable to endure the notion of approaching the scene of action, and his half-choked surly "don't" was sufficient to deter his brother Thomas, who had never shown himself so kind, considerate, and free from sneer or assumption. In hours of ease he might seem selfish and exacting, but a crisis evoked the latent good in him and drew him out of himself. Nor would Henry return to Bankside. After many vacillations, the moment for starting found him in a fit of despair about the family disgrace, only able to beg that the unhappy boy should be assured that no expense should be spared in his defence, or else that if he were cleared and returned home, his welcome should be most joyful. But there Henry broke off, groaned, said they should never look up again, and must leave the place. Except for Averil's own sake, Dr. May would almost have regretted his exhortations in favour of her eldest brother. In due time the doctor arrived at the mill where the inquest was to take place, as the public house was small and inconveniently distant, and there was ample accommodation in the large rambling building. So crowded was the courtyard that the doctor did not easily make his way to the steps of the hall door, but there, after one brief question to the policeman in charge, he waited, though several times invited in. Before long, all eyes turned one way, as a closed fly, with a policeman on the box, drove in at the gateway, stopped, and between the two men on guard appeared a tall, young figure. The doctor's first glance showed him a flushed and weary set of features, shocked and appalled, but the eyes, looking straight up in their anxiety, encountered his with an earnest, grateful appeal for sympathy, answered at once by a step forward with outstretched hand. The grip of the fingers was heated, agitated, convulsive, but not tremulous, and there was feeling, not fear, in the low, husky voice that said, "Thank you. Is Henry here?" "No, he is too much overcome, but he hopes to see you at home tonight, and here is Edward Anderson, whom he has sent to watch the proceedings for you." "Thank you," said Leonard, acknowledging Edward's greeting. "As far as I'm concerned, I can explain all in a minute. But my poor uncle, I little thought—" There was no opportunity for further speech in private, for the coroner had already arrived, and the inquiry had been only deferred until Leonard should have come. The jury had been viewing the body, and the proceedings were to take place in the large, low dining room, where the southern windows poured in a flood of light on the faces of the persons crowded together, and the reflections from the rippling water danced on the ceiling. Dr. May had a chair given him near the coroner, and keenly watched the two nephews, one seated next to him, the other at some distance, nearly opposite. Both young men looked haggard, shocked, and oppressed. The eye of Axworthy was unceasingly fixed on an inkstand upon the table, and never lifted, his expression never varied. And Leonard's glance flashed inquiringly from one speaker to another, and his countenance altered with every phase of the evidence. The first witness was Anne Ellis, the young maidservant, who told of her coming down at 10 minutes after 5 that morning, the 6th of July, and on going in to clean the rooms, finding her master sunk forward on the table. Supposing him to have had a fit, she had run to the window and screamed for help, when Master Hardy, the foreman, and Mrs. Giles, the housekeeper, had come in. James Hardy deposed to having heard the girl's cry while he was unlocking the mill door. Coming in by the low sash window, which stood open, he had gone up to his master, and had seen the wound on the head, and found the body quite cold. Mrs. Giles coming in, they had carried it to the bed in the next room, and he had gone to call the young gentleman, but neither was in his room. He knew that it had been left uncertain whether Mr. Samuel would return to sleep at home between the 2 days of the county races, but he did not expect Mr. Ward to be out, and had then observed that his bed had not been slept in, and that the passage window outside his room was partly open. He had then thought it best to go into Stoneborough to inform the family. Rebecca Giles, the housekeeper, an elderly woman, crying violently, repeated the evidence as to the discovery of the body. The last time she had seen her master alive was when she had carried in his supper at 9 o'clock, when he had desired her to send Mr. Ward to him, and had seemed much vexed to hear that the young man had not returned from rifle practice, little thinking, poor old gentleman, but here the housekeeper was recalled to her subject. The window was then open, as it was a sultry night, but the blind down. Her master was a good deal crippled by gout, and could not at that time move actively nor write, but could dress himself and close a window. He disliked being assisted, and the servants were not in the habit of seeing him from the time his supper was brought in till breakfast next morning. She had seen Mr. Ward come home at 20 minutes or half after 9, in uniform, carrying his rifle. She had given the message, and he had gone into the sitting room without putting down the rifle. She believed it to be the one on the table, but could not say so on oath. He never let anyone touch it, and she never looked at such horrid, murderous things, and some remarks highly adverse to the volunteer movement were cut short. William Andrews, groom, had been called by Anne Ellis, had seen the wound and the blood on the desk, and had gone to fetch a surgeon and the police from Whitford. On his return, saw the rifle leaning against the shutter, believed it to be Mr. Ward's rifle. Charles Rankin, surgeon, had been called in to see Mr. Axworthy, and arrived at 7 o'clock a.m. Found him dead from a fracture of the skull over the left temple, he should imagine from a blow from a heavy, blunt instrument, such as the stock of a gun. Death must have been instantaneous, and had probably taken place 7 or 8 hours before he was called in. The marks upon the rifle before him were probably blood, but he could not say so upon oath till he had subjected them to microscopic examination. The hair was human, and corresponded with that of the deceased. Samuel Axworthy had slept at the Three Goblets, in consequence of finding himself too late for admission at home. He had been wakened at 5:30, and found all as had been stated by the previous witnesses, and he corroborated the housekeeper's account of his uncle's habits. The rifle he believed to belong to his cousin, Leonard Ward. He could not account for Leonard Ward's absence on that morning. No permission, as far as he was aware, had been given him to leave home, and he had never known his uncle give him any commission at that hour. The different policemen gave their narrations of the state of things, the open window, the position of the boat, etc., and the ticket clerk at the small Bloor station stated that at about 12:15 at night Mr. Ward had walked in without baggage and asked for a second-class ticket to London. Leonard here interposed an inquiry whether he had not said a day ticket, and the clerk recollected that he had done so, and had spoken of returning by 4 o'clock. But the train, being reckoned as belonging to the previous day, no return tickets were issued for it, and he had therefore taken an ordinary one and started by the mail train. The London policeman, who had come down with Leonard, stated that, in consequence of a telegraphic message, he had been at the Paddington station at 6:30 that morning, had seen a young gentleman answering to the description sent to him, asked if his name were Leonard Ward, and receiving a reply in the affirmative, had informed him of the charge and taken him into custody. The bag that he placed on the table he had found on the young man's person. Everyone was startled at this unexpected corroboration of the suspicion. It was a heavy-looking bag of reddish canvas, marked with a black circle, containing the letters F.A. Gold, the neck tied with a string, the contents were sovereigns, and a note or two. Dr. May looked piteously, despairingly at Leonard, but the brow was still open and unclouded, the eye glanced back reassurance and confidence. The policeman added that he had cautioned the young man to take care what he said, but that he had declared at once that his uncle had sent him to lodge the sum in Drummond's bank, and that he would show a receipt for it on his return. The coroner then proceeded to examine Leonard, but still as a witness. Edward Anderson spoke to him in an undertone, advising him to be cautious and not commit himself. But Leonard, rather impatiently thanking him, shook him off, and spoke with freedom and openness. "I have nothing to keep back," he said. "Of course I know nothing of this frightful murder, nor what villain could have got hold of the rifle, which, I am sorry to say, is really mine. Last evening I used it at drill and practice on Bloor Heath, and came home when it grew dusk, getting in at about 9:30. I was then told by Mrs. Giles that my uncle wished to speak to me, and was displeased at my staying out so late. I went into his room as I was, and put my rifle down in a corner by the window, when he desired me to sit down and listen to him. He then told me that he wished to send me to town by the mail train, to take some cash to Drummond's bank, and to return by today's 4 o'clock train. He said he had reasons for wishing no one to be aware of his opening an account there, and he undertook to explain my absence. He took the sum from the private drawer of his desk, and made me count it before him, £124 12s, in sovereigns and bank notes. The odd money he gave me for my expenses. The rest I put in the bag that I fetched out of the office. He could not hold a pen, and could therefore give me no letter to Messrs. Drummond, but he made me write a receipt for the amount in his memorandum book. I wished him good night, and left him still sitting in his easy chair, with the window open and the blind down. I found that I had forgotten my rifle, but I did not go back for it, because he disliked the disturbance of opening and shutting doors. While I was changing my dress, I saw from the window that someone was still about in the court, and knowing that my uncle wished me to avoid notice, I thought it best to let myself out by the passage window, as I had sometimes done in early mornings to bathe or fish, and go across the fields to Bloor station. I got down into the garden, crossed in the punt, and went slowly by Barnard's Hatch. I believe I stopped a good many times, as it was too soon, and a beautiful moonlight night. But I came to Bloor soon after 12, and took my ticket. At Paddington I met this terrible news. As the boy spoke, his bright eyes turned from one listener to another, as though expecting to read satisfaction on their faces. But as doubt and disbelief clouded all, his looks became almost constantly directed to Dr. May, and his voice unconsciously passed from a sound of justification to one of pleading. When he ceased, he glanced round as if feeling his innocence established. "You gave a receipt, Mr. Ward," said the coroner. "Will you tell us where it is likely to be?" "It must be either on or in my uncle's desk, or in his pocket. Will someone look for it? I wrote it in his memorandum book, a curious old black shagreen book with a silver clasp. I left it open on the desk to dry." A policeman went to search for it, and the coroner asked what the entry had been. "July the 5th, 1860. Received £120, L. A. Ward," was the answer. "You will find it about the middle of the book, or rather past it." "At what time did this take place?" "It must have been towards 10. I cannot tell exactly, but it was later than 9:30 when I came in, and he was a good while bringing out the money." The policeman returned, saying he could not find the book, and Leonard begging to show where he had left it, the coroner and jury accompanied him to the room. At the sight of the red stain on the desk, a shuddering came over the boy, and a whiteness on his heated brow, nor could he at once recover himself so as to proceed with the search, which was still in vain, though with a voice lowered by the sickness of horror, he pointed out the place where he had laid it, and the pen he had used, and desk, table, drawer, and the dead man's dress were carefully examined. "You must know it, Sam," said Leonard. "Don't you remember his putting in the cheque? Old Bilson's cheque for his year's rent, £25? I brought it in, and he put it away one day last week. You were sitting there." Sam stammered something of, yes, he did recollect something of it. Inquiries were made of the other persons concerned with Mr. Axworthy. Hardy thought his master used such a book, but had never seen it near. Mrs. Giles altogether disbelieved its existence, and Sam could not be positive. His uncle never allowed anyone to touch his private memorandums. As, with deepened anxiety, Dr. May returned to the dining room, he caught a glimpse of Henry Ward's desponding face, but received a sign not to disclose his presence. Edward Anderson wrote and considered, and the coroner, looking at his notes again, recurred to Leonard's statement that he had seen someone in the yard. "I thought it was one of the men waiting to take my cousin Axworthy's horse. I did not know whether he had ridden or gone by train, and I supposed that someone would be looking out for him." Questions were asked whether any of the servants had been in the yard, but it was denied by all. And on a more particular description of the person being demanded, Leonard replied that the figure had been in the dark shade of the stables, and that he only knew that it was a young man. Whether a stranger or not, he did not know. He supposed now that it must have been the murderer, but at the time he had thought it one of the stablemen, and as his uncle had particularly wished that his journey should be a secret, the sight had only made him hasten to put out his light and depart unseen. It was most unfortunate that he had done so. Others ironically whispered, "Most unfortunate." The coroner asked Mr. Anderson whether he had anything to ask or observe, and on his reply in the negative, proceeded to sum up the evidence for the consideration of the jury. It seemed as if it were only here that Leonard perceived the real gist of the evidence. His brow grew hotter, his eyes indignant, his hands clenched, as if he with difficulty restrained himself from breaking in on the coroner's speech. And when at length the question was put to the jury, he stood, the colour fading from his cheek, his eyes set and glassy, his lip fallen, the dew breaking out on his brow, every limb as it were petrified by the shock of what was thus first fully revealed to him. So he stood, while the jury deliberated in low, gruff, sorrowful murmurs, and after a few minutes turned round to announce with much sadness that they could do no otherwise than return a verdict of wilful murder against Leonard Ward. "Mr. Leonard Ward," said the coroner, a gentleman who had well known his father, and who spoke with scarcely concealed emotion, "it becomes my painful duty to commit you to Whitford Gaol for trial at the next assizes." Dr. May eagerly offered bail, rather as the readiest form of kindness than in the hope of its acceptance, and it was of course refused. But he made his way to the prisoner and wrung his chill hand with all his might. The pressure seemed to waken the poor lad from his frozen rigidity. The warmth came flowing back into his fingers as his friend held them. He raised his head, shut and reopened his eyes, and pushed back his hair, as though trying to shake himself loose from a too horrible dream. His face softened and quivered as he met the doctor's kind eyes. But, bracing himself again, he looked up, answered the coroner's question, that his Christian name was Leonard Axworthy, his age within a few weeks of 18, and asked permission to fetch what he should want from his room. The policeman in whose charge he was consented both to this and to Dr. May being there alone with him for a short time. Then it was that the boy relaxed the strain on his features and said in a low and strangled voice, "Oh, Dr. May, if you had only let me die with them last year." "It was not I who saved you. He who sent you that ordeal will bring you through this," said Dr. May, with a great sob in his throat that belied his words of cheer. "I thank him at least for having taken her," said Leonard, resting his head on the mantel-shelf beneath his mother's picture, while his little dog sat at his foot, looking up at him, cowed and wistful. Dr. May strove for words of comfort, but broke down utterly, and could only cover his face with his hands and struggle with his emotion, unable to utter a word. Yet perhaps none would have been so comforting as his genuine sympathy, although it was in a voice of extreme distress that Leonard exclaimed, Dr. May, pray don't. You ought not to grieve for me." "I'm a fool," said Dr. May after some space, fighting hard with himself. "Nonsense! We shall see you out of this. We have only to keep up a good heart, and we shall see it explained." "I don't know, I can't understand," said Leonard, passing his hand over his weary forehead. "Why could they not believe when I told them just how it was?" At that moment the policeman opened the door, saying, "Here, sir," and Henry hurried in, pale and breathless, not looking in his brother's face, as he spoke fast and low. "Ned Anderson says there's nothing at all to be made of this defence of yours. It is of no use to try it. The only thing is to own that he found fault with you, and in one of your rages, you know—" "You too, Henry?" said Leonard, in dejected reproach. Why, it is impossible it could have been otherwise. Open window, absconding, and all. We all know you never meant it, but your story won't stand, and the only chance, Anderson says, is to go in for manslaughter. If you could only tell anything that would give him a clue to pick up evidence while the people are on the spot." Leonard's face was convulsed for a moment while his brother was speaking, but he recovered calmness of voice as he mournfully answered, "I have no right to wonder at your suspicion of me." Henry for the first time really looked at him, and instinctively faltered, "I beg your pardon?" "Indeed," said Leonard, with the same subdued manner, "I cannot believe that any provocation could make me strike a person like that old man, and here there was none at all. Except that he was vexed at first at my being late, he had never been so near kindness." "Then is this extraordinary story the truth?" "Why should I not tell the truth?" was the answer, too mournful for indignation. Henry again cast down his eyes. Leonard moved about making preparations. Dr. May leant against the wall, all too much oppressed for speech, till, as Leonard stooped, poor little Mab, thrusting her black head into his hand, drew from him the words, "My doggie, what is to become of you?" A sort of hoarse explosion of "Ave" from Henry was simultaneous with the doctor's, "I tried to get her home with me in the morning, but she waited your orders." Miss May would not have her now. After all, prussic acid would be the truest mercy, said Leonard, holding the little creature up to his face and laying his cheek against her silken coat with almost passionate affection. "Not while there are those who trust your word, Leonard, as Ethel said this morning." He raised the face which he had hidden against the dog and looked earnestly at the doctor, as if hardly venturing to understand him. Then a ray of real gladness and comfort darted into his eyes, which so enlivened Dr. May that he was able to say cheerfully, "We will take good care of her till you come for her." "Then, Henry," said Leonard, "it is not unkindness, nor that I remember things, but indeed I think it will be better for you all, since Dr. May is so. The word kind was so inadequate that it stuck in his throat. "Take this to Ave," putting his mother's likeness in his hand, "and tell her I will write." Poor Ave! Leonard imploringly shook his head. The mention of his sister shook him more than he could bear, and he asked the time. "Nearly 6. "Only 6! What an endless day! There! I am ready. There is no use in delaying. I suppose I must show what I am taking with me." "Wait," said his brother. "Can you not say anything to put us on the track of the man in the yard?" "I did not see him plain." "No notion?" said Henry with a movement of annoyance. "No, I only looked for a moment, for I was much more anxious to get off quietly than to make anyone out. If I had only waited 10 minutes, it might have been the saving of his life, but my commission was so like fun, and so important too, that I thought of nothing else. Can it be not 24 hours ago? And why don't you explain why he sent you?" "I cannot say it so certainly as to be of the slightest use," said Leonard. "He never expressed it either, and I have no right to talk of my suspicions." "Eh? Was it to put it out of Sam's way?" "So I suppose. Sam used to get all he chose out of the poor old man, and I believe he thought this the only chance of keeping anything for himself, but he never told me so. Stay! Bilson's cheque might be tracked. I took it myself, and gave the receipt. You will find it entered in the books, paid on either the 23rd or 4th. "Then there's something to do at any rate," cried Henry, invigorated. "Anderson shall hunt out the balance, and Sam's drafts on it. I'll spare no expense, Leonard, if it is to my last farthing, and you shall have the best counsel that can be retained." Leonard signed thanks with some heartiness, and was going to the door, when Henry detained him. "Tell me, Leonard, have you no suspicion? It must have been the person I saw in the court, and like a fool did not watch. The window was open, and he could have easily got in and come out. Can't they see that if it had been me, I should have made off at once that way? If only you could tell us what the fellow was like." "I told you he was in the dark," said Leonard, and without giving time for more, he called in the man outside, showed the clothes and books he had selected, put them into his bag, and declared himself ready, giving his hand to the doctor, who drew him near and kissed his brow, as if he had been Harry setting forth on a voyage. "Good-bye, my dear fellow. God bless you. I'll soon come to see you." "And I," said Henry, "will bring Bramshaw to see what is to be done." Leonard wrung his brother's hand, murmuring something of love to his sisters, then put Mab into Dr. May's arms, with injunctions that the little creature understood and obeyed, for though trembling and whining under her breath, she was not resisting. It might be to shorten her distress as well as his own that Leonard passed quickly downstairs and entered the carriage that was to take him to the county jail. End of chapter 12.